Day 2 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games here in Birmingham, Alabama from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex begins with a chipper for the older age groups. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We are starting with the 65-plus women in event number 5. And there's a whole lot of work to be done here.
Here's a whole lot of work. We've got ourselves a pyramid chipper starting with 75 wall ball shots. It'll be 10 pounds to a 9-foot target for these ladies. 40 dumbbells shoulder overhead with 20 pounds. And then 30 step overs, the 20-inch box in the middle with the dumbbells. And work your way back. We go from shoulder overhead to dumbbell snatches, and then finishing off with those 75 wall ball shots.
One heat of women here for the 65-plus age group. The even number lanes will be on the right side of the floor. You're looking at those now. And then the odd number lanes will be on the left side of the floor. The overall leader coming in will be in lane number 10. That is Patricia McGill, who has a first place and a second place finish under her belt already. She has 197 out of a possible 200 points. Whew. She's battling Denise Moore, who's at the other end of the floor, and number 11. Lane number 11, Denise Moore in the white sleeveless shirt and the black long pants, middle of your screen. She is only 6 points back after a second place and a third place finish. And Sue Lawson sits in third place overall coming into the day. Sue Lawson is in lane number 9 in the headband, white shirt and black shorts. She has 176 total points, so still pretty close, only 21 points separating first from third as we are underway with those 75 wall balls.
And again, we said at the top is that it's going to be a 9-foot target with a 10-pound ball. 75 total reps at the beginning and the end, and that's Karen bracketing everything got in the middle, and Karen being 150 wall ball shots 4-time. It's a classic girl benchmark where one most people try to avoid when possible.
Yes. Well, we were talking earlier about how you break these up in a workout like this.
When you look at this, you want to look at the totality of the reps, not just the reps you have in one set, and that can trick people a little bit. And one of the themes in this particular event, because you do have a lot of interference here, you go from 75 wall ball shots, Sean, to 40 shoulder to overhead. You've been already doing that with a squat, so breaking things up early is a good tactic to have versus often. Just managing your rest, that shoulder fatigue, because your shoulders it's all shoulders if you look at this, right? You got wall ball shots, you're throwing it overhead, you've got shoulder overhead dumbbells. Holding on to dumbbells, walking over box is going to tax the shoulders as well. And then you go snatches and wall ball shots. So managing that fatigue, it's not just 75, and it's not just 150. All the movements you have here compound over the course of this event.
15-minute time cap here. We're only 90 seconds in. We'll keep you posted as the time as best we possibly can. We have a clock that we're looking at to our left. This is the bonus coverage portion of today's event. So on this stream the whole day, we're just going to have event 5. Chase and I will be with you the whole time.
The whole
day. I don't know how many wall balls total we're going to watch, but I would love for someone to do the math.
Yes, if you stick with us from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., just expect me to say break early and often a lot.
Event 6 will be over on the main stream. Tommy Marquez and Lauren Khalil will have that action for you, and that starts in a couple hours from now.
Sean, as you said, we have odd number lanes on one side of the floor, even on the other, and coming in, we're curious how that was going to shake out, this floor layout, a bit of a unique floor layout than any competition I've ever been able to be a part of. And what's kind of cool is when your top athletes are working towards and away from each other from one side of the floor to the other, where normally they'd be side by side.
We had a good moment yesterday between David Johnson and Jason Grubb. One of the 45 to 49-year-old
moment of the day.
That structure really was a lot of fun to watch. They were looking right at each other the entire time, going head to head.
If I were, let's just say, in a, quote, media, I would clip that and make a really cool reel and race between those two guys.
So Julie Holt in lane 15, she's in the yellow top, and overall leader Patricia McGill have moved on to the shoulder to overhead here with the dumbbells. So 40 reps that they need to complete with the 20-pound dumbbell. They'll advance every 20 reps. And now in lane number 8, Diana Flynn joining McGill, and we have some more athletes in the far end of the floor in the odd numbered lanes. Down there in lane 1 is Karen Dawkins. On the far right side of your screen next to her in the yellow top is Marcy Spurlock. And now in lane 11, here comes Denise Moore, who currently sits in second place overall in the long black pants and the white sleeveless shirt.
And what you'll see is they'll have basically 2 boxes there between the lane marker and then the actual box they're going to step up. They're going to go 20 in the first box and then advance forward into the second set of 20.
Now Patricia McGill on the middle of your screen. She is in her second set of 20 here.
They got 40 shoulder.
After this, she will advance to the dumbbell step overs.
That's just a lot of time on the dumbbell, holding it in your hands. Grip gets fatigued with dumbbells a lot more, even though you're going shouldered overhead, and then they've got to go into the box step overs in that farmer carry position.
That's right, B. We're at that
lane 19 left side of the screen. Patty Bowers onto the shoulder to overhead. 40 total reps. They advance
12 reps
every 20, and meanwhile, Patricia McGill is just about ready to finish up. Left side of your screen, the black knee sleeves, yellow shorts, and white top. And now she will move to the dumbbell step overs.
You know, I know we got a long weekend left to go with 3 days of competition, but Patricia McGill with her, she's never finished lower than third in her career, but that elusive first place position still looming out there for her.
That's Julie Holt, now in third place here in the heat, moving on to her 30 dumbbell box step overs. But Patricia McGill continues to be the leader here. She is your overall leader. She's on the far left side of your screen going through her dumbbell step overs. She's the only woman in the even number lanes to be on this portion of the event.
Lead the heat, followed by lane 3.
2 events yesterday for this age group. A first and a second for Patricia McGill.
Right at that 5.5, just over 5.5 minutes in. 15 minutes.
Coming off a third place finish last year in the 60 to 64-year-old age group at the CrossFit Games. She's been to the games 4 prior times. She's never finished lower than third in the Masters division, has Patricia McGill.
Like I got lane 1, B,
now Sue Lawson on the far left side of your screen is onto the box step overs. Julie Holt in lane 15, the long black pants and the yellow tank top.
Well, Holt's got it figured out. She's just letting the arms hang in that position and keeping them relaxed. Where you see Patricia on the other side of the floor along with Sue Lawson is that they're having their arms bent the entire time. They're just putting themselves in unnecessary tension when they're trying to step onto the box. And you see Patricia McGill on the left side of your screen just bending at the arms. Swing the dumbbells. It's such an advantage that you can use on the step-ups where you swing the dumbbells to the box and then step on the box, and you just get a little momentum there. So they're working a little too hard than they need to at the moment.
We're approaching the 7-minute mark here, 15-minute time cap.
All right, Tony, we've got a hand in the air for McGill. 4 reps remaining.
McGill's judge's hand is in the air, so she has a handful of reps remaining, and also Julie Holt in lane 15, judge's hand in the air. So Julie Holt has been able to close the distance between herself and Patty McGill for the lead in this heat. Julie Holt coming in 10th place overall. Best finish yesterday was in the opening event. She took 5th place, and then she was 17th in event 2, and now down to her final rep, so Julie Holt is done.
But we've got Julie Holt in lane 15 as
Patty McGill is done as well. McGill is on to the dumbbell snatches, so 40 reps here. Advancing every 20 back towards the ring. So McGill trying to hold off Julie Holt as they are the only 2 women onto this portion of the event.
And this will be the I say easiest, I'll put that in quotes. This is the easiest part of the event, is these 40 single arm alternating dumbbell snatches with only one of them. So it's not necessarily that they get a break, but as far as the intensity of the workout, this is the one before we get to the worst part, because now after all that work, you get to go back to the wall and do 75 more wall ball shots to try to finish underneath that 15-minute cap.
See McGill getting hit with a no rep as she's working through, I believe, her final set. on this opening round of 20. They got to complete 40 reps.
All right.
And now she'll move forward and complete 20 more. Meanwhile, Julie Holt is putting on a clinic here with these dumbbell snatches. Julie Holt is taking the lead, I believe, from Patricia McGill here, heading back to the rig. We're approaching the 9-minute mark, 15-minute time cap. So Julie Holt looks to be ahead of McGill right now on the dumbbell snatches. So 5 remaining for Julie Holt, so she is in the lead.
Her cycle rate is just so much faster.
Some of our athletes are catching up.
McGill on the right side of your, pardon me, she's on the left. She's in the yellow shorts, black knee sleeves, going through her dumbbell snatches. Judge's hand just went into the air. Meanwhile, Julie Holt is back to the wall ball, so 75 reps.
That's always rough when you miss the first one. That's just, it's so demoralizing.
As we are 9.5 minutes in.
9.5 minutes gone by, 15-minute time cap. This is the only heat for the 65-plus women. And Julie Holt, right now looking at an event win, and she's the only woman on this portion.
Definitely got a rhythm. What's a challenge here is these floating wall ball targets. Not only are you used to traditionally maybe throwing to a wall or something off of the rig that's solid, but not only is it floating, but it's plexiglass. So there's just a little depth perception thing that you're maybe not used to that you have to adjust to on the fly.
Now, Patricia McGill is onto the wall balls now. And in lane number 8, Diana Flynn is also onto the final portion of this chipper. As we have less than 5 minutes to go here, 10 minutes, 30 seconds gone by in this event. Your leader is in lane 15 in the yellow top and black long pants, Julie Holt. First to get to the wall balls in lane 11 is Denise Moore, middle of your screen, and down at the other end of the floor in lane number 3 in the all black is Pauline Shia onto the wall balls.
It's a couple things I never like to do at the end of an event, Sean, and that's race anything monostructural or wall ball. And knowing that they still have 4 minutes left to go, it's big when you look at the clock and you just wish the time cap was 2 minutes shorter.
Finish up the dumbbell snatch onto the wall balls.
It's always nice when the clock saves you.
Underneath the 15-minute cap. We got 4 minutes.
And more women getting to the final set of 75 wall balls. Patricia McGill in the middle of your screen in the yellow shorts, black knee sleeves, and white top. Second place right now behind Julie Holt in lane 15.
At the beginning of an event, we said pace early, break up your sets, short little rests, all leading up to the end here. The pacing is over and the pain has started, and this is where you just got to dig deep, hold on, big chunks, short rests. All the things you don't want to do at the end, you have to do now.
Well, Julie Holt continues to lead. We'll keep an eye on her judge's hands. She's got 75 reps to go here. Patricia McGill, meanwhile, in lane number 10, middle of your screen, she just let her ball hit the ground. Taking a break as we have less than 3 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. The majority of the field has made it onto the final set of 75 wall balls. It's a 9-pound ball to a 10-foot target.
So just lane 14, David Jensen had to go chase her med ball. There's honestly nothing more demoralizing than throwing the ball up, it hitting the bottom of the target, and then it getting jettisoned right back into your face, and then having to chase it across the competition floor. It's like I'm already in a bad spot to begin with. I didn't really need that at the moment in time. And that's, you just got to roll with the punches a bit at the end of these events.
Julie Holt, left side of your screen, is inside 20 reps to go here. So looking to pick up her first event win of the competition. McGill sits in second place down at the other end of the floor. 2 minutes to go before we hit the 15-minute time cap. So Julie Holt has got a really good chance of finishing this thing up, as does Patricia McGill, who continues to work middle of your screen, lane number 10.
Now, Patricia had the fastest split on the first 75.
90 seconds. We got 90 seconds.
90 seconds to go. So Patricia McGill has overtaken Julie Holt as Julie Holt's judge's hand has just gone into the air.
Wow.
McGill done.
And McGill is done, and she's going to pick up her second event win. Julie Holt finished up as well. She's going to pick up second place, and that will move her up the standings, and she came in 10th place overall.
1 minute mark. 2 athletes.
So 1 minute to go. Holt and McGill, the two athletes, have finished. So McGill, who's just laid out on the floor, put on a late charge on the wall balls to overtake Julie Holt and pick up her second event win here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
A lot can happen on the last 75 reps on those wall ball shots. They're going to take about 3 to 4 minutes, depending on how you can push the pace and not break when you want to break. And Patricia McGill, as you said, Sean, what a great closing effort for her.
Denise Moore is in.
3 more reps. 30 seconds.
Diana Flynn in lane
2 more
8.
reps for Flynn.
Black shorts,
Last
white
and
top.
final rep for
Left
Flynn.
center of your screen, she's next to Patty McGill, who's sitting down now. She is finished.
All right,
So 15 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
10 seconds. All right, athletes, we're going to count you down. Let them hear you.
3, 2, 1, and that is time. And it is
Put your hands
Patricia
together.
McGill,
65+.
who's going to pick up her second event win, maintain her hold on the top spot of the overall standings. Julie Holt finishes in second place.
That's great for Holt, who was sitting in 10th coming into this event. But even better for Patricia McGill, as you said, has never won her division. Has always been in the top 3, third, or second for 4 years running.
And Denise Moore, who was right behind Patricia McGill in the overall standings, finished, I believe, in third place. Will be her third straight finish of third or better. 65-plus women are done. The 60 to 64-year-old division coming up next.
Tackling event 5.
Day 2 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues here as the 60 to 64-year-old women take the floor for event number 5.
75 wall ball shots, 40 dumbbell shoulder overhead at 20 pounds each, 30 box step overs with the dumbbells. Then we make our way back. We're switching to snatches and then finishing off with 75 more wall ball shots. Med ball weights for this division, 10-pound ball to a 9-foot target. And we saw in the previous heat that those last 75, it's what you think. When you see it on paper, it's exactly what you think, probably worse than what you thought it would be when it comes to the end when you have to race for the win.
Got a great battle going on after 2 events for the top spot in the overall standings. Our overall leader coming in will be in lane 10. That's Betsy Vanderberg. She's got a first and a second for 197 total points. Lori Machiznik and Lynn Watt sitting second and third place respectively behind her, tied at 191 points, so only 6 points separating first from third. Vanderberg will be in the even number lanes on the right side of the floor. Watt and Machiznik right next to each other in lanes 9 and 11.
And just in the mix behind them, too, is fourth place Terinsina Orsado, who's just 6 points back of that. So first to fourth are only separated by 12 points.
All right, here we go. 10 seconds. Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Event 5 underway for the 60 to 64-year-old women. Now, this is event 5 on the schedule. It's the third event that these athletes are doing. Because of scheduling, equipment, and some events are being done out of order. We saw that yesterday where the younger age groups started with, I think, event 2, and then they went 1 and then 3.
Hey.
Or no, it was 3-2, 3-1-2, I think was the order.
You're probably not wrong any way you say it for any division we have. The thing that we know is that they're all following the same path in the same division, and they're competing in the order of which they're given to. And these 75 wall ball shots, when you look at them right off paper, a 10-pound ball, 9-foot target, 75 total reps. In a chunk like this, like, oh, well, this might be lighter and lower than a lot of these athletes practice at in their affiliate. I think if you want to be a competitive athlete, you should always be practicing higher and heavier intermittently, not all the time, because higher and heavier usually means more breaks, less intensity. Sometimes lower and lighter with higher sets is something to experience too. So you want to vary how you do wall ball shots in your training versus say, well, it's always 9-foot, 14-pound ball. I'll just never mix it up.
75 wall balls to kick us off here. We're about a minute 30 in, 15-minute time cap.
Lane 2. Coming home.
Again, overall leaders in the middle of the floor. Keep an eye on lanes 9 and 11. That's where Lynn Watt and Lori Machiznik are. They're the two who are tied with 191 points. And then on the other side of the floor, in lane number 10, is Betsy Vanderberg, who's our overall leader.
2-minute mark. We're coming home. 2 minutes.
First half of this event is going to move a bit slower than the second half. You have a squat and a throw, but on the tail end of these 75, you've got the dumbbell shoulder to overhead as well into the box step over. So there's a lot of compounding movements in the same movement patterns to start, but the opposite on the back half because we're going from shoulder overhead to a dumbbell snatch leading back into the 75. So the back half of this event is going to be quicker than the front.
60 reps, lane 9, Lynn Watt.
Lynn Watt in lane number 9. You can hear the floor announcers with 15 reps to go, and also in lane 11, hand in the air for Lori Machiznik. Now those two right now, your early leaders in the heat. No judges' hands in the air in the odd numbered lanes. Lane number 7, Gina Viana, pardon me, moving to the shoulder to overhead along with Lori Machiznik.
All right,
and that's a quick 75, around 2 minutes and 40 seconds for those 75 wall ball shots.
So now 40 shoulder to overhead with the 20-pound dumbbells. They'll do 20 reps in one box, advance forward and do 20 reps in the next. And so far, these are the only two women onto the shoulder to overhead, now being joined in lane 3 by Beth Gillette, far right side of your screen. And in lane 9, here comes Lynn Watt.
All right, I got
And now our overall leader, Betsy Vanderberg, picking up the dumbbells.
Lane 6 and 10 working through their 40. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, they'll do 20 shoulder overheads.
Along with Cheryl Serafini and Judith Tynan. They're also there now in lane 16. Denise Carlson moving to the dumbbells as well. But your leaders are in lanes 7 and 11. And now Lori Mishiznik in lane 11 getting to work on her 30 dumbbell step overs.
And the legs really haven't been given a break since the start of this. So going from, it's a very devious combination of movements. Full squat to a press or throw for the wall ball shots. Little dip and drive, the legs not necessarily getting a break. And then more shoulder overhead. And now we go back to the lower body with those dumbbell step overs.
There's Mishiznik doing a good job of working through her dumbbell box step overs. Now down to lane 7, Gina Viana is also on to the box step overs as we are 4.5 minutes in here, 15-minute time cap.
Looking for my first athlete on my side to make it to the box.
And it looks like in lane 10, left side of your screen, Betsy Vanderberg, your overall leader, is now going to move to the box step overs. Along with Andrea Owen, I believe, down there in lane number 8. She's on the far left side of your screen. The yellow top and black shorts.
And Andrea Owen, she has that big gap at the moment between 4th place and 5th place. We said it was 12 points between 1st to 4th, but it's 18 points between 4th to 5th.
Well, 3 reps remain for Mishiznik. Now 2, as she looks to be the first woman to make the turn and head back now to the 40 dumbbell snatches.
At that 5.5 minute mark.
And this is the only moment in this chipper where the movement patterns really significantly change for the athletes. And a single arm dumbbell snatch with a 20-pound for any of these athletes is very light. So this is, I don't want to say a reprieve from the physical test that they're going through, but it will be a nice little change of pace and movement patterns for these athletes before they get to the worst part of the event, which is the last 75 wall ball shots.
Mishiznik is the only woman on the dumbbell snatches. In lane 10, on the far left side of your screen in the white top, yellow shorts, is our overall leader, Betsy Vanderberg. And she's trying to close the gap here a little bit, but still working through that set of 30 dumbbell step overs. Now into her final 5 reps, judge's hand in the air. We check back in with Mishiznik, who is on her second set of 20 here.
One more rep on the step over in lane 6. One more rep on the step over in lane 10. And they'll move on to the dumbbell snatch.
Vanderberg is on to the dumbbell snatch, and also Judith Tynan in lane 6. She's in the yellow top. She's got the black knee sleeves and elbow sleeves on.
We got Virginia Morgan, 70 plus in lane 1.
There's Lori Mishiznik, who is putting the finishing touches on her dumbbell snatches, and she'll move back now for 75 more wall balls, and we are 7 minutes, 15 seconds in.
Wow. Unfortunately, plenty of time to get them done.
All right, now lane 3, Beth has moved on.
I am definitely guilty of sandbagging in the final part of the workout, so I know that if I get there this time, I'm not going to finish.
Yes, if I do 10 more snatches right now, I will definitely have to do all of these reps. Maybe I'll take a minute break before my last ones. The wild thing about Mishiznik is how long she's been competing at the CrossFit Games, starting in 2011.
Move to the dumbbell snatch, followed by lane 14.
And the 45 to 49 division is when she started. Still doing it, still crushing it. There's hope, Sean. Speaking for myself.
Yes.
There's hope.
And she won the 55 to 59-year-old division in 2019 and again in 2021. And she is the only woman on the wall balls. The Betsy Vanderberg is looking like she's about ready to finish up, and she has now moved to the wall ball. So 2 athletes onto this portion of the event. Now remember, only 6 points separate Vanderberg from Machiznik in the overall standings.
Looks like lane 10 jumped right on those wall balls. That's Betsy in lane 10, lane 6 is Judith. Athletes, we're coming up on 9 minutes.
Machiznik's taking a break. And now in lane number 7, Gina Viana is the 3rd athlete, or making the 4th athlete onto the wall balls, because down in lane number 6, Judith Tynan, the far end of the floor, she and Betsy Vanderberg working through their final set of 75 as we are past the 9-minute mark.
Looks like a lot of our ladies are trying to finish up the step overs.
Leader in this event, middle of your screen, Lori Machiznik. She was first to the wall balls.
And in her first round, or the first set of 75, dealing with minimal breaks. Obviously, you're fresh when you started, but under 3 minutes for that first set of 75.
And Beth Gillette, far end of the floor, white top, black shorts, black knee sleeves in lane 3. She's onto the wall balls as well. Approaching the 10-minute mark. We'll have 5 minutes to go at that point.
Lane 10 on the wall balls for Betsy. Lane 6, we're sitting at 30.
Betsy Vanderberg, middle of your screen in lane 10. Ball just hit the ground. Trying to catch up with Lori Machiznik.
Looks like you got to still hold it down over there. Athletes, 5 minutes.
Now 5 minutes to go before we hit the 15-minute time cap. The first and only heat of the 60 to 64-year-old women.
Wall balls.
Lori Machiznik on the right side is your leader. We'll keep an eye on her judge's hand. And there it is. 5 reps remaining now for Lori Machiznik, looking to pick up an event win. It would be her second of the competition, and she will do it. Lori Machiznik takes event 5, picks up 100 points, and will creep closer to Betsy Vanderberg, who's in lane 10. So if Vanderberg finishes next, she'll only surrender 3 points. She'll maintain the overall lead, but not by much. 4 minutes left before we hit the 15-minute time cap.
We got lane 2 finishing up her box step overs. As Sherry in lane 2 chipping away on those
Vanderberg right in the middle there in lane 10. White top, yellow shorts. It's all but, I believe, 1 athlete has made it onto the wall balls right now.
57 reps in lane 6. 64 reps in lane 10.
The Vanderberg is about 10 away from finishing here. Now there is no other heat, so she doesn't have to worry about other times. All she's got to worry about now is finishing ahead of everybody else on the floor and only surrendering 3 points to Machiznik.
Which is wild to think. The separation of time between the two, yet only 3 points would separate them based off that performance.
Final rep now for Vanderberg, and she's going to lock up a second place finish.
Machiznik, like, what do I have to do?
You see Machiznik pointing at the other end of the floor towards Vanderberg. So Machiznik's going to carve 3 points off of Vanderberg's lead.
All right, Brittany, what do you got over there, sis, at that
and we are
minute mark?
now 2.5 minutes away from finishing up. You can see Vanderberg's running down there to talk to, Machiznik's going down there to talk to Vanderberg. And now in lane number 6, Judith Tynan is across. Tynan on the left side of your screen, collapsing across the finish line as Vanderberg and Machiznik share a hug.
We're coming up on that 13-minute mark.
And now in lane number 7, Gina Viana has finished. As we have now 2 minutes to go before we hit that 15-minute time cap.
Sherry in lane 2, working through her dumbbell snatch. 2 minutes. Athletes, you have 2 minutes.
Lane 8 is Andrea Owen. Just dropped her ball. She's going through her set of 75. You got in lane 16, Denise Carlson. Next to her in lane 14, Marion Valkenburg. And in lane number 12, Teresina Orsado.
Lane 1, chip away on those step overs. Jumping at his 70.
Other side of the floor, women still working. Lane 17, Colleen Fahey. Lane 15, Lynn Knappman. Another mainstay in the Masters division, Lynn Watt, lane number 9. She's continuing to work.
Looking for that
lanes 5 and 3.
Coming up on that 1 minute.
Andy Neeson and Beth Gillette. And we now have 1 minute remaining.
Crosses that finish line.
The finishes for Gina Viana and Judith Tinian
60 seconds, athletes. 60 seconds.
are going to be very good for them because they're sitting in 7th and 9th overall. So that should push him up the leaderboard a little bit closer to that top 5 position.
Yvonne Howard in lane 13 looks to be the next woman to finish, and she is in. And then in lane 16, Denise Carlson's going to make it across.
Remaining 30 seconds.
That's right, Tony Carlson, lane 16 makes it through.
And now in lane 12,
Lane 12 is done. Lane 3
Teresina Orsado.
20 seconds.
Beth Gillette came across the finish line there in lane 3 on the right side of your screen. And we are 15 seconds to go now.
10 seconds. We're gonna count you down. 3, 2, 1. Time. Put your hands together. 60.
And that will do it for the 60 to 64-year-old women in event number 5. And it's Lori Machiznik who's going to pick up the event win, her second of the competition. Betsy Vanderberg will finish in second place. The Machiznik is going to have second place overall, all to herself, but she's only going to trail Vanderberg by 3 points in the overall standings.
I might not have picked up all the points she wanted with that dominating first place finish. However, that's a good sign as far as where she's at as far as a physical fitness level going into the rest of the weekend. So a lot of confidence she should gain from that performance.
55 to 59-year-olds coming up next here in Event 5. Stay with us, everybody.
of 2 heats, heat 1 of 2
55 to 59-year-old women up next here in Event 5 as Day 2 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Glad you're with us today, everyone, as the first of 2 heats is set to get underway here in an up and back chipper.
Rep schemes will stay the same. However, the med ball is going to change for this division. They'll be using a 14-pound ball to a 9-foot target for those 75 reps. Dumbbell weight will still be 20 pounds for the shoulder overhead for 40 reps. 30 dumbbell step overs the box, 20 inches with those 20-pound dumbbells. You work your way back, 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, and then finishing back on the wall with those 75 wall ball shots.
Once again, the first of 2 heats for the 55 to 59-year-old division. 15-minute time cap in this event. And this is event 5, but it will be the 3rd event that these athletes will face, as we've had to do some of these things out of order due to scheduling and equipment. We have a team competition going on, and we have another floor that you can see there in the background as well. There'll be action over there in a little bit. Tommy Marquez and Lauren Khalil have the call for event number 6.
That brutal bike event.
Not going to be fun.
2, 1, go.
Opening heat of the 55 to 59-year-olds are underway.
This is heat 1 of 2.
75 wall balls to get this kicked off.
14-pound to a 9-foot target, and this is basically standard open games, quarters, med ball weight and height. We're not. What I really like to see so far with the programming is that it really seems that it is adjusted to the fitness level of the athletes in these demographics for really the first time and really since the beginning of age group programming, which has always been the challenge, especially early on, because we didn't know how fit some of these people were at these age demographics. But as the years have gone on, I mean, how long have we had the Masters division in official competition? Probably since 2010, 2011 being that first time. And now I think with Bob and Joe and what a lot of athletes have been working with since then is that it looks, at least this weekend, is the programming is adjusting to the level and caliber of these athletes, not just the match, but also to challenge them a little bit more that they want. They want these types of challenges.
Well, we saw Masters athletes handstand walking yesterday, and we talked about it then. 5-6 years ago, that's a skill that no, we're not gonna. Yeah, we're just not gonna do that.
It's either gone completely or it's a massive modification. And what we'll see even in the older age divisions in the next 5 years is that all those skills will start to permeate deeper and deeper into these age groups as the years go on. And I think that's a testament to what the training methodology does in CrossFit, is that whether you started when you were 25 or when you were 55, you can always improve, you can always get better, and you have the time. That's the thing. We're not in a that's actually the best part about the Masters division, is that in the elite individual division, you've got a small window of opportunity. You have to usually overtrain to probably get yourself to the CrossFit Games. Here, just live your life, do CrossFit, be efficient, get fit, and then you'll get to play on the big stage one day if you take care of yourself along the way.
75 reps to open us up here. Judges' hand will go in the air at the final 5.
Lane 16.
And Claudia Ragsdale, lane 16. The last check, she was through 30. She's probably now through about 40 reps. Next to her in lane 14, Claudia Jacober is also in the back half of her opening set of 75.
70 reps, 5 reps remaining.
So odd number lanes be on the left side of the floor, even number lanes on the right side of the floor. Athletes working to the middle and then back again. So 15 women on the floor here in this first of 2 heats of the 55 to 59-year-old division. Now a judge's hand in the air in lane number 12 for Beth Lacopoli. Lacopoli is done, and she will be the first woman now to the shoulder to overhead. 40 reps here.
Just under that 3-minute mark for her first set of 75, and then they'll move to the 40 dumbbell shouldered overhead. Any way you can push, press, push, jerk. push press at this weight, I think, is the right way to go. Really quick cycle time, a good dip drive through the bottom. Legs are going to be a little toasty, shoulders a little toasty because you did a more extended version of what this movement actually is with the wall ball shots to the push press.
The other side of the floor, lane number 11, Christy Brown onto the shoulder to overhead, but you saw the pace from Claudia Ragsdale on the right side is ripping through these, and I think she's gained some ground
Her shoulder overhead closely followed by lane 16.
on Beth Lacopoli on the left side. Now Ragsdale has pulled even.
Jeez.
As right now we have Benoit in lane.
I mean, that cycle rate for Claudia Ragsdale,
We've also got
that's the way to do it. Short sets, quick sets.
athletes off the wall bar.
Got more women on the shoulder to overhead. Lane 17, Teresa Harris, left side of your screen. Lane 11, Christy Brown is there. Lane 15, Sherry-Ann Benoit as
And Beth in lane 12 was her first one to the dumbbell.
Lacopoli and Ragsdale
Lane 16
are your leaders right now, and Ragsdale
with those dumbbells.
doing a quick shake is I think she's ready now to start her 30 box steppers along with Lacopoli. So these are your two leaders here on the first of two heats.
And there she's on
For the 55 to 59-year-old division, 4.5 minutes have gone by here.
Lane 12 is your one. Lane 6.
Well, no rep there in the background on the shoulder to overheads from Claudia Jacober.
30 box step overs, 20 inches, still using the 20-pound dumbbells. And there's just no rest for the shoulders in any portion of this event. I saw a little bit of that yesterday with the rope climb sandbag handstand walk event.
Now Christy Brown is now the third woman to get to the box step overs, and joining her in lane 15 will be Sherry-Ann Benoit. Our two leaders are on the right side of the floor in lanes 12 and 16. Beth Lacopoli and Claudia Ragsdale. Lacopoli in the yellow shorts, Ragsdale in the long black pants, white shirt, closest to the camera.
After these 30 box step overs, they've got 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, which will be the only time they get a bit of a break between the leg, shoulder combo fatigue element that we've had from the wall balls, push press, and step overs.
Lacopoli is going to be the first woman to make the turn. She's going to head down to the dumbbell snatches. Ragsdale has 3 reps remaining on her step overs.
Final rep on the box for Ragsdale.
Now Ragsdale's made the turn, and she'll join Lacopoli on the snatches. Meanwhile, Christy Brown in lane 11, right side of your screen, white top, yellow shorts, is in her final 5 reps of these step overs, trying to chase down Lacopoli and Ragsdale. Now Lacopoli's through her first 20 reps. She's advanced forward to 20 more reps on the dumbbell snatches before she'll move back for 75 wall balls, and we're through 7 minutes, so 8 minutes remain here in this opening heat.
Brown, your best athlete all on the line to those dumbbell snatches.
Copley's, she's been competing in the sport officially since 2019. Yet this is her first time competing at the games, which is nice that we've expanded the field to so many athletes. And now you get, I mean, look, she is fit, fast, doing very well in this event so far. And it's good to see that we open up more opportunities to see more of these athletes out here on the competition stage here at the CrossFit Games.
And now she is moving on to the final set of 75 wall balls. It's Lacopoli. We apologize for mispronouncing her last name. Beth Lacopoli now is on to her final 75 wall balls. And here comes Claudia Ragsdale as well. They're now the only, 3 women onto the wall balls is down in lane number 13, Tracy McGee.
So Lycopoli got to the last
McGee, I
75.
think it's actually, pardon me, I think she's on her first set.
Yeah, she's on her first set.
Okay.
She got her last 75 at the 7:55 mark, and she was done with her first 75 in less than 3 minutes. So this is the first division where we've had 2 heats. This is just heat 1 of 2 for the 55 to 59. So if I'm in the back looking and watching, I'm just getting some time checks to see, okay, where do I need to be? How close I need to be within? How long is it going to take her to do her last set of 75 relative to her first set of 75?
9 minutes, athletes. We're going up on that 9-minute mark.
3 women are on to that final set of 75, as in lane 11, Christy Brown has now moved on to this portion of the event. 9 minutes expired, 6 minutes remaining here. The 2 leaders are on your screen right now. In lane 12, Beth Lycopoli was the first woman to her final set of 75 wall balls. Right side of the screen is Claudia Ragsdale, who's solidly in second place. And Faith Ohaya on the left side of the screen in lane 10, now starting her final set of 75.
9.5 minutes in.
I think 75 are going to feel so much more different than, obviously, than the first set of 75 with everything they've done in between these 2 75 wall ball sets.
Lycopoli in lane 12, coming in 19th place overall, had a 9th place finish in event 1, then a 28th place finish in event 2. So trying to get back on track here in this chipper.
That is Bent at that 10-minute mark.
Claudia Ragsdale on the right in lane 16 in the long black pants and white top, trying to move closer to Lycopoli here on this final set of 75. 10.5 minutes gone by.
It's going to be very big for Lycopoli, and just in this one event, she's sitting at 19th overall. But with 102 points, she's only 25 points out of a top 10 position. So at the minimum, at least going into the second half of the weekend, get herself in that second heat if she has a good overall day here, knowing this is just the first event for him today.
Chrissy Brown in lane 11, yellow shorts, white top. She's in 3rd place behind Lycopoli and Ragsdale. Past the 11-minute mark, 15-minute time cap, opening heat. First of 2 heats for the 55 to 59-year-old women.
Lane 12, hand in the air, 5 reps remaining.
Now Lycopoli has just 5 reps remaining as she's looking to set the time to beat.
59 division.
And Lycopoli with 1 to go will do it. 11 minutes, 42 seconds unofficially.
Got the lane 12.
Now Claudia Ragsdale in lane 16 looks to be the next woman to finish. As on the other end of the floor in lane 11, the woman in 3rd, Christy Brown, is taking a break.
It's about 4:13 on that second set of 75s for Lycopoli.
Claudia coming up on 63 in lane 16.
And Claudia has about 10 reps to go in lane 16.
Faith in lane 10's got 46 reps.
Ragsdale coming in 27th place overall, the 20th and a 29th yesterday. So she's looking to start racking up some points and moving herself up the overall standings.
Final rep on the box for McGee. She's going to move on to her snatches.
Final couple reps for Ragsdale. She's got 1 left.
1 more rep, Claudia, lane 16.
And that'll do it for Ragsdale at 13 flat. And that leaves, I believe, lane 11. Christy Brown is the leader on the floor, and she is now done. So she was able to really gain some ground on Ragsdale. 13:11 for her. You got to think if she maybe had another minute or so.
Yeah.
Maybe if that had been 90 wall balls, that she would have done it.
Not that she would want it to be 90 wall balls towards the end of that.
Nobody got time for that.
On the clock.
A minute and a half remaining before we hit the 15-minute time cap. 3 women have finished. Beth Lycopoli at 11:42 has set the time to beat. Claudia Ragsdale came in at 13 flat. And then Chrissy Brown was behind her at 13:11. Looks like in lane 12, your leader, Lycopoli, just able to compose herself. She's back on her feet. She and Ragsdale have both finished, trying to help out their fellow competitors now. The judge's hand is in the air. In lane 8 and lane 10, Faith Ohio is now done.
That's Faith.
And also, lane number 6, Carla Carpenter, sitting down there on the left side, is done. Lane 9 is Cece Fougere, who's getting set to finish up as well. Cece Fougere is done.
All right, athletes, you're coming up on 15 seconds.
Lane 9. As we now are down to 10 seconds to go here and don't see any other judges' hands in the air, so it doesn't look like anybody else is going to finish.
All right, guys, we're going to count you down. 3, 2, 1, time.
The opening heat is done for the 55 to 59-year-old women, and Beth Lycopoli has your top mark at 11 minutes, 42 seconds. Heat number 2, the second and final heat for the 55 to 59-year-old women, coming up next. Action continues here on day number 2 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. The second of 2 heats of the 55 to 59-year-old women taking the floor right now. Overall leaders will be right in the middle. We'll get to them in a second, but there is a whole lot of work to be done here in this chipper.
And you guys can see the event scrolling at the top part of the screen. 75 wall ball shots, 14-pound ball to a 9-foot target, and then we move to the 40 dumbbell shoulder overheads with 20 pounds, 30 box step overs at 20 inches with the same dumbbells, and then working our way back to the wall ball shots with 40 alternating dumbbell snatches in between.
Overall leader is in lane number 10. That's Tio Maver. She's in the yellow top, black shorts, gray shoes. She has 188 total points. She's only 6 points up on Lee Coates, who's going to be in lane number 11. She's in the all black with the headband, chalk on her hands and walking to her dumbbells. And then a familiar name, Shanna Bunce, who will be in lane number 9. She sits in 3rd place overall, only 12 points separating 3rd place Bunce from first place Maver. So as we have seen, it's still very close at the top of the overall standings with plenty to be decided.
This will be Maver's first appearance here at the CrossFit Games for the Masters Division. Has been doing the Open all the way since 2012.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
2012, was that the 7 minutes of burpees?
It was the fact that you showed up for your first Open and had to do that one, and yet here you are still today, which a lot of people second guessing their Open registration that year in 2012.
That was the Scott Panchik.
Scott Panchik got the record.
Yeah.
That's where that little Russian dude and Scott tied.
Was it Danila Shokin, was that guy?
I don't know what his name was.
I think I'm just making that up.
You say it with confidence, I'll believe you. 2:55 is the first split. Lycopoli has the time to beat at 11:42. Now she had only about a minute difference between her first 75 and her last 75. And if you think about all the work in between the 2 sets of 75 in this pyramid chipper, that's not a bad split difference between the two. Just 1 minute in, and you see a variety of different things based off your comfortability. And wall balls, I think, are one of those love-hates. You either love it or you hate it, or you hate that you love it. It may be a combination of the two. Usually, if you love it, you might be the more taller inclined athletes in the field because you don't get a lot of things your way in the height department in CrossFit in general. But this one in particular, with the step-ups in the middle, does play to that taller athlete just a little bit.
We saw Rose Wall in lane 16 in the all black. Had to chase her wall ball behind her.
35 reps, that's Elizabeth in lane 4. 43
90 seconds have gone by here, 15-minute time cap.
47 in lane 8. Looks like our ladies are all close here.
14-pound ball to a 9-foot target.
Cut them off 34 reps.
Say a couple years ago, Sean, usually that 55 time, or no, is it 50 where it just, those weights and reps used to drop off pretty big. Well, this is standard, right? This is standard from Open, full individual that these 55 to 59 are doing, and I love to see it. They're all capable of it. Allow them to be. Really like to see that out here on the floor.
Second of 2 heats are continuing to work their way through the initial set of 75 wall balls. After this, it's the 40 shoulder to overhead.
We're looking for that first hand and B, I think you got it.
And we have our first one through in lane number 7, Tia Vesser, moving on to the shoulder to overhead with the 35-pound, pardon me, the 20-pound dumbbells. 20 reps, and then she'll advance forward into that next box. And now here comes Shanna Bunce in lane 9 as 2 women are through, and judges' hands starting to go in the air in the even lanes. Lane number 8, Joyanne Cooper is going to be the next woman to advance to the shoulder to overhead, and next to her in lane 10 is our overall leader, Tio Maver.
Just a tough back-to-back combo of movements. You got that full squat to the throw, and then you got to come back, tighten it up, speed it up with the dumbbell shouldered overhead. Most athletes opting for the push press at a quicker cycle rate.
Here are your overall leaders, Tia Vesser in the white and Shanna Bunce in the black. The leaders in this heat right now is Vesser was the first woman to the shoulder to overhead, and she's advanced into her second set of 20, as has Shanna Bunce. Meanwhile, on the other side of the floor, in lanes number 8 and 10, Joyanne Cooper and Tio Mavere are into their second set of 20. 11 minutes, 42 seconds from Beth Lakapoli is your time to beat, as now 4 minutes have gone by. Tia Vesser is on to her 30 step over. Shanna Bunce is getting set to join her. Final rep for Shanna Bunce. And she is done.
Cooper onto the step over.
Joyanne Cooper in lane number 8. Far left side of your screen in the long black pants. She is onto the step overs, and now Mavere is there as well. The 4 women, now 5 onto the step overs. As Marty Callens in lane 6 is also working through her step overs, and now in lane 16, Rose Wall, closest to the camera in the all black, gets to work.
This is where you actually want to try to push the pace a little bit, not necessarily because moving them faster makes it a little bit easier, but it's the hanging of the dumbbell. Right? I was like, oh, I can breathe freely. I'm not really moving. I'm just stepping. However, you're sitting there under tension the entire time, having to hold the dumbbells in your arms, and it's a bit better to maybe take bigger breaks on the shouldered overhead and make up time here on the box step overs, knowing you have dumbbell snatches alternating afterwards with a light weight for these athletes. So the easiest part, in quotes, coming up after this is these dumbbell snatches. So I like the pace we just had.
Now Tia Vesser is the first woman onto the dumbbell snatches, and she gets right to work. 20 reps, and then she will move forward and complete another 20. Shanna Bunce on the far right side of your screen, looking to be the second woman onto this portion of the event.
That's your 1 and 2, lane 7. And lane 8 is your 1 and 2.
And meanwhile, at lane number 8, Joyanne Cooper. She has made the turn. She is moving now to the dumbbell snatches.
Vesser actually won the CrossFit Games back in 2021 in the 50 to 54 division.
Our ladies are working through.
And she is your leader right now, trying to chase down Beth Lakapoli's time of 11:42.
Each box is worth 20 of those dumbbell snatches.
So Shanna Bunce is now onto the dumbbell snatches. 3 women onto this portion of the event. Also in lane 13, Reswise Mayer.
2 more reps, lane 6.
Now the time check we're looking for as we're approaching the 7-minute mark is 7:55. That was the time that Lakapoli was done, who has the time to beat of 11:42. Her time split on the last 75 wall ball shots was 4:13. And Vesser looks to be at least 30 seconds ahead of that pace so far going into that last set of 75 reps.
Towards the left side of your screen in lane 8, Joyanne Cooper in the log black pants is starting to gain some ground on Bunce and Vesser, as Vesser has now gotten to her final set of 75 wall balls. We're past the 7-minute 30-second mark, so she has plenty of time to try and chase down Beth Lakapoli time of 11 minutes 42 seconds.
Well, between Cooper and Vesser, you talk about 2 athletes that know each other pretty well. Cooper got second in 2021, Sean. 2, Vesser.
Time to beat 11:42.
And speaking of Joyanne Cooper, she is now going to be the second woman to the wall balls, and she is past Shanna Bunce, but Bunce now finishing up. We've got a tight battle going on for second place here in the second and final heat.
So Cooper was third going into the step-overs and has pushed herself into second overall.
All right, I got a handful of athletes
behind Tia Vesser.
That second set of
Francois Maillet has moved on to the wall balls in lane 13 in the white top and black shorts and the black and gray knee sleeves.
Tia Vesser took a pretty big break during that set of wall ball shots. And she had 30 seconds on the pace set by Laika Poli from the previous heat. We're getting close to the 9-minute mark.
Vesser coming in 7th place overall, had a 17th place finish in event 1, but then got on the right side of things for the 2nd place in event number 2, and now looking for an event win here in her 3rd event of the competition. This is event 5, but the 3rd event that the 55 to 59-year-old women are doing. Joanne Cooper in lane 8 now has some company on her end of the floor. Elizabeth Thatcher, Mary Callens.
All right, all our ladies are making their way back here to the wall balls for 75. We're coming up on 9.5 minutes.
Carrie Lindman.
30 reps for Cooper in lane 8.
And Rose Wall all on to that final set of 75. More than 9.5 minutes have gone by. 15-minute time cap here. 2nd and final heat for the 55 to 59-year-old women.
Elizabeth working through in lane 4 for 40 dumbbell snatches. She's on her last set of 20.
Tia Vesser, I said earlier she was taking big breaks between the sets, but it's because she's doing big sets of these wall ball shots.
She is now taking a break as Tia Vesser. She was the first woman to the wall balls. Joanne Cooper was 2nd, followed closely by Shanna Bunches in lane 9, left side of your screen.
Just past the 10-minute mark. Again, 11:42 is the time to beat. Tia Vesser had about 35 seconds at the split coming into these final 75.
Joanne Cooper in lane 8. She's in the long black pants. Got the ponytail and the yellow top, just let her ball hit the ground.
I think Cooper might be around 50 reps, so getting close.
Down the top from the last heat, 11:42.
So 11:42 once again is the top mark from Beth Lycopoli, and we're a little less than a minute away from hitting that.
65 reps in.
Shanna Bunce getting back to work in lane 9 in the all black, and now leader in the heat, Vesser, back onto the wall balls in the middle of your screen. And now she has 5 remaining, so she has a really good shot here of winning this event. Final 2 for Tia Vesser. And an event win in 100 points for her. 11 minutes, 17 seconds.
Huge for Tia Vesser. Lycopoli's time, though. We got about 12 seconds before we hit that 11:42 mark.
11:30 on the clock.
Well, Joanne Cooper's judge's hand is yet to go into the air. And Cooper's in lane 8 again in the long black pants, yellow top, left to center of your screen.
She's doing quick sets
There
of
goes
5.
the judge's hand. So Lycopoli's going to lock up a 2nd place finish. Cooper can get 3rd because the next best time is now 13 minutes from Claudia Ragsdale.
Cooper had about 15 points on Tia.
And she will be done.
And there it is for Joanne Cooper. She's going to come across at 12 flat. And that'll be good enough for 3rd place in the event. And now Shanna Bunce is done. Right behind Joanne Cooper. So that was that tight battle for 2nd place in the heat. And Cooper's able to hang on.
We're coming on at 12.5 minutes.
The bunch should get 4th place in the event. As she looks to move ahead of Lee Coates for 2nd place overall.
We got that 3rd spot in this division.
Lane 16, Rose Wall is done.
12.5 minute mark. Looking for that next hand in the air. Once the ladies hit that 75.
And now in lane 13,
they'll be able to.
Francois Maillet is done.
13 minutes. Coming on 13 minutes.
Coming up on the 13-minute mark, we'll have 2 minutes remaining.
Francois Meyer making it through that finish line.
Judges hand in the air, lane number 12, Julia Schaefer.
Remaining at that 13-minute mark. Last and
On her final rep.
And she is
And Schaefer's in.
13-14. Schaefer is done. Wall has been finished.
90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. More women starting to finish up here.
90 seconds.
This leaderboard is going to compress significantly. We're going to have a bunch of moving and shaking as far as placements, but as far as getting close in points after this event, it's going to be a tighter race going into the next one.
Our overall leader, Tio Maver, just finished, and she was only 6 points up on Lee Coates for second, and she's only 12 points up on Shanna Bunce. So Shanna Bunce, courtesy of that finish, may find herself in the overall lead after this event.
Lane 6 is done.
And now in lane 6, Marty Callens is in.
1 minute.
Crosses that finish line.
Well, meanwhile, Lee Coates in lane 11 is still
45
working.
seconds, athletes. 45 seconds.
She's going to finish as her judge's hand is in the air. She came in second place overall, probably going to surrender that, possibly fall out of the top 3, but she is done, and that leaves lane 5. Marianne Holberg is now in.
30 seconds.
And in lane 14, Carrie Lindman coming across as we have 20 seconds to go.
15 seconds. 10 seconds. Athletes are going to count you down.
Elizabeth Thatcher is trying to just get her final reps in, and that's going to do it.
55 to 59.
With Tia Vesser at 11 minutes, 17 seconds, who picks up the event win and 100 points. The women are done.
It's going to be
for
good
now
in the next event. I can't wait to see what that leaderboard looks like.
As things definitely going to tighten in the overall standings, but a lot still to be decided, but definitely not a shortage of excitement here early on. The women are done. Men coming up next. Chase and I will step aside. We'll be back with you for the 65-plus men right around 10:15 local.
65 plus come to the floor. He won 65 plus.
Day number 2 at the 2024 CrossFit Masters Games continues here in Birmingham, Alabama, as we are coming to you live from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. The men are taking their turn to take on the chipper, the first and only heat of the 65-plus men taking the floor, and they're about to do a whole lot of work.
Oh, man, they got their work cut out for them. 14-pound ball to a 10-foot target, 75 total wall ball shots to kick things off and to finish things off. And in between, you've got 40 dumbbells shoulder overhead, 35 pounds for the men, as well as 30 dumbbell box step overs before we go back to the wall, but you still need to hit those 40 alternating dumbbell snatches.
Your overall leader through 2 events is Freddie Cherry, and he's going to be in lane number 10. He's there with the black baseball cap and white shirt. He currently has 188 total points, and the 2 men right behind him in the overall standings will be on the other end of the floor. In the odd-numbered lanes, John George is only 3 points back of Freddie for first place overall. George is in lane 11, and then John Mariotti sits in 3rd place with 170 points, only 18 points back of the overall lead, and he will be in lane number 9, yellow shorts and no shirt.
A lot of veterans in this heat. Obviously got a more expanded field this year, doubling it up from the previous years of 10.
3, 2, 1, go.
We start with those 75 wall balls. The 14-pound ball to a 10-foot target. Another guy who is in this heat is David Hippensteel. He is in lane number 4. Hippensteel has just been a fixture at the CrossFit Games since 2013. That's when he first started competing as a 55 to 59-year-old master. Took 5th place that year. He's won 3 times, 2016, 2017, and 2018. And last year, he was 2nd in the 65-plus division. He's down there at the far end of the floor, the longer hair, the white shirt. He's got those knee sleeves on as well.
And for athletes like David, John Mariotti's in here too. He's been around forever, just a staple of this community. These are the athletes that one day, we do have a 70-plus division here. It's not an official games category. However, we said this before, is like this division was constantly improving at an exponential rate. And Hippensteel's 68. He's got 1 more year in this 60-plus division. And these are the athletes that are going to keep expanding these divisions, because when you got Hippensteel at 70-plus, like that's when we'll start seeing those divisions get brought into the official fold for the CrossFit Games.
A 15-minute time cap here. No clock on the screen, but we have our eyes on one, and we are a minute 20 in. This first and only heat of the 65-plus men.
Lane 6, Hugo taking a quick break before he picks that wall ball back up at that 90-second mark.
This is event 5 on the official schedule, but it's the 3rd event that these athletes have faced. They did 2 yesterday, and opening up here with the chipper on day number 2. Of course, the competition wraps up on Sunday.
Lane 8, back rate coming up on 36 reps.
Sometimes you forget the division you're watching, just based off the physique and fitness level of some of these athletes.
45 reps for Chupanapa.
57 reps for a man, Freddie, in lane 10.
So Freddie Cherry in lane 10, who comes in as your overall leader there in that black baseball cap.
John George in 11.
There's about 25 reps remaining. We'll keep an eye on the judges' hands, as that will be our best indication as to who is getting close to finishing up.
50 reps to lane 14. A man, John.
Here, a lot of people past the 50-rep mark.
The judges are not being shy about handing out no reps. We've seen quite a few here early on in the set of 75. The judges' hand in the air for Freddie Cherry in lane number 10, and he is done. He'll be the first man to advance to the 40 shoulder to overhead.
Freddie
I'm just
working
impressed he
through the
hit
shoulder
75 wall ball shots without hitting the front part of his cap once.
That is your heat leader in our 65-plus division here on
35 pounds in each hand for Freddie Cherry, who has 188 total points. He's got a second and a fourth place finish. And right now all by himself on the second portion of this event. And is now in lane number 5, Tom DeNolf on the right side of your screen.
Let's go, Tom. It's a Dallas, Texas native right there. I see you, Tom. I signed your fan board at the gym, Tom.
The Dan Miller in lane 12, he's onto the shoulder overhead. Lane 16, closest to the camera, that's Dan Brannigan.
You got it, Tony. We're seeing some movement over here as these athletes finish on the wall.
Some more men on the left side of the floor. Lane 15, yellow shirt, that's Osvaldo Tupanamba.
Number 11, and then we got Osvaldo Tupanamba in lane 15.
John George in lane 11 in the white top. And now in lane 7, Rick Chapa.
My man Freddie, he's on his second set of.
You want to say it, or should I?
Listen, man, I see
it's gonna happen.
I see some soft knees, bent backs, and tight shoulders. That's all I'm saying.
4.5 minutes gone by here.
You're gonna make a like a sports logo for the Masters division. That could be.
I'm
just you got a guy with the last name of Chapa. I'm like, how is that?
You know,
at some point it's gonna get said.
Yeah, I don't want to waste it.
No,
I don't want to waste it too
hang
early.
on to that one.
But if you guys are with us, you're with us. Get to it.
Freddie Cherry with the black baseball cap, left side of your screen, is your overall leader coming into this event, and right now is first place in this event, as he's got 20 reps remaining on the shoulder to overhead and 35 pounds in each hand. And next to him in lane 12 is Dan Miller. So Dan Miller is also on his final set. Now in lane 16, hoisting up those dumbbells is Dan Brannigan.
Finish up his wall ball onto his shoulder to overhead, right at that 5.5 minute mark.
All right, here we go, Tony. We got lane number 10.
Now Freddie Cherry getting to work on the step overs.
Cherry and Brannigan both moving on to the box.
Dan Brannigan's right there as well.
At a certain point of leg fatigue, that 24-inch box starts to feel like 48 when you're on top of it.
Athletes, we're at that 6 minute mark.
Little bit of a break. We didn't see too many breaks on the women's side, but again, when you add height to a box step over and adding weight to a box step over, it's a much more challenging movement as you go from, say, 20 inches to 24 and add weight. It's doubling the difficulty in a little bit, and you know, I sit at the stance of, if we're putting weight in our hands, keep the box height the same. We see things like that with Chad. We saw the same thing in quarterfinals with box step-ups, where the height was the same even though the weights were different.
The top two men are on the screen right now. It's
Looks like George on there.
Freddie Cherry and Dan Brannigan. Cherry in that black baseball cap, Brannigan closest to the camera. Other side of the floor, on the far right side, he's passing out of view. You can kind of see him moving back and forth there. On the far right side is Tom DeNolf, who's on his step overs in the black shorts and no shirt. 7 minutes gone by, 15-minute time gap here.
And just with the challenge of these step-ups, I was just saying earlier, it's going to be a much more difficult task for the men in the middle part of this event, where on the women's side it was still a challenge itself, but a lot of them held on, and we're seeing these guys break multiple times in this set of 30 that we didn't see for the women.
Freddie Cherry taking another break. Dan Brannigan on the right side. He's got the hands on his head. We are more than halfway through the allotted time here in this event. Lane 12, Dan Miller. The white shirt, black shorts, black knee sleeves, left center your screen. working through his step overs. We have some more men on the other end of the floor on their set of 30 dumbbell step overs. And Tom Denolf on the right side of the screen. The beard, no shirt, black shorts, hands on his knees right now. He was the first man on this side of the floor to get this portion of the event. 8.5 minutes gone by here, and our leaders are in the even number lanes, as now Freddie Cherry has 4 reps left on the step overs. Left side of your screen in the hat, putting the dumbbells down. He is the only man whose judge's hand is in the air at this point.
I got lane 16, leading the heat off his dumbbells.
Meanwhile, Dan Brannigan has taken the lead from Freddie Cherry. He's onto the dumbbell snatches. And Freddie Cherry's getting ready to join him on this movement.
Some linebacker shoulders if I've ever seen any.
Lane 12, Dan Miller is through his step overs.
9.5 minute mark. 65 plus represent this morning. This is day 2.
Lane number 11, that looks like John George. His judge's hand is in the air, so he's going to be done with his step overs. He'll move to the dumbbell snatches as we are approaching the 10-minute mark here. Boom. And this only heat of these 65-plus men.
John George, as we're right at the 10-minute mark, sitting in second overall. He's only 3 points back of Freddie Cherry. 15 points ahead of John Mariotti in third.
5 minutes. We have 5 minutes remaining.
His second career appearance at the CrossFit Games. He was 4th in the 65-plus division last year at the Games. Your leaders are in the even number lanes in lane 16. In the white shirt, black shorts, and the single knee wrap is Dan Brannigan. Brannigan's in the back half of the set of 40.
Brannigan knows the assignment. It's always have unilateral sleeves, right? One knee sleeve, one elbow sleeve. You're only allowed one. It's like that gift basket when you turn 40. It's like, here's your single elbow sleeve.
It just looks better when you're not symmetrical with that stuff.
Use it where you need it.
You look a little more seasoned, I guess. Brannigan comes in 12th place overall. He's got a 16th place finish and a 4th place finish. And now leading this event, looking to lock up 100 points as he strolls back to the wall ball.
It's going to be close. You got just under 4 minutes to hit those last 75.
The last time we saw Brannigan at the CrossFit Games, he finished second in the 60-plus division. That was in 2019 out of CrossFit Connection in Ontario, Canada.
2 reps remaining on the box sets for Bell.
Brannigan working through his final set of 75 wall balls, and he's about to have some company. His left side of screen, lane 12, that's Dan Miller, as he is past Freddie Cherry now for second.
Cherry's just finishing up. Now, the good thing for him is that the 2 guys ahead of him haven't really done that much yet. And Cherry had the fastest split in the first 75.
Well, Freddie Cherry has not won an event in the first 2, but he hasn't finished lower than 4th either, and he's looking at another top 5 finish here in this event if he can keep this pace, as we have about 2.5 minutes left before we hit the time cap. The leader in this event is on the right side of your screen in lane 16. That's Dan Brannigan. And now in lane number 11, John George is getting set to begin his final set of 75 wall balls.
right, be all my gentlemen arrested over
It's a very
here.
special feeling when you're at your most fatigued and you just airball a wall ball shot. That's just the fact that it let it bounce and he picked it right back up. That's usually when I walk away from the wall for 10 seconds.
16 reps in lane 16 for Brannigan.
Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time caps. Dan Brannigan is looking to hang on the right side of your screen for the victory.
Freddie Cherry on the left, he's just breaking. He's got that old school Rick Barry free throw wall ball shot going on. It's like the underhand toss.
At this point, whatever gets it there.
Now, if this is like an elite individual broadcast, nobody would get that reference. But the fact that we're here, I feel like everybody would have got that one.
All right, B, looks like we got 21 reps for Miller.
Or maybe a way to update that would be Jackie Moon from Semi-Pro.
Hey, there you go.
1 minute to go here. Dan Brannigan is still your leader, but in lane 12, Dan Miller's putting a little bit of heat on him.
33 reps, 15 seconds.
So now 15 seconds to go, and it looks like Brannigan is going to hang on. Dan Miller continuing to work. Freddie Cherry's taking a break.
We're cut up on 30 seconds.
The 30 seconds now, pardon me. 30 seconds to go. 14 and a half minutes have gone by here. Top man on the screen right now. Dan Miller's got 31, 32 now. We're counting. Brannigan back to work on the right side.
15 seconds.
Got to pick it up. 15 seconds. Either pick it up or hold on.
10 seconds. All right, gentlemen, we're going to cash it down. 3, 2, 1.
And that is going to do it. And I believe Dan Brannigan did enough to hang on for the event win. It will be his
65 plus, banging it down.
third career event victory at the games, if it stands. His first here in 2024 as he looks to move inside the top 10, heading into their fourth event.
Miller got about 47.
We'll have to wait on that final score, but you guys can check
ending though.
competitioncorner.net for all the scores and leaderboards here from the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. 65 plus athletes are done. 55 to 59-year-olds coming up next as our coverage continues here from Birmingham, Alabama.
All right, we are bringing out your men's 60 to 60.
Competition continues here on the second day of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games from Birmingham, Alabama. Sean Woodland and Chase Ingram here with you on a lovely Friday in Birmingham, Alabama, as the 60 to 64-year-old men are now taking the floor for the up and back chipper.
Waking the legs up this morning on day number 2, 75 wall ball shots, 14-pound ball to a 10-foot target, 35-pound dumbbell shouldered over heads, and then 30 box step overs, which really pumped the brakes on a lot of athletes in the previous heat. Coming back down to the dumbbell, 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, and then finishing with those 75 wall ball shots.
Your overall leader after 2 events is Joe Ames, and he will be in lane at number 10. He's taking a few practice reps with the wall ball. He has 194 points after a first and a third on day 1. Stuart Swanson sits in second place. He is 15 points back. He will be on the other side of the floor. Swanson in lane number 11. The black wristbands, white shirt, black shorts. And then the man who sits in third place, Jose Luis Vaz, will be
30 seconds, athletes.
in lane number 9. Vaz with 173 points. So 21 points separating Joe Ames in first from Vaz in third.
And after that, it's pretty close from third all the way down to, looks like 7th place, just separated by 9 points. So only 2 events in, still plenty of events left to go since we still have 3 days more of competition for all these athletes.
Now, this is officially listed as event 5, but it is the 3rd event that these men will face here in the competition, and we start with the 75 wall ball shots.
Here we go. We got event 5.
There's a lot of work left to go, obviously, to starting the event, but this is where you want to break up early. Sets of 15, maybe sets of 10s. There's no real advantage to getting ahead or doing big sets here because you're moving from wall ball shots to a push press. Same movement pattern, a little bit smaller range of motion, but no reprieve for the legs or the shoulders. And those boxes, 24 inches, 35-pound dumbbells, that is going to be the toughest physical part of all the 3-4 movements that we have. Yes, 150 wall balls is a lot, but each rep itself isn't that difficult. It's the volume that's the tough part, but those box step overs are what is going to separate the pack in the middle.
A 15-minute time cap on this event. We're already through 1 minute.
Tim sitting at 30 reps. They were just at that 1 minute mark.
Joe Ames in lane 10. With no shirt and the black shorts, he is your overall leader coming into this event. 194 total points, has yet to finish lower than 3rd in the first 2 events.
Think that when you hear 150 total wall ball shots, you think that classic girl benchmark Karen, which should elicit some type of visceral response for those that have done it. And if you was like, hey, Chase, how do we make Karen worse? Here you go. Let's split it in half, throw some stuff in the middle, and then this would be one option.
Most of the athletes on the back half now of this set of 75. Judges' hands will go in the air on the final 5 reps.
And in the air, lane 10.
A couple of judges' hands going in the air down in lane number 7, David Powell. And in lane 10, Joe Ames, your leader, and Ames is done, and he will head to the dumbbells along with Will Powell, or pardon me, David Powell in lane 7.
And in the air for Tom in lane 12.
Top 2 men, Powell and Ames. And now down in lane number 2, left side of the screen, yellow shirt, Tim Vienna. Tom Famery moving on to the dumbbells as well.
I like the quick breaks I'm seeing for some of these athletes. And very smart. You just got a big chunk of wall ball shots with 75. You're coming to 40 dumbbell shoulder overhead. Not going to be too challenging at this weight and these athletes' fitness levels. But again, it's the box step overs. 30 reps at 24 inches with the same dumbbells. Quick sets at 10. Shake your shoulders out knowing what's the meat of the event, even though it's the smallest number of reps, is still waiting for him.
Ray Bissonette in lane 13, Rob Bernay in lane 15, and Tony Tursky in lane 17 in the backwards green hat. On to the shoulder to overhead. Now also down to the lane number 9, Jose Luis Vaz, the man who came in third place overall. So all the athletes have, just about all the athletes have moved on to the shoulder to overhead. Still have a couple guys working on their wall balls. But overall leader Joe Ames in the yellow wristbands in lane 10, no shirt, black shorts. He and David Powell, who's on the opposite side of the floor in lane 7, were the first two men on the shoulder to overhead. Powell's on the far right side of your screen, just set the dumbbells down, black shorts, no shirt. After this is those 30 step overs, and that is where Joe Ames is. He's the first man to the box.
And moving very well.
We're in our final rep there on the shoulder to overhead for Famery. And Powell down here in lane number 7, also moving on to the box. So currently we have lane 10, lane 7,
next to Joe Ames is Tom Famery in the white shirt. He's on to the step overs. And then on the far right side of your screen in lane 7, David Powell working on his set of 30 as we're past the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes, 20 seconds gone by here. For the 60 to 64-year-old men, this is their only heat, so all the athletes in this division on the floor right now.
Looks like I got lane 16.
Joe Ames in the black shorts, no shirt in the middle of your screen. He's got those gray wrist wraps on. He's your leader in this portion of the event and your overall leader. Coming into the day with 194 points, a third place finish in event 1 and a win in event 2.
We'll say this very often in a CrossFit competition, but it pays to be 6'1". In this particular event, 150 wall ball shots, 30 box step overs at 24 inches.
moving on to the box step overs.
More men on the left side of the floor starting to get now to the dumbbell step overs.
30
Lanes 9 and 11, Jose Luis Vaz and Stuart Swanson. Those are the two men immediately behind Ames in the overall standings. They're in the right center of screen, and lane 11 is Swanson. He's got the headband on. Next to him in lane 13, now taking off his shirt, is Ray Bissonette.
John in lane 19 has made his way to his step overs. 5 more reps remaining on the shoulder overhead.
Well, Joe Ames has moved on to the dumbbell snatches as he's starting to open up a little bit of a lead here on the rest of the field. Remember, David Powell was pretty much neck and neck with him as the two of them got to the dumbbells together after the wall balls, but now Joe Ames is starting to separate.
Got to the big part in the middle. Now we're on to the dumbbell snatches. 35 pounds for 40 reps, advancing every 20.
2 reps remaining on the box.
It's really the only movement of the 4 we have programmed that extended range of motion, not to their advantage, but it's 40 reps. It's the easiest part of the 4. And the lead that he has is pretty extensive on the rest of the pack.
David Powell now just getting to the dumbbell snatches as we approach the 8-minute mark.
Trying to get it done underneath the 15-minute time cap here. Event 5.
Well, in lane 8 is Peter Harvey. He's got the yellow wristbands on, black shorts, black knee sleeves. He's got a really good pace going. Left side of your screen on those dumbbell snatches.
To the dumbbell snatch.
But Joe Ames continues to lead here. He's in the back half of his set of 40. The athletes advance after every 20 reps. So Ames is the only man who's made the step forward. After this, back to the wall ball for 75 final reps. 8.5 minutes gone by.
All right, but it looks like we got some gentlemen that are going to be joining onto the dumbbell stand.
It's going to be tough when you race
We're going to finish up that dumbbell stand
here on these final 75 wall ball shots. Much different approach once they get there. At the very beginning, break it up, manage your fatigue, take your rest while you can. The last 75, all that goes out the window. It's how fast can I get these done?
Ames is on to his final set of 75 wall balls. Left side of your screen in the black shorts. And no shirts is Peter Harvey in lane 8. Harvey coming in 5th place overall, 167 points. He's only 6 out of a spot inside the top 3. And he's getting set to join Ames on the wall ball. Other side of the floor, David Powell continues to lead in those lanes as he looks to be the first man in the odd number lanes to get back to the wall balls. Right now, 3rd place in the heat. Lane 15, Rob Bernay, he just moved into his final set of 20 on the dumbbell snatches.
And I'd say my theory is holding correct here, Sean. However, from left to right, Peter Harvey, 6 foot. Joe Ames, 6'1". And then Tom Famery, 6'1". Checks out. Now you got to have the fitness to go along with the height. But every once in a while, it's kind of nice to get one in your favor. But you got to take advantage of it while you can, and all 3 of these guys are doing it.
Now David Powell in lane 7 has now moved on to the wall balls. 4th place in the heat.
Lane 13. Our gentlemen are making some good work. That is
as we have 10.5 minutes gone by. 4.5 minutes remain here.
Dumbbell snatch going to make their way to the wall ball. Trying to do some work in this 2.5 minute mark.
All the way down in lane number 2, far side of the floor, Tim Vienna in the yellow shirt, black weight belt. He's on to his final set of wall balls. Lane 14 going through his dumbbell snatches, that's Michael Beamer, and next to him in lane 16 is Warren Jennings.
Coming up on that 11-minute mark.
These are your top 3 men. From left to right in lane 8, that's Peter Harvey. Middle is Joe Ames, who's in first place right now in the heat. And then far right side, lane 12, Tom Famery.
Picking it back up onto the wall balls here.
Less than 4 minutes to go.
Plenty of time, boys. Don't worry. You'll get to you get to do all 75.
Bernay getting into his wall balls here. As I say that, Ray Buzanet finishes that final snatch and brings it out of
Lane 11, Stuart Swanson, middle of your screen with the headband on. He's starting his set of 75, and Ray Bissonette continues to work through his set of 75 wall balls.
It's nice for the guys in the middle that they're all next to each other. And the hopes is that you might be able to hear the count of the other individual, because what's nice in this is that it's one heat and one heat only. So if you're ahead of the pack, you know you're going to win the event. So that is a great advantage to have this. However, you don't know who's behind you on the other side of the floor, but these are your top 3.
And Joe Ames in lane 10, black shorts, no shirt.
30 reps in lane 2 for Tim on the wall balls.
Hand in the air for Ames, and he is going to close this thing out. Final rep for him, 12:26.
Wow.
Second win of the competition for Joe Ames.
Joe Ames.
We'll see who next to finish. It's going to be either Peter Harvey or Tom Famery in lane 12. They were the next 2 guys in the wall ball. Also want to keep an eye on lane 7 and David Powell, who just got back to work right side of center, no shirt, black shorts.
Famery in lane 12.
Less than 2 minutes to go.
40 reps on the warm-up floor for Nate.
Less than 2 minutes, gentlemen. Less than 2
Family in
minutes.
lane 12 getting back to work. Middle of your screen is Joe Ames. Doesn't look any worse for the wear after going through that and smoking that event in 12 minutes, 26 seconds. No rep for Family in lane 12 on the right side. On the left, lane number 8, that's Peter Harvey.
We're coming up on 1 minute, gentlemen. You're coming up on that 1 minute mark. Will we have
1 minute to go now
finish underneath the time
in the heat.
60 seconds.
Another break for Family. Peter Harvey in lane 8 continues to work. 45 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
Putting in a good push.
Now hand in the air in lane 8 for Peter Harvey. Final 5 reps for him, and he gets hit with a no rep. He's got plenty of time here. Another one.
Reps in lane 8 for Peter. Is he going to make it happen? 2 more reps remaining. Last
And Peter Harvey is going to get in.
Oh, no, he got another one on the last one.
14:38 after a handful of no reps there on his final set of 5.
Listen, when you're jumping your wall ball shots at the end, you know you've tapped it out. That's what all he had left.
And Tom Family is now done. 14:52 for him, so he sneaks in inside the time cap. So 3 men finish this event in the 60 to 64-year-old division, and no one does it more quickly
60 to 64.
than Joe Ames. 12:26 picks up his second event win. He will maintain his overall lead. He should widen that lead over Stuart Swanson, as Joe Ames will have 294 out of a possible 300 points after 3 events. The 60 to 64-year-old men are done. Coming up next, the first of 2 heats for the 55 to 59-year-old men. Stay with us, everybody, as our coverage of Day 2 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues from Birmingham, Alabama.
Here they come, here they come. We got 2 minutes.
55 to 59-year-old men taking the floor here as day number 2 at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex continues. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram here on floor number 3. We got action going on floor number 2 as well.
Oh, yes, we do.
If you're looking for that, that is on the other stream. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez calling that action in that nasty interval event that is going on. We are talking about event 5. It's going to be the 3rd event that these athletes will face, and it's probably one of the longest of the competition.
Yeah, one of the more gross ones. I know an interval bike one, that'll it'll make you throw up in your mouth a little bit, but this one, you got 150 total wall ball shots to do, 20 pounds to a 10-foot target. All is well when it comes to this, but we'll start with 75, move to the dumbbell, 35 pounds, 48 dumbbells shoulder overhead, but those 30 box step overs at 24 inches with those dumbbells have been a big separator for the men's division. Then working our way back to 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, and then of course, why not, finish it off with 75 wall ball shots.
And we're going the full 20 pounds here on the ball for these men. First of 2 heats here in the 55 to 59-year-old division.
Here we go, 10 seconds. Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Heat 1 underway. Settle in for 75 wall balls to kick us off.
It's more comfortable than they're about to do.
All right, we got
Early on, just thinking, what's the best pace for me to get to the box the easiest way I can without wasting time? Not necessarily the fastest way I can. It's one of those, you have to be comfortable and confident that you're not going as fast as you can to start things off. I know a lot of athletes that I'll talk to, it's like, listen, let's break it up, 10s and 5s, or sets of 15s, maybe 15s and 10s. 3 sets of 15, 3 sets of 10. Kind of a nice little setup there. Take a 5-10 second break or a little bit of a breather. It'll be okay to fall behind early, knowing full well the 40 dumbbell push presses are not going to be an issue whatsoever. It'll just be tough because you did 75 wall ball shots. But the box looming right there in the center part of your screen is where athletes can pull away or catch up. And then once you get through that, now we start to race. Dumbbell snatches, you just stay smooth and steady. You don't have to push the pace. You're setting this all up for those middle 30 reps and those last 75.
About a minute and a half gone by here in this first of 2 heats for the 55 to 59-year-old men.
So the time range we've seen for these first 75 is somewhere between 3 to 4 minutes.
We're at that 90-second mark, 90-second mark. We got David in lane 6 coming up on a 40 reps on the wall.
So most of the men in the back half now of this opening set of 75 reps. After this, they move to the dumbbells for those 40 shoulder to overhead. It'll be 35 pounds on the dumbbells.
My man Jay.
Lane 10 is Lemerson Caporale kind of shaking out his arm before he got back to work. He's in the white shirt, black shorts. He's got some 3-inch or 3/4 sleeves underneath that.
Yet only on one arm.
Again, don't want to be symmetrical as a
you got
master.
it. Yeah, this guy, he knows the assignment.
On lane 10, coming on 40 reps in lane 10.
47 reps over here for police.
Approaching the 3-minute mark. 15-minute time cap here. I've yet to see a judge's hand go into the air, signifying that his or her athlete is in the final 5 reps.
15-minute time cap. John in lane 12. 65 reps in. 10 more reps to go in lane 12.
Past now 3 minutes, heading to 3.5.
Lon Allen.
And Sean, you're right. I've seen
Lane 16.
Caporale grab at his elbow multiple times throughout this, and no more than the last one he just had, because the ball hit the target and slammed right into his arm. So clearly he's dealing with some sort of injury on that particular elbow.
The lane 16, Lon Allen's going to be the second man to the dumbbells. As down in lane number 9, Chris Rowe has already begun his set of 40.
We're going to hit in the air in lane 12. Last and final.
Now over in lane number 12, John Carvalho is heading to the dumbbells to join Lon Allen and Chris Rowe.
Looks like our 1, 2, 3 are on the shoulder and overhead. They got 40 total reps, 20 reps in each
Lane
box.
14, here comes Andy Byron.
You'll know where they're at.
In the middle of your screen in the yellow shorts. Lon Allen on the right side of your screen was the first man on the right side of the floor to get to the dumbbells. In lane number 9, though, Chris Rowe is your leader. He just got in to his second set of 20. They will advance the dumbbells every 20 reps. Lane 17, Craig Edney is onto the dumbbells. Next to him, Mark Sewell. And then in the middle of your screen with his hands on his hips in the black shorts, that's lane number 11. That's Albert Police.
Now Rowe is doing what I call some no-doubters. A lot of extension at the top, and that's what you'd love to see for these athletes, but at the same time, almost a bit too much overemphasis at the extended part of the top, which is just going to sap the energy out of his shoulders.
Now Chris Rowe taking an extensive break here in lane number 9. That could be opening the door for Lon Allen in lane 16, who's also in his final set of 20, along with John Carvalho in lane 12, black shorts, no shirt. Next to him in lane 14 in the yellow shorts is Andy Byron.
Lon Allen in 16, just with that 5.5.
Lon Allen getting back to work.
In lane 9.
Lane 9, Chris Rowe
5 more reps remaining on his shoulder overhead.
has 5 reps remaining,
That is your 1, 2. Lane 9.
and he looks to be the first man to get to the box, but Lon Allen just finished up. Allen hands on his hips in lane 16, second place behind Rowe, because Rowe, right side of your screen, is already getting to work on his set of 30 using that lateral step technique.
I like that footwork. He's getting that foot onto the box. It's a little shaky, right? You don't want that foot to get too far to the side. The only reason is at the 24-inch height is the narrowest width on the box versus, say, the 20-inch where you have a bigger platform to get closer to the edge. So you want to be careful there, but he stays really low and has really quick feet. And that's what you'd like to see on those step overs.
Rowe taking a break.
There they go, lane 14.
Lon Allen taking a break. In lane 14 next to Allen is Andy Byron in the yellow shorts. He's onto the step overs, and John Carvalho approaching the 7-minute mark.
All right, beautifully moving on to the box here.
Carvalho on the left side of your screen doing that side step where he's not lateral, he's angled off just a little bit, and that allows one foot on for each foot and then stepping off, but keeping that inside foot free to get across. So it's a cross step, and a lot of times it's not necessarily, hey, this is the best way to do it as far as footwork. It's the most comfortable way for you to do it when you're at your most fatigued.
Now Chris Rowe on the right side of your screen
Holding down that third spot at that 7.5-minute mark.
is your leader right now in the heat. Rowe coming in 18th place overall. His best finish on day number 1 was an 8th in event number 2. Rowe is taking a seat on his box. Other side of the floor, Lon Allen in the white headband in lane 16, black shorts, yellow wristbands. He was the second man to the box behind Rowe. And Andy Byron, he's still chipping away. Farther end of the floor, Jace Sanderson is working through his step overs. Lemerson Caporale in lane 10. He's on his shoulder overhead, so there's clearly something bothering him with the elbow. We saw him grabbing that elbow a little bit, and he's got wrapped.
Yeah, I've just been watching him a little bit from the side, and clearly he's limited.
Well, Chris Rowe just closed out his set of 30 step overs, and now he'll move to the dumbbell snatches. 8.5 minutes gone by here. 15-minute time cap.
See a lot of these athletes, again, bending their arms. It's unnecessary unless there's a height disadvantage on the box step-ups. And I'm very surprised that I haven't seen any of these athletes utilize the dumbbell to get them onto the box. You can swing it forward. Basically, you want to put the dumbbell where you want your foot to start.
And there goes Chris Rowe now onto his set of 40 dumbbell snatches. Same story as the shoulder overhead. 20 in one box, they advance forward, do 20 more. Lon Allen in lane 16, he's also onto the dumbbell snatches. Past the 9-minute mark, 9 minutes, 20 seconds gone by. And John Carvalho is also getting set to start the dumbbell snatches. Chris Rowe continuing to work here. And he's through 20 of his 40, and he'll advance.
Athletes are coming up on that 10-minute mark. Lane 14 has moved on to the snatch.
Allen and Carvalho.
Andy Byron.
About to be joined by Andy Byron in lane 14 in those yellow shorts on the dumbbell snatches. The Allen's got 2 more right now in that opening set of 20 before he will move a few steps closer to the rig. Now he's in the back half. Past the 10-minute mark here. Carvalho is through 20. He's just going to take a seat.
I like that. I like that. Although, I don't know if he feels like I do, but some of the most hardest things for me to do is to get on and off the floor these days. So that box is right there. You could have just sat there on the box.
Make use of that. I'm the same way. I know if I hit the ground, it's like it's going to take probably an act of Congress and a couple of friends to get me up.
It's a common theme that I get louder getting up in and out of chairs as I get older.
Yes, that is a fact.
That and sneezing. It's just one of those things.
I mean, I never understood it. My father, when he sneezed, God rest his soul, sounded like the apocalypse.
At that 11-minute mark,
and now I am definitely getting there. Chris Rowe continues to lead. He's getting started on his final set of 75 wall balls here. We're past the 11-minute mark, so just less than 4 minutes for him to get through those. He's the only man on this portion of the event. Other side of the floor, Lon Allen is closing out his set of 40.
Allen in lane 16 that has finished. Moving on to his wall balls.
And also in lane 12, John Carvalho, who was on the ground about a minute or so ago, he is now on the wall balls as well. So he's pushing Allen for second place in the heat.
Trying to hold that second spot.
And I think he's only about 10 reps behind.
Carvalho is now solidly in second place as he started his set of wall balls ahead of Lon Allen. Other side of the floor is your leader in the heat. And that is Chris Rowe.
Our heat leader.
No rep for Rowe.
Looks like Carvalho's doing singles on the wall ball shot.
That's Allen at 16. And Carvalho in 12.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of things, Sean. And I mean, we've been in this game for a while, and I've never seen intentional single reps on a wall ball shot.
The only other time I've ever seen anyone try something like that, I think it was back in 2010 at the old, was it sectionals that they had before regionals in Jacksonville, Florida, when I don't know the athlete, but he was doing the wall ball, he would let it bounce and then scoop it up, and then finally the judge said, no, you can't do that. But that's the only time I've seen someone intentionally do that.
The old Matt Mursky. Shout out to the 2008 CrossFit Games final event. I mean, I get it, but hey, you know what? Whatever it takes.
Yep.
You guys are out here. I'm talking about you. Whatever it takes.
Well, less than 2 minutes to go. Chris Rowe is your leader in lane number 9. He's got some company now on his side of the floor. Lane 11 is Albert Police in the black shorts and no shirt. Lane 17, closest to the camera, is Craig Edney. He's onto the wall balls. And down in lane number 5 is Rob Beardsley.
There's your Lon Allen hit the 45 rep mark. 45
Carvalho's got 45 down. 30 to go. Not sure where Chris Rowe is. But we have 1 minute left now before we hit the 15-minute time cap. So Chris Rowe is through 40, so I think Carvalho may be in the lead here.
I'd like to apologize for talking stuff about your single wall ball shots because it is working out.
What was it, Cara Saunders? You saved your moving, you're scoring?
Yeah. Look at that. He's doing a step back shot. I love this guy.
Chris Rowe is down to pretty small sets as well here as we're approaching 14 and a half minutes gone by, so 30 seconds left. Carvalho is
30 seconds.
Just trying to gut his way through this.
35 reps.
And we'll have to see who's going to have the mark to beat. It doesn't look like anybody's going to finish. 15 seconds to go. Carvalho's taking a break. Chris Rowe in lane number 9 in the yellow shorts, no shirt, taking a break. Final seconds. And Carvalho just collapsing to the ground.
Man.
Looks like my man Chris Rowe was going to that lead, the heat there.
And we'll have to see who the final leader in that heat was, but it was close between
Lon Allen and Carvalho.
And
very close.
Rowe got 55. We're checking on Carvalho.
45 reps.
So 45 for Carvalho. So Chris Rowe with 55 reps, 20 short of finishing things up. He's going to have
Allen got 45 reps.
the score to beat. So Allen and Carvalho tied at 45. Rowe with 55.
Okay, Rowe held on.
So that will be your top score as we head into the second and final heat of the 55 to 59-year-old men. We'll have it for you next.
55 to 59.
Second and final heat for the 55 to 59-year-old men making their way out onto the floor here, and Chris Rowe is the marked man. His score of 55 reps in that final set of 75 wall balls, the score to beat. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. It's the third event that these men will face in this competition. It's event 5 on the schedule. The one thing that is not in dispute is there's a whole bunch of reps here.
Man, if you didn't know where your legs were, you will after this event. 75 wall ball shots to start, 20 pounds to 10 feet. Then moving to the dumbbell for 40 dumbbells shouldered overhead at 35 pounds. The box step-ups in the middle is that first moment in this event where you'll start to really understand where your fitness level is at. Wake your way back to the dumbbell for 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, and then why not? Let's just finish with 75 more wall ball shots.
Your overall leaders will be on the floor, and the man who sits in first place, Robert Davis, he's working out of lane number 10. He's standing there in the yellow shirt and black shorts. He has 182 total points, but it is close behind him as both Shannon McKibben and Vic McQuaid have 173 points. They're only 9 points back, and Greg Gertis in fourth, he's only 12 points back.
We get a great race just after 2 events so far. Hopefully we'll see the same thing within this heat, and we've seen that a couple times so far.
All right, here we go, 10 seconds. Athletes stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, 75 wall balls to kick us off. No man in the first heat was able to finish this event inside the 15-minute time cap. Chris Rowe got the farthest with 55 reps in his final set of 75.
Lane number 6, Antonio Bogrini. Lane 7, James Taylor. In 8, Mike Egan. Lane 9, Vic McQuaid. Lane number 10, Robert Davis. Lane 11, Shannon McKibben. Lane number 10, Greg Gertis.
With lane 16
Mike Ives. In 14,
is John LeConte. He's
Lane number 15,
going through his wall balls. Next to him in lane 14,
in 16,
John Kim. Lane 12, Greg Gertis. Robert Davis, your overall leader in lane number 10. Other side of the floor, Kevin McVeigh in lane 17. He has got quite the contingency of fans here.
I mean, it looks like there's 30 people over here just wearing Bay shirts.
15-minute cap, 75 wall balls, and 40 shouldered overhead.
And he's moving very well, is Kevin McVeigh. Comes in at 14th place overall. His best finish on day number 1 was a 7th place in event 2.
We're just 90 seconds in. 90 seconds in. 55 to 59. Representing here T2 at the Masters CrossFit Games 2024. We're 90 seconds in. 90 seconds in.
Second of 2 heats for the 55 to 59-year-old men. And we are approaching the 2-minute mark.
Nobody finished in the first heat, about 20 reps shy of those final 75.
43 reps in lane 6 for Antonio. 43 reps.
Antonio Bogrini
Lane 4.
in lane 6 was through about 45 reps right now. Not sure if he's your leader, but that's the score that we were able to hear from the floor.
For
Mike Egan in lane 8.
When you just passed 55 for Mike Eden.
He's inside 20 reps to go. We got an errant wall ball there in lane 7. Jake Taylor
for Robert Davis.
chases that thing down. He gets right back to work.
63 reps deep over here in lane number 11 for Shannon McKibben.
But Shannon McKibben is closing out his opening set in lane 11. Black shorts, no shirt. He's right. Judge's hand in the air now in lane number 12 for Greg Gertis.
All morning long.
in the white shirt, black shorts, and the symmetrical black knee sleeves.
Getting there. We're getting there. Knee sleeves, I think that's fair. But he does have one.
Does have one
elbow
sleeve. There you go.
That's it. That's my guy.
Totally redeemed yourself. Now Gertis is on to the shoulder to overhead, and he's going to be joined by two more men. Lane 13 in the yellow shirt, that's Mike Ives. And in lane number 7, Jake Taylor. Now in lane 17, Kevin McVeigh. Hearing it from his cheering crowd. He's in lane 17. So 40 reps here on the shoulder to overhead, advancing forward every 20.
John, this is going to be good here. Our gentlemen are chasing down. They're trying to finish this up underneath the 15-minute time cap.
But it's Greg Gertis in lane 12 with the black arm sleeve, white shirt, moving forward after knocking out his first 20 reps. We are past the 4-minute mark. No one was able to finish this event in the opening heat of the 55 to 59-year-old men. Chris Rowe got the closest. He was 20 reps shy. He got through 55 of his 75 final wall balls.
4.5 minutes in.
It's just a little insult to injury when it comes to these 40 dumbbell push presses coming off the 75 wall ball shots. You're basically doing the exact same range of motion, just with a tougher object but a faster cycle rate. So the reprieve you thought you would get moving on to the next movement in the chipper, you're not going to get.
Well, Shannon McKibben in lane 11 just now putting down the dumbbells, no shirt. He's in his final set of 20. The Gertis judge's hand is in the air as he will close out his set of 20 shoulder to overhead.
Sean, on the wall balls, that's Robert Davis, who's
That's
sitting
your
first
overall leader.
overall.
So Davis is in trouble here, and he did not have much of a cushion. Only 182 points, 9 points clear of second place Shannon McKibben as Gertis gets to work on his set of 30. So this is not the result that Robert Davis was hoping for in this event. Still plenty of competition to go, but this is not what we expected from the man leading coming in to the day.
See Greg Gertis on the box step overs. McKibben, who's sitting second overall, is about to start his.
And lane 7, Jake Taylor is on, or maybe not lane 11, pardon me, Shannon McKibben, who is the man in second place behind Davis, is on to his step overs, as is Jake Taylor down in lane number 7.
And then, Johnny, you were talking about the points earlier on. Shannon McKinnon is 9 points back of Davis at 173. He's tied with Vic McQuaid, and Greg Gertis is only 3 points behind him. So these two guys, McKinnon and Gertis, they're going to, I mean, if they can hold on to the pace they're at, move themselves, either put, if it stays the way it is, maybe a tie for that top position.
Well, Davis just finished his wall balls, and we're 6.5 minutes in.
Wow.
There's your leader in the event right now, middle of your screen. That's Greg Gertis, who comes in fourth place overall. He's only 12 points back at Davis for the lead.
We saw the same thing on the women's side, is that this event really tightened up the top of the leaderboard. Not a lot of place shifting, but a compression between points.
Now, Shannon McKibben in lane 11 is the man in the middle of your screen right now, second place in the heat behind Gertis. As every athlete, except for overall leader Robert Davis, on the step overs, and Davis hasn't even gotten through his 40 shoulder to overhead yet. He's there in the left center of your screen in the black shorts, no shirt. The judge's hand in the air for Gertis in lane 12, and now he will make the turn and head back as he starts on 40 dumbbell snatches at 35 pounds.
Greg Gertis, 6 foot 190, using his height to his advantage on those step overs.
He's the only man working on the dumbbell snatches as we are approaching the 8-minute mark. So more than halfway through the allotted time here, 15-minute time cap. The judge's hand in the air for McKibben in lane 11. He's inside 5 reps to go.
both athletes working their way through their first
Meanwhile, lane 14, John Kim has moved into second place in the heat.
Kim's been hanging tight with Gertis since they got to the dumbbell push presses.
Gertis moving forward. He's through his first set of 20. And now it's Shannon McKibben on the other end of the floor. Lane 11, no shirt, hands on his hips, middle the right side of your screen. Onto the dumbbell snatches. The leaders are in the even number lanes, led by Greg Gertis. John Kim sits in second now in lane 16. John LeConte.
All right, Tony, Kim is keeping it close here in lane 14, wasting no time on that transition to his second half of the
More men starting to get themselves to the dumbbell snatches. Meanwhile, Robert Davis, your overall leader, hands on his knees on the left side of your screen. He is running into serious problems here in this event. He's not even to the half. He's not even through his step overs, and we're 9 minutes, 20 seconds in.
At least he's swinging the dumbbells like I was hoping somebody would do for the last 2 hours. So you got that working for you, Robert.
So Gertis is now done. He's heading back to the wall ball. Got about 5.5 minutes to get through 75 reps. And looking to lock up an event win. It would be his first of the competition. He has an 8th and a 4th already under his belt on day 1. And John Kim is now done as well, so he moves into, or I should say, keeps himself in the second place in the heat.
It's only about 8 reps. Gertis only did a set of 8 on that first block.
And we'll keep an eye on Shannon McKibben on the other end of the floor in lane 11, as he will most likely be the next man to the wall balls.
We got about 5 minutes remaining, gentlemen. 5 minutes remaining on the clock.
The judge's hand in the air now for McKibben.
Underneath this 15-minute cap.
No shirt.
Hit 55 to take the top spot.
Black pants.
Final snatch for
Right to center your screen. And now he's done. So McKibben will join Kim and Gertis on the wall balls. Gertis continuing to work. Kim's taking a break. Lane 16. John LeConte is just about done with his dumbbell snatches. He'll move to the wall ball. And in lane number 8, that's Mike Egan.
Greg just passed 20 reps, 15 reps for John Kim. So he's 5 reps behind.
Gentlemen, we got 4 minutes.
4 minutes left before we hit that 15-minute time cap. Again, no one in the opening heat was able to finish this event inside the allotted time. Chris Rowe got through 55 of his 75 final wall balls.
Hold it down. Lane 12.
Now, if you're looking for coverage of the younger age groups, they're on the floor that you can see behind the rig here. That is on the other stream that we have going on here from Birmingham. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez are bringing you that action from event number 6.
Okay, Gertis is at right at 35 reps. Kim, to his right, I think just hit 30.
But more men are joining Shannon McKibben in the odd number lanes on the wall ball. Lane number 9 is Vic McQuaid. Next to him in lane 7 is Jake Taylor. In lane 5, you have Michael Miles. He's farthest from the camera. Then down in lane 17, close to the camera, Kevin McVeigh. So just about everybody in the odd number lanes is onto the wall balls, which your leaders are on the screen right now. Greg Gertis now no shirt, black pants, black knee sleeves. He's your leader. Next to him in the white shirt and black shorts is John Kim.
We're coming up on 50 reps in lane 12. He just got a no rep.
12 and a half minutes
I think 48 reps for Greg.
have gone by, and Gertis only has 7 reps to complete to put himself in the lead in the event, because Chris Rowe got through 55.
Moving on, complete that final snatch.
Gertis back to work.
52 reps.
So Gertis should be now your event leader after that set.
Tied at 55 right there.
Kim back to work.
2 minutes.
McKibben in lane 11. He's got the ball down, middle of your screen, hands on his knees.
7 for Greg.
Well, Gertis is now through 57 of his 75, so he is now the leader in the event. Inside 2 minutes to go, 13 minutes, 15 seconds have gone by.
Greg's at 60. Kim's at 50. So Kim's still 10 reps behind Greg.
And Greg continuing to move. His judge's hand will go in the air here soon. That's a no rep. A minute and a half to go. Gertis just needs to keep everybody in this heat now behind him. Greg Gertis came in fourth place overall with 170 points. He trailed Robert Davis by 12. Davis has gotten back to the wall balls, I believe, but he is way towards the back of the pack in this heat, so he's going to surrender the overall lead, possibly to Shannon McKibben, who right now sits in third place in this heat.
1 minute, we got 1 minute. Gonna get a hand in the air, lane 12, 5 reps remaining.
The 5 reps left for Greg Gertis, now 4.
45 seconds.
And for him, it's not so much about finishing this as it is just keeping everybody else behind him. The final reps for Gertis, he's going to get in inside the time cap. He's going to pick up the event win, 14 minutes, 24 seconds.
30 seconds.
The 30 seconds remain. John Kim
10 reps remaining and 20 seconds to
Kim's got 10 reps left to go.
can get there if he hangs on. 20 seconds left.
15 seconds. 5 reps.
10 seconds for Kim. 5 seconds. And Kim is in at 14:59, just beating the clock. Second place finish in the event for him. Shannon McKibben, meanwhile, looks to finish third. We'll have to wait for the official results, but we do know that Greg Gertis is going to pick up his first win of the competition. 14 minutes, 26 seconds, and he adds 100 points to his total.
Underneath that 15-minute time cap. Nice work.
Things starting to get exciting here.
Woo. Good races. Good races. Good for us. Maybe bad for the athletes.
Like you said,
But
if
good
you don't
for
know
us.
where your legs are, you're going to know now.
And don't worry, when you're done, you have a bike event after this.
55 to 59-year-old men are done. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but when we return, we'll be back with the opening heat for the 50 to 54-year-old women. Remember, we still have action going on the other floor. If you're looking for that, you can go to the other stream where Tommy Marquez and Lauren Khalil have the call for event number 6. So stay with us here. When we return, 50 to 54-year-old women take on event number 5 at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. 50 to 54-year-old women taking the floor here for event number 5, which is their 5th event.
Hey, right on track.
Glad you're with us, everybody, as our coverage continues from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama, here on day number 2 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram.
90 seconds.
It's chipper time.
Oh, man. 75 wall ball shots, 14-pound ball to a 9-foot height for these ladies, and now we're bumping the dumbbell weight up to 35 pounds. They'll do 40 shoulder to overhead, move to that 20-inch box for 30 box step overs, back to the dumbbell for snatches with just one of them, and then finishing up with 75 final wall ball shots.
15 women out on the floor in this first of 2 heats. And as we said, this is the 5th event that these women will face. Earlier today, they did event 4, which was the snatch speed ladder.
30 seconds.
And now they go from that quick, heavy sprint to this long slog.
All starting off with those 75, I bet they wish it was 50, 75 wall ball shots. And they shouldn't be feeling too bad. Honestly, starting the day off with that snatch speed ladder is a great way to shake off any of the rust and soreness you had the day before. 10 reps as fast as you can, but now it's about to get real.
1, go.
First of 2 heats underway, 75 wall balls to kick us off. And I think you said it earlier, if you don't know where your legs are now, you definitely are going to figure that out in about 15 minutes.
And I'll make sure that Tommy and Lauren say the same thing when they get to finish the day on the Echo Bike.
Rachel Robinson in lane 6, Kim Lennon. Lane 7, Nicole Abbott. Lane number 8, Pamela Cannon.
As we've seen throughout this competition, we have athletes working on opposite sides of the floor. Even numbered lanes on the right side, odd numbered lanes will be on the left. We have no official clock on the screen, so we'll try to keep you updated as to how much time has passed and how much time remains as we work our way through these heats.
Big chunk of wall balls to start. 150 total for the event, starting with these 75. Really just a buy-in. Now, not a buy-in to waste your time, but you don't want it to waste your energy. You have the dumbbell push presses after this, which is just adding on to what you've already done. You got to think it's about 115 total reps of near the same movement pattern before you get to the box step overs.
And they'll finish it up with another 75 wall balls.
About a minute 15 in here. Opening heat
of
2 for the 50 to 54-year-old women.
To 54. All right, B, let's run it down and see where they're at.
The second event that they have faced today. Again, they went through event 4, the snatch speed ladder, earlier here.
We're right at that 90-second.
And as that being the 4th event, the leaderboard I think is starting to take shape a bit more based off the 4 events they've already done. They did the sprint event yesterday with the overhead squats and dumbbell lunges. They did the running deadlift, multiple rounds, ascending reps, the rope climb, sandbag, handstand walk, and then the sprint snatch ladder, just a 4-3-2-1. And this being the 5th event consecutive that we've had, is that leaderboard means a bit more now that we're in the midway part of the weekend.
Well, lane 15 in the all black is Bronwyn Clasher. She's getting close to finishing this thing up. She should be inside about 20 reps right now. The judges' hands will let us know when their athletes are 5 reps away from finishing. And now we have a judge's hand in the air, right side of your screen in lane number 9. That's Cindy Hinkle, who's just about done, looking to be the first woman to advance to the dumbbells. And Hinkle making the turn, and she will head to those 35-pound dumbbells, 40 shoulder to overhead. And she's getting right to work. She'll do 20 reps in that quadrant, then she'll move forward and do 20 more in the next one before getting to work on those 30 dumbbell step overs. And now Clasher is done with her 75 wall balls, and at the other end of the floor you have more women finishing up as well. Lane number 4 is Gaina Savory, far side on the left of your screen. In the middle of your screen in lanes 12 and 14, that's Sherry Stevenson and Priscilla Mama. And in lane number 6, left side of your screen, second athlete in, that's Kim Lennon.
Move forward for that last and final 20 reps. Before they move to that dumbbell box.
But your leader is Cindy Hinkle. Or pardon me. Yeah, Cindy Hinkle in lane number 9.
Looks like
Hinkle coming in at 23rd place overall. She's coming off a 24th place finish
she might be holding the top spot
in event number 4. All the athletes have now closed out their sets of 75 wall balls and are on to the second portion of this event, the 40 shoulder to overhead at 35 pounds.
This is a bit different of a challenge that we've seen in the other divisions that we're only using the 20, and we've bumped it back up to, I would say, a traditional weight for a lot of games movements when using the dumbbell at 35 pounds.
That's where you have seen lead changes all day long.
Cindy Hinkle in lane 9 is your leader. This is her 4th time qualifying for the CrossFit Games, her 3rd appearance. She qualified back in 2020, as did a lot of these athletes, but wasn't able to compete. Her best result at the Games came in 2021 when she finished 4th overall in the 50 to 54-year-old division. Hinkle on the right side of your screen, white shirt, black shorts, going through her final set of 20 on those shoulder to overhead. Now she has 5 remaining.
In lane 4, up and over that box for rep number 1 at that 5-minute bar.
Meanwhile, in lane number 4, Gaina Savory has taken the lead from Hinkle as she got started on her step overs ahead of Hinkle.
Hinkle, number 2. Savory's your 1.
Savory taking a break. Hinkle on the far right side of her screen, working through her set of 30.
You start to see the toll, the weight of this dumbbell is taking on these athletes, being those 35 pounds in each hand, in some slower box step overs than we've seen.
Well, Kim Lennon now in lane 6 working on her step overs.
Kim Lennon, lane 6.
And we have some other athletes getting set to move to that portion of the event as well. In lane number 12, scooping up those dumbbells, is Sherry Stevenson in the yellow shirt and the black shorts, gray knee sleeves.
6.5-minute mark. 6.5 minutes in, Savory.
She's got a good pace going here on this initial set.
And you'll see quick sets, quick breaks, if that's what is going to help just chip through this.
We got 30 of them.
It's Kim Lennon
6.5 minutes in, 30 dumbbell box step overs.
knocking out some more reps. Next to her, the first woman to get to this portion of the event in the gray headband. That is Gaina Savory. Savory in 24th place overall. Earlier today in the stat speed ladder, she finished 5th. So that's been her best result of the competition so far. She's trying to build on that momentum here in event number 5.
See on the right, you got Pamela Gangland using those dumbbells to get her onto the box.
Cindy Hinkle is on the far right side of your screen in the white top, black shorts, and the white shoes. Just put her dumbbells down. She was in 2nd place getting to this portion of the event as all the women now in the odd number lanes have gotten through their shoulder to overhead and are moving through their box step overs.
7.5 minutes in, Savory.
Savory has made the turn. She's onto the dumbbell snatches there in lane 4. 40 reps, 35 pounds on the dumbbell.
A lot of our athletes chipping away from
You know, the 4 movements we have in this chipper, this is the nicest one that is given to them, being able to alternate it, only being one dumbbell, because the first half of this, 75 wall ball shots, the 40 shoulder overhead at the weight, and these step overs, which is now a big part of this event. Getting into those dumbbell snatches with a little, I don't want to even say reprieve, but well, I was about to say something way worse. I was going to say less crappy. We'll say that.
We're past the 8-minute mark. 8 minutes, 20 seconds gone by here. 15-minute time cap.
of her dumbbell snatch.
And in lane number 4 is Gaina Sabri, your leader. She's on her second set of 20 snatches. Cindy Hinkle in lane 9, she's also on to her dumbbell snatches, but she's on her first set of 20. And also down in lane number 5, Rachel Robinson in the yellow top, starting to creep up. First of 2 heats are the 50 to 54-year-old women here. Their 5th event of this competition. Second of the day.
Rachel making her way all the way from Australia to compete here this weekend.
The final 5 reps now for Gaina Sabri on the left side of your screen. Judge's hand in the air for her. She's in that gray headband. Far end of the floor. First appearance at the CrossFit Games at a Jump Ship CrossFit in Phoenix, Arizona, but she is from Canada.
9.5 minutes on the clock.
It's her first year in the 50 to 54-year-old division.
You're taking a look at the clock over her shoulder just to see where she's at time-wise. Scan the field to see if anybody's next to her.
Approaching the 10-minute mark, so Sabri a little more than 5 minutes to complete this set of 75 wall balls. She's the only woman on this portion of the event.
Open up with a set of 10. Great movement too. I mean, that's the kind of movement you want as a judge. It's like, oh, thank you for going below parallel clearly and hitting the front face of that wall ball target.
Sabri, the only woman on her 75 wall balls here.
All right, B, looks like I got lane 6. Trying to make some moves. Howie looking on that side of the couch.
On the right side of your screen, Kim Lennon is putting the finishing touches on her set of 40 dumbbell snatches.
That's another set of 10, so Sabri looks like she's sticking with that rep scheme so far.
Lennon looking to be the second woman to get to the final portion of this event, as we now have 4 minutes remaining.
Coming about 27 reps.
Lane 9, Cindy Hinkle is done. And she is moving to the wall balls. She's 3rd place now in the heat. Sabri is 30 wall balls in to her set of 75 as Lennon is getting to work on the right side.
Both athletes off the snatches, moving on. Taking a quick break here before they get into their 75 wall balls.
Lennon getting hit with a no rep. Only 3 women onto the wall balls right now. Now make it 4. As lane number 11, Luciane Macias is set to start her set of 75, and also in lane 15, Bronwyn Clasher has now started. She's in the all black and the yellow wristbands, closest to the camera there in lane 15. Now in lane 13, Priscilla Mom is starting her set of 75.
Sherry Stevenson, lane 12, has joined the party.
50 reps, Sean, for Sabri on the left side of your screen. Lennon to her right in that mid-20s. So she had about a 30 rep lead on her coming into these. Keeps that slight edge on her. Lennon hasn't been able to get any ground, where Sabri on the left is just doing sets of 10, sets of 10, sets of 10.
Sabri now through 55 reps. Approaching the 13-minute mark, 15-minute time cap here. Sabri is your leader. Lennon sits in second, and on the other side of the floor in lane number 9, Cindy Hinkle was the 3rd woman to get to the wall ball. She's in the white top, black shorts. In lane number 9, right in the center of your screen. Sabri's back to work. Less than 2 minutes to go here.
She's about 10 reps left to go. She was at 60. She's been doing sets of 10. I'd love to see if she can hold on for this final set of 15.
Gaina Sabry did not have the best day one. Her best finish was 21st in event 3, but she has started really well here.
There you
Finished
go.
in 5th place in event 4, and now looking to win her heat. Final rep for Sabry. She is in 13 officially for her.
30 reps over here for Robinson.
That leaves Kim Lennon, we think, as the leader on the floor.
We're coming up on that 1 minute mark.
All the women have made it here in this first heat to their final set of 75 wall balls. We have 1 minute to go.
47 reps in lane 6. That is
So Kim Lennon is getting close to 50 reps, so 25 reps remaining for her with about 45 seconds left before we hit the time cap. Cindy Hinkle in lane 9 was in 3rd place. Her judge's hand has not gone in the air yet, but you got to think that she's getting close to finishing things up here.
That Hinkle's past 40. Macias is past 40.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Robinson in lane 5 is right around the same. So all three on these odd number lane side are just at or past that 40 rep mark.
Finish up again, 20 seconds to go.
Kim Lennon, left side of your screen. Leader on the floor right now.
60 reps in. And
About 10 seconds remaining. So it looks like Sabry's going to be the only woman to finish this event inside that 15-minute time cap.
All right, we're going to count you down. 3, 2, 1.
And that will do it.
I think Lennon got
Put your hands together. He won.
right at 64 reps.
Sabry.
Sabry
Lane 4.
at 13:33 is going to be your heat winner unofficially. 1 heat remains, and we will see if anybody in that second and final heat can chase down that time as our coverage of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues.
Of 54 Heat 2 making their way out to the
Second and final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old Masters.
Event 5.
Taking the floor here as our coverage of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Fifth event that these athletes will face here in this competition, the second of the day, but the most reps that they're going to face in a single event all weekend.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be very good. Cresting near that halfway point of the weekend. They have 10 events total. As you said, this is event number 5, starting at 75 wall ball shots, 14-pound ball, 9-foot target, 40 shoulder overhead with the dumbbells, 35 pounds in each hand, 30 box step overs with the same weight to 20 inches, and then you get to come back towards the rig, 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, and then 75 wall ball shots to finish.
And you mentioned that the leaderboard's starting to sort itself out here. Carol Meason is your overall leader. She's going to be in lane number 9. She is checking her wall ball right now. She's in the white shirt and black shorts. She has 352 total points.
30 seconds.
Has a 35-point lead over Tia Gebby for first place and is coming off a third-place finish in event 4, the snatch speed ladder. So she has 3 of her 4 event finishes of third or better right now and already has an event win in event number 3.
Started the weekend off with a 13th place finish, but as you said, third, first, and third since then. This is the biggest gap we've seen between first and second in any division so far.
3, 2, 1, go.
A final heat underway. Only one woman in heat number 1 was able to finish this event inside the 15-minute time cap. That was Agana Sabri at 13 minutes, 33 seconds. And we start with a half Karen, 75 wall balls.
Half Karen just sounds more than full Karen. Of course, full Karen sounds awful in a variety of different ways. Taking breaks early here to set yourself up for success on the back half of this. And more so really in the middle, because you don't want to put yourself in too deep of a hole because of these wall ball shots. The dumbbell push presses, push jerks, it's a shoulder to overhead with 35 pounds. Is not light after something like this. For those total reps, maybe sets of 10 there, but you want to make sure that you manage your fatigue until you get to the box. We saw the box for the first heat really slam the brakes down on a lot of athletes. So get to the box relatively easily, and then it's a back half event on the way home.
1 minute in, 15-minute time cap here. Once again, Carol Meason is your overall leader in lane number 9. Tia Gebby will be in lane number 8. She's on the other side of the floor. She sits in second place. She is in the white top, black shorts, and black weight belt. And then Kim Purdy in lane 11 in the yellow top, black shorts, and black knee sleeves sits in third place. Purdy coming in with 314 points, so only 3 points back of Gebby for second place.
Getting tighter at the top of the leaderboard, minus that, as you said, 35-point difference between Meason and Gebby. 3 points separating second and third, but only 8 points back and forth. It's Jen Dieter.
We're coming up on 60 reps in lane 8.
Well, Jen Dieter is in lane number 13. She's in the black top, yellow shorts, and the red and black knee sleeves. Definitely someone to keep an eye on here in this event.
60 reps in lane 12.
Sema Burba in lane 12.
We're looking for that
in the yellow shorts and
half minute bar.
black top, black knee sleeves. Middle of your screen. That's about 20 reps left before she closes out her first set of 75. And lane number 8, how about Tia Gebby, who is now done and moving on to the dumbbells. And also in lane 15, here comes Stella Bartram.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is going to be fast.
And lane number 6, Stephanie China is on to the shoulder to overhead. And now in lane number 12, Sema Burba's there. Lane 5, far into the floor, that's Janet Black. Janet Black, who is making her 10th trip to the games, actually her 9th appearance. She qualified in 2020. It would have been her 10th had she been able to compete that year.
I was competing with Janet Black at regionals back in the old South Central days.
Wow. Yeah, she was on a team in 2013 that made it to the games.
Her and her husband William are some of my favorite people in the space. Been around so long, still in the mix, still a huge part of this community.
Well, Tia Gebby is your leader in this event right now, in this heat. In lane number 8, just picking up her dumbbells there, left side of the screen, white top, pink and black weight belt, black shorts, and the black knee sleeves. And she now has, I believe, 3 or 4 reps remaining.
Going from that full squat to a throw to that short dip drive and press overhead. So repetitive movement patterns, not necessarily the same range of motion. And here we get to the mid part of this event, 30 box step overs with 35 pounds in each hand, 20 inches on the box. And this is where the brakes get slammed on. And you got to be prepared for what this is going to feel like.
Well, Gebby is the only woman on the step overs. And now she has some company in lane 6. That's Stephanie China, who's on her set of 30. The other end of the floor on the right side of your screen looks like Janet Black, the very far right side of your screen, the long black pants, is onto her step overs. Lane 12 in the yellow and black Sema Burba.
And we can't exactly see Janet Black because her box is just out of frame, but she is being very efficient on the box step overs. Finally using that dumbbell swing. You can just see her at the right side of your screen when she gets back. Watch her swing those dumbbells. Wow. All right, announcer curse, you put them down. However, very quick on and off the box, using that dumbbell weight as leverage to basically pull you onto the box.
Let's see if we can see it here.
That little swing, so
she's on the far right. She's going out of view every time she goes over the box.
But that swing through, that is how you do a box step over at these weights, at this rep volume. And you see the difference, just dead hang with the dumbbells. You're getting no momentum. You're putting all the work on your legs to get you on top of the box when you could give that to the dumbbells.
So final 5 reps here for Tia Gebby, who is trying to shave some points off of the 35-point deficit that she has to Carol Meason for first place. And Meason's towards the back here in this heat, as Gebby's done.
We saw the thing on the men's side with Robert Davis, who came into first place for the 55 to 59 man and just could barely get out of the first 75 wall ball shot. So no lead is safe if you don't have all your holes plugged when it comes to the programming this weekend.
You know, Gebby's only hiccup was in event 3, the opening event. Remember, we started with event 3. She finished 22nd, but since then she's gone 4th, 2nd, and 4th. Finished 4th place earlier today in the snatch speed ladder. And Stephanie China in lane 6. She's in her final 5 reps. Janet Black as well in the far right side of your screen, coming in and out of view in the long black pants. She's on her final reps. This should be her last step over as she makes the return trip up and over. Now she's done and she will start on the dumbbell snatch.
Janet made up a lot of ground on those 30 box step overs.
But your leader is still Tia Gebby in lane number 8, taking the step forward as she's through half of her 40 dumbbell snatches. Approaching the 8-minute mark. The time to beat belongs to Gaina Savary at 13 minutes, 33 seconds. She was the only woman in heat number 1 to finish this event in its entirety inside the 15 minutes.
This dumbbell snatch is really the only time certain muscle groups and movement patterns aren't getting taxed in the same way. We're doing The wall ball shots obviously taxing your legs and your shoulders. Same thing for the push presses. Same thing for the box step overs. But with this hinge and pull, it's a little bit of a break as far as movement patterns for these athletes.
Now, Carol Meason, your overall leader coming into this event, is on the right side of your screen in the white top and black shorts. She has 5 reps remaining here on the step over, so she's starting to move up a little bit here in the heat, but towards the middle of the pack.
We're coming for that 9-minute mark.
Now, Tia Gebby is now done with her dumbbell snatches, and she will be the first woman back to the wall balls as we approach the 9-minute mark. So she's going to have 6 minutes plus to get these things done.
But if she wants the time to beat, it's about 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and even fresh, we've seen 4 minutes is a decent pace off the wall, so she has her work cut out for her.
And Gebby representing Santa Clara, California out of Sundown CrossFit, making her 3rd appearance here at the CrossFit Games. Last year she was 4th place overall in the 50 to 54-year-old division, and so far the only woman on the final portion of this event. That is about to change, though, as in lane 6, Stephanie China
Set of 17 to start for
Looks like she's got a partner over
Tia
here.
Gebby. In the previous heat with the time to beat, Savory was doing sets of 10, so bigger sets for Gebby.
All right,
Janet Black is now done with her dumbbell snatches. 3rd place in this heat. She will be the 3rd woman to start her final set of wall balls. Long black pants in the background there. 5 minutes remain before we hit that 15-minute time cap, but 3.5 before we hit Dana Savory's top time of 13 minutes, 33 seconds.
Gebby's just passed the 30 rep mark. Stephanie Chana to her left is at 15.
We got Berba in lane 12.
We have another woman onto the wall balls in lane 15. That is Stella Bartram. And in lane number 11, Kim Purdy is there.
She's at 40 reps.
Gebby passed the 40 rep mark. 35 reps left.
And it really looks like she's minimizing her rest. I haven't seen her take a lot of time without ball on the ground.
45 reps in for Gebby in lane 8.
30 reps left. She's doing big sets. Stephanie Chana just passed 30.
Berba has 20 reps in.
Past the 11-minute mark now. Tia Gebby looking to hang on for the win. It would be the 5th of her career at the CrossFit Games.
Mr. Janet Black just passed 25 reps.
On the wall balls for China.
Stephanie Chana's at 35.
With Janet Black in the long black pants there in the background, right center of your screen. Back to work now on her wall balls in lane 11. In the middle is Kim Purdy in the yellow and black. And now Jen Dieter in lane 13 getting to the wall balls for the final time. Here comes Carol Meason in lane 9. So she is towards the back of this heat, and that is good news for Gebby, because if Gebby can hang on and win this event, depending on what happens here and also how scores in the prior heat factor in, that 35-point deficit that Gebby was facing coming into this event could
15
disappear.
Reps, 15 reps left for Gebby.
12 minutes have gone by here. 13:33 is the time to beat, so Gebby's looking good here as far as an event win is concerned.
Stephanie Chana has just passed 50. She's on her left.
Another break for Gebby. 12 minutes, 20 seconds have gone by. 13:33, the time to beat.
We're at 12.5-minute mark. And there it is, hanging there.
5 reps left for Tia Gebby. And she's going to get her first event win here of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. 100 points for Tia Gebby.
Gebby finished at
12:42 as she smashes Savory's top time by 50 seconds.
Stephanie Chana has an opportunity. I think she has less than 10 reps to go.
She can lock up second place in the event because we still have less than 30 seconds to go. 5 reps, 13:10 and counting right now.
2 more reps for China in lane 6 and she'll finish.
And that is going to be good for a second place finish. 97 points for China, who came in
90 seconds, athletes 90 seconds. Burba, handed in here, lane 12. She's not going to
having trouble finding her on the overall leaderboard, but that event finish is definitely going to help her. There's now Janet Black in lane 5.
Unofficial.
Looks to be the next woman to finish, as in lane 12, Sema Burba just came across. And now Janet Black is done. And in lane 15, Stella Bartram finishing up. And lane 11 looks to be the next woman to finish. That's Kim Purdy, middle of your screen in the yellow and black. And she is in. 45 seconds left. Stephanie China came into this event in 5th place overall. And she took 2nd place with 295 points, so she's going to add 97 to her total.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
The final seconds are now 20 remaining. And overall leader Carol Meason is still on the floor. She's in the middle in the white and the black, right of center.
We got 10 seconds.
So there's a really good chance that Tia Gebby
We're going to count you down.
could have erased that 35-point deficit here, or at least taken a major chunk out of it. That's going to do it for the second and final heat of the 50 to 54-year-old women.
Nice work. Heat 2.
And it is Tia Gebby who's going to be your event winner, her 5th career event win at the CrossFit Games, her first here in 2024, and things just got a lot tighter on top of the overall standings.
Yeah, that lead's all but gone between Meason and Gebby, but with Kim Purdy, Stephanie China, and Sema Burba all having what looks like maybe a top 3 to 5 finish, just compressing at the top.
Plenty of action still to come here from floor number 3 at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. 45 to 49-year-old women, first of 2 heats for them, is coming up next. 45 to 49-year-old women up next here for event number 5 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. 4 events down for these women. They did the snatch speed ladder earlier today. They go from short and heavy to just a long slog here in this up and back chipper.
There's a whole lot of yuck. Sorry. 75 wall ball shots, 14-pound ball, 9-foot target, 35-pound dumbbell shoulder overhead for 40 reps, and then the 30 box step overs. There at the turnaround point, 20 inches on that box height. Make your way back to the dumbbell, 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, and then back to the wall ball shots. Just a nasty grinder of a chipper today.
First of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old women. As I mentioned earlier today, they went through the snatch speed ladder. Kim Mullins picked up the win in that event. Mullins will be in the second of these 2 heats.
This is definitely an event that if you have been watching as an athlete, or at least your coach, of how it's starting to unfold over the course of the event.
Go.
And here we go. Event number 5 for the 45 to 49-year-old women is underway. 75 wall balls to start, half a Karen
Number 1 of
to kick things off.
45 to
150 total. The middle portion of this event, as you said, Sean, bracketed by 75 wall ball shots, 14-pound ball, 9-foot target. Seen a lot of different strategies take place, whether it's big sets, small sets, short breaks. I'm a big fan of the small set, short break camp. And it's really just, can you get to that box the easiest way possible? You don't have to get there at first, not even a top 5 placing, but you want to get there the easiest way you can without actually wasting a bunch of time.
Well, so far, the heats that we've seen play out, more often than not, the leaders after that first set of wall balls tend to be the leaders throughout the entire event. I don't think we've seen anybody kind of fall off the pace after getting off the wall balls first.
And not particularly, and most of the time is that with this particular event, I know we said it in earlier heats, but when you think about a wall ball shot, and what athlete would benefit the most from that if fitness is equal across the board would be a taller athlete. For something like dumbbell push presses, it's a very small, short range of motion where bigger, stronger athletes will fare better with a movement like that. And now we go to box step overs. The same thing applies like we would for a wall ball shot. A taller athlete will just have a better time managing that work. So some of those athletes that have been in the league have been the taller athletes in the field. Now, just tall isn't going to get you there. You got to be super fit as well.
Approaching the 2-minute mark, 15-minute time cap here, 75 reps to start us off. After that, they will move to those 2 35-pound dumbbells to perform 40 shoulder to overhead. Should be starting to reach the point where judges' hands are about to start going in the air to signify 5 reps remaining for their respective athletes.
65 reps in lane 10 for Jessica at that 2.5-minute mark. 67 in lane 8.
There's 65 reps left for Jessica in lane number 10.
In lane 14, Gabriela Azevedo, her judge's hand is in the air. Now judge's hand starting to go up. Ingun Ludwig's daughter in lane 8, her judge's hand is in the air. And now lane 14 is Gabriela Azevedo. She is done, as is lane number 9, Charity Payne. And Charity Payne, one of the taller athletes in the field, 5'8", so no shock that she was one of the first women done with those 75 wall balls.
Yeah, if you come off the wall balls first and you're 5'3", 3? I might have some questions of your pacing strategy.
In lane 19, closest to the camera, that's Elizabeth Warren. Left side of your screen. So just about everybody putting the finishing touches on those 75 wall balls and getting to work on the 40 shoulder to overhead here. And Gabriela Azevedo, middle of your screen, in the black weight belt, yellow shorts, white top, hands on her hips, talking to her judge. She and Charity Payne were the first 2 women to this portion of the event. Charity Payne, I think, has already moved into her second set of 20. She's on the right side of the screen, long black pants, now bending over to pick up her dumbbells. Lane number 7 is Laura Reed. She's also onto her second set of 20. And in lane number 5, Jennifer Kinsella on her second set of 20.
Charity Payne looking very solid on those shouldered overheads.
In lane 13, Haley Queller had a good pace going, and she just put her dumbbells down in the second quadrant. And check back in lane 14 with Gabriela Azevedo, who looks like she's eyeing that box. I don't know if she's done with her shoulder to overhead. And it's okay to push jerk these things or push press, either way. Azevedo is still working through it. Judge's hand in the air in lane number 16 for Courtney Stutzman. She's in that baseball cap. Meanwhile, Charity Payne has just finished up her shoulder to overhead, and she will start on her 30 step overs. Charity Payne, her first appearance here at the CrossFit Games out of Jacksonville, Florida.
That's right, Tony. We got Payne.
He's got about a 1 or 2 rep lead on the 2 other women chasing with Laura Reed and Jennifer Kinsella.
Now Payne coming in 26th place overall. Her best finish was an 11th place in event 2, and she's coming off a 21st place finish in event 4, that snatch speed ladder earlier today, and she's going to take a break. Courtney Stutzman in the hat and the white top, black knee sleeves. She and Azevedo are on the box step overs. And also down in lane 8, Ingun Ludvigsdottir is onto the step overs. She's in the yellow top and black shorts. We'll pass the 6-minute mark, 15 minutes in this event, the first of 2 heats here for the 45 to 49-year-old women.
I think Charity Payne just hit the 20 rep mark.
There's Charlie Good in lane 12. Middle of your screen on the right is Gabriela Azevedo. Taking some time here. She was one of the first women to get to this portion of the event. But it is Charity Payne on the right side in the long black pants, yellow top. How about in lane 13? Haley Queller putting on a charge here. She's got a handful of reps remaining on her set of 30. She's got her hands on her knees. Taking a break. Charity Payne has 4 reps remaining.
We got 20 reps in, and lane 16 might be holding that second spot.
Haley Queller is putting on a good charge here in the middle portion of this event.
7-minute mark.
The final rep there for Charity Payne, and she will move on to the dumbbell snatches. 7 minutes, 20 seconds have gone by here.
I think that hand in the air earlier
was something else.
Yeah.
Queller's still working. Hands on her knees. Her judge's hand was in the air. And now a judge's hand in the air in lane 11 for Sarah Timpson. We also have a judge's hand in the air in lane 16 for Courtney Stutzman. She has, looks like 3 reps remaining. Charity Payne still your leader, taking a break after working through her initial set of reps on these 20. Next to her in lane 7 is Laura Reed.
And lane 7, that is your 1, 2, 3. Lane 9, lane 7, and lane
Sarah Timpson. You can just see her on the left side of the screen. You see about half of her. She's working through her dumbbell snatches. And now Charity Payne has moved into the back half of this set of 40.
They got a decent race on the dumbbell snatches.
8 minutes, 40 seconds have gone by. With Courtney Stutzman in the hat in the middle of your screen in the black knee sleeves is the leader on that side of the floor.
One thing you got to think about as an athlete as you're going through these dumbbell snatches is trying to not necessarily catch your breath, but recover and calm the system, calm just the noise and just that physical fatigue that you're feeling, because the wall ball shots here, that's a tough movement to grind through when you're at your most fatigued. So taking a little extra time on the snatches to set yourself up the best you can with the energy you have left to grind through those last 75 as hard as you can.
The final 4 reps now for Charity Payne. She looks to be the first one back to the wall balls. And she's done. On the other side of the floor, Courtney Stutzman in lane 16 in the hat is in her final set of 20. Next to her in lane 18, Jen Colamy is there as well, and in lane 14, Gabriela Azevedo has less than 20 to go. Down in lane 8, in the yellow and the black knee sleeves, Inga Ludvigsdottir is now done, and Ludvigsdottir is moving to the wall ball. She'll be the 3rd woman there, as we have 2 women in the odd numbered lanes who are onto the wall balls. Lane number 9 is Courtney Payne. She's your leader in the heat. And then lane 11, Sarah Timpson.
So Charity Payne did a set of 15 to start. She didn't waste any time from the dumbbell snatches to the med ball, which means she took that big rest before her final set of 10, did it, picked up the ball right away.
Now in lane 15 in the white and the black, Anne-Marie Fuse is onto the wall balls. Stutzman in lane 16, Azevedo in lane 14, and Charlie Good in lane 12 are all onto the wall balls. And in lane 18, close to the camera, Jen Colamy has moved as well. But Inga Ludvigsdottir in lane 8, now putting her hands on her thighs there, taking a break. She was the 3rd woman to the wall ball. So she's made up some ground here in the middle part of this event.
Stutzman right around that 25 rep mark. Charity Payne still leading this heat at right around 35 reps.
Payne taking another break. 11 and a half minutes have gone by. 15-minute time cap here.
Just heard 36 reps.
For Stephanie Smith.
Charity Payne back to work.
32 reps. Lane 8, hold it down. Try to keep that 2nd spot.
Lane 7 is Laura Reed. Taking good bites out of the set of 75. As Charity Payne takes another break.
I think 47 reps for Charity Payne. Stutzman on this. I think she's trying to make a move.
Stutzman in the hat on the right side of your screen. White top, black shorts, black knee sleeves.
Stutzman's at 43 reps, so she's now moved up about 5 to 6 reps behind Charity Payne.
46 reps in lane 8.
Ludvigsdottir is at 46 reps.
58 reps for Charity Payne.
So Charity Payne is approaching the 60 rep mark. She's at 58 right now.
Looks like lane 8. Small break and she's back at it.
But she doesn't have a lot of breathing room, because as she's taking a break, Stutzman ripped off another set. About 2 minutes to go before we hit the 15-minute time cap. And Charity Payne creeping closer to the 75 rep mark that will signify the end of her event. Now another break for her.
68 reps over here for Charity.
She's got 7 remaining does Charity Payne. The judge's hand in the air.
65 reps in lane 8.
And Charity Payne, final rep for her. And she is in at 13 minutes, 27 seconds to take the heat.
5 reps remaining.
Hagen Lugatsdottir looks to be the next woman done. She has now 5 remaining. She's in the yellow and the black. Left to center your screen, black wristbands. Judge's hand in the air for her. That's the final rep, 13:49 for her. Gabriela Azevedo will be the next woman to finish in lane 14. She is done.
Timpson with 65 reps.
We're inside a minute to go. 14 minutes, 10 seconds gone by on the clock. Sarah Timpson in lane number 11. With her judge's hand in the air, middle of your screen. Got a good race going on with lane 18, Jen Colamy, who is now done. And she and Timpson finished at about the same time. We'll have to check the official time on them. Lane 15, judge's hand in the air for Anne-Marie Fuse. She's in. And now Stutzman is done. 10 seconds remaining.
We're going to count you down. 3, 2, 1, time.
And that will do it. Lane 15 is Anne-Marie Fuse, who is just writhing in pain after that effort.
Yep, that checks. Everyone else is putting on a brave face.
And speaking of pain, it is Charity Payne.
Oh, nice.
With 13 minutes, 28 seconds.
Who wins the heat. 13 minutes, 27 seconds unofficially for her.
Set pace for heat number
With
2.
1 heat remaining. Oof. You said it. It was a whole lot of yuck. And we have 1 heat remaining. The leaders in the 45 to 49-year-old division for the women. Coming up next as they try to track down Charity Payne in 13 minutes, 27 seconds. Second and final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old women making their way out to the floor here as our coverage of day number 2 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Thanks for being with us here on floor number 3. We got coverage going on both floors right now. If you're looking for event number 6, that is on the other stream that we have going on here. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez are on the call on that one, which is an interval style event. But what we have at hand, just a nasty chipper.
Yeah, I mean, that's going on the other floor, but if you guys want to see absolute carnage, stick around because we've got 75 wall ball shots, 40 dumbbells shoulder over head at 35 pounds, 30 box step overs at 20 inches, making your way back to the dumbbell snatches and finishing up with the 75 wall ball shots. Now, Sean, I usually say, hey, if you're in the second heat, always watch the first. However, in this case, watching the aftermath of the first heat, I would probably err on the side of maybe not watching the end.
Probably better that you don't know. Val Voberl is your overall leader. She's in lane 10, white top, yellow shorts, blue and black knee sleeves. The only reason she's leading is she has a tie break with Kelly Friel. 349 points for the two of them. And then Allie Crawford is only 3 points back in third. Crawford and Friel will be on the other side of the floor. They are in lanes 9 and lanes 11 respectively. So we saw some things start to sort out and maybe separate a little bit on the leaderboard in other divisions. That is not the case here. Things have gotten much, much tighter after 4 events.
For the top 3, for sure, as you said, Sean, tied at the top in points, 3 points back with Allie Crawford. But from there, it's a 42-point separation between third and fourth. So this is a 3-horse race for these women.
Go.
We are underway. 75 wall balls to kick us off. Charity Payne has the time to beat. 13 minutes, 27 seconds from heat number 1.
15-minute time cap. 75 wall balls. They got 40.
Sean, you had said it earlier that unlike most events where if you're out early, you probably have to look around and realize maybe you made a pacing mistake. But that really hasn't been the case in this particular event. And I think it's starting with those 75. If you're great at wall ball shots, and everyone's across the board, they either love them, they hate them, they're good at them, they're terrible, and there's that middle ground. If you can handle these wall ball shots well, you're set up very well for the entirety of this event.
All right, we're going to come up with that 1 minute mark.
Lane 11 is Kelly Friel. She's in the all black in the middle of your screen. And Friel is your defending champion in this age group. Finished first in the 45 to 49-year-old division last year. Prior to that, she won back-to-back championships in the 40 to 44-year-old division. So the last 3 times she's competed at the games, she has won. And right now she is tied in points with Val Voberl, who is in lane 10, middle of your screen, in the white top, yellow shorts, blue and black knee sleeves, working through those 75 wall balls to start us out here in event number 5.
Now Val has her work cut out for her in this event in particular. Val, not the tallest athlete in the field. 5'2" for Val Voberl.
Yeah, Friel stands at 5'7".
50 reps, 4 minutes, and take a quick break.
52 reps to lane 8.
We're approaching 2 minutes gone by here in the second and final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old women.
61 reps for Crawford in the lane number
Just get through these first 75 as easy as you can. And at a certain point to that is as least frustrating as possible, because it can be one of those things with wall ball shots, with the floating targets, hitting the bottom, getting out of control, just staying nice and calm and just get to those dumbbells.
Lane 11, Kelly Friel's judge's hand is in the air, as is Allie Crawford's judge. So Friel's going to be the first woman done with the wall balls. Now here comes Crawford in lane 9. These are the 2 women who sit in second and third place overall, right behind Val Voberl on the left side of your screen. In lane 19 is Jackie Kale. And then far side of the floor, down to lane number 3, Olivia O'Hara is now done. And women in the even lane starting to finish up as well. Lane number 8 is Deanna Posey in the black and yellow. Now Val Voveril is done, and she's onto the shoulder to overhead. So 3 minutes have gone by here, and the majority of the field is through those 75 wall balls onto the 40 shoulder to overhead at 35 pounds. Kelly Friel, bottom middle of your screen, already through her first 20 and now onto her second set of 20 reps on those 40 shoulder overheads, I should say. And then it's 30 box step overs with those 35-pound dumbbells.
Might be holding that second spot. Right at that 340.
Friel coming off a 4th place finish in event number 4 earlier, that snatch speed ladder. And now she's in her final reps here on this last set. So making quick work of those 40 shoulder to overhead, and Friel is onto the box step overs.
30 reps for 20 inches, keeping the dumbbells, 35 pounds in each hand.
And meanwhile, Val Voveril is onto her second and final set of 20. She's left side of your screen in the white top, yellow shorts, black and blue knee sleeves.
The dumbbell movements for the push, the shoulder overhead, and the dumbbell snatches is where Val can make up some ground on the rest of the field.
Kelly Friel continuing the lead here. She was the first woman done with the wall balls, and now first woman on to the step overs. Lane number 8, Deanna Posey, is onto the box step overs on the far left side of your screen. She sits in second place behind Friel. Allie Crawford, she is also onto the box step overs, far right side of your screen. So the women immediately behind Val Voveril in the overall standings are currently leading her here in this event.
Gina Larson, right at that 5-minute mark, jumping over that box for 30 reps.
And there is Val Voveril now going through those box step overs. So Voveril starting to move up here in this heat. And as you said, Chase, this is where she can make up ground.
Definitely making a move on the dumbbells. Caught up quite a bit. She's probably in the mid-pack to second half of the group after the wall ball shot. So this middle ground, again, yeah, as you said, where she can work her way back, but we still have to come back to the wall ball shots. But someone like Val Voveril, with all of her experience, with all of her success, she knows exactly how to navigate events like this to her skill sets and to her strengths.
We're just over 5.5, just over that 5.5 minute mark.
Kelly Friel on the right side of your screen in the all black and those pink wristbands is now through her step overs.
That might have been the fastest 30 step overs we've had so far.
6 minutes have gone by here. We still have 9 minutes left here in this heat. 13 minutes, 27 seconds is the time to beat from Charity Payne out of heat number 1, but Friel is assaulting that here in the back half of this event. Deanna Posey is getting set to finish up her step overs. Her judge's hand is in the air on the far left side of your screen. That's her final rep, and she will join Charity Payne on the dumbbell snatches. Allie Crawford is also getting set to finish. Crawford is now done and lugs her dumbbell forward.
So Charity Payne's time split after the dumbbell snatches was 9:38. That's 3 minutes from now. Just to give you guys an idea of how fast Friel is moving.
Friel looking for her 4th straight Masters Championship. And she is through her first 20 reps on the dumbbell snatches. In lane 14, that's Jenna Larson onto the dumbbell snatches along with Dana Posey, and now Val Voveril in lane number 10. And Marta Bricks,
look how quick Val's
12.
moving that dumbbell in the white and yellow, white top, yellow shorts. This is going to be her best chance to close the gap on the 3 women leading her on this side of the floor.
These are 2 of the top women in the heat. The leader is in the all black. Kelly Friel now has 5 reps remaining. We're not even at the 8-minute mark yet.
Watch out, lane 14. Here comes Larson, her last.
Charity Payne is at 9:38.
The Friel is now done.
2 minutes faster than the pace set in heat number 1.
Kelly Friel has no interest in being tied with Val Vobril in points atop the overall standings anymore. She's looking to take the outright lead here with this performance, and she is now on to her final set of 75 wall balls. Allie Crawford, who is in the black top, yellow shorts, and the black knee sleeves, looking to be the next woman done. Although Deanna Posey now in lane 8 may have just moved herself into second place. Her judge's hand is in the air. She's got a 1 rep remaining, and now she's done, puts the dumbbell down, and she will move to the wall balls with Friel, and Allie Crawford is in her final reps.
I think Friel opened up with a set
Crawford's
of 15.
That's right, Tony.
Crawford will join Friel at the wall for those 75 wall balls as Friel is back to work, approaching the 9-minute mark. 13:27 is your top time, but that doesn't look like it's going to last for much longer here as Friel is obliterating that.
We said approaching the 9-minute mark. Chrissy Payne hadn't even got to the wall ball shots yet until 30 seconds from now.
Val Vobril now has just finished her dumbbell snatches, and she is moving to the wall balls on her side of the floor, along with Posey, Briggs, and Larson.
We are 30 reps into the wall balls.
30 reps for Friel's 2 sets of 15 to start their final set of 75.
25 in lane 8.
Friel back to work.
Posey at 25 though. So closed in within 5 reps for Deanna Posey.
Now Friel has 13 career wins at the CrossFit Games, looking to pick up her 14th here and the first of this competition, and take first place all to herself at the halfway point of the competition. 10 minutes gone by.
25 wall balls in lane 14 for Larson.
Lane 14, Jenna Larson's at 25.
And Jenna Larson continuing to work. She's in the yellow top, black shorts. They're right at center of your screen. The long ponytail, black knee sleeves on. Val Vobril continuing to work in the white top, yellow shorts. She came in tied with Kelly Friel for points, but Vobril has an event win. She won the running deadlift event number 1.
50 reps in lane 8.
Which is the second event that they did yesterday.
Sean, I think we've got a tie now between Friel and Posey. Just past the 50 rep mark.
Now Posey in the black top, yellow shorts, and black knee sleeves has been knocking out some large chunks here. Friel is back to work on the other side of the floor. In lane number 11, she's in the middle of your screen. She's in the all black and the pink wristbands. 11 minutes, 13 seconds have gone by here. 13:27 is the top time out of heat number 1 from Charity Payne. So Posey's, pardon me, Friel's gonna break. Posey continues to work.
Takes a quick break. She's looking to finish here.
Friel's judge's hand is in the air.
68 reps for Posey.
Final reps for Friel, and she's going to win the event. 11:37 as Posey is set to finish up. Posey's judge's hand is in the air, and she is in. So second place finish for Posey.
What a late charge by
Allie
Deanna.
Crawford, I think, is your leader on the floor. She is in lane at number 9 in the black top and yellow pants, yellow shorts, and the black knee sleeves.
60 reps for Crawford, 65 for Larson.
So Larson
Lane 16, fighting her way to the wall ball.
is in lane 14,
Working through.
and she is in 12 minutes, 22 seconds.
Larson is done.
That's going to be good enough for third place in the event, third place in the heat, as Crawford is looking to put the finishing touches on her set of 75. She's taking another break. Another judge's hand in the air in lane number 12 for Marta Bricks. Bricks inside 5 to go. Judge's hand in the air for Allie Crawford as well on the other side of the floor. So Bricks is done. Crawford is done. That's going to be tight between the two of them. 13 minutes gone by, 2 minutes remain, and Val Voberl, our overall leader coming into the event, is still working.
We talked about after the first 75, Val had to make her move in the middle part of this because she was going to have trouble with the final 75 wall ball shots.
Final round for Mullins, and she is in.
Gibson, the late 20s, chipping away.
And Kim Mullins in lane 17 finished up. She's trying to catch her breath rolling around on the ground.
90 seconds, 90
I think
seconds.
there's 10 more reps for Val.
And now Mariska Mewison is in lane 13. She takes a seat. Judge's hand in the air in lane 15 for Emma Lee.
Final rep for Emma here in lane
And Emma is done. 13:54 for hers. We still have a minute to go. Val Voberl is still working. And now her judge's hand is in the air.
Val, 3 more reps remaining for Val over at lane 10. And she'll finish it up underneath that time cap. 2 more reps. Last and final rep for Val.
The final rep for Voberl. She is done. She's across. 14:15 unofficially for her, so she will surrender the overall lead to Kelly Friel. And Allie Crawford may pass her up as well. So Voberl may
30 seconds.
fall from first, maybe down to third, maybe even out of the top 3, depending on what happens.
And with Posey and Larson did what they needed to do. They were 40-plus points out coming in.
15 seconds.
With Sonia McMillan in lane 7, and the all-yellow is getting set to finish up. She has 1 rep remaining, so she sneaks in inside the 15-minute time cap.
We're going to count you down.
3 seconds remain, and Lauren Lewis had her judge's hand in the air, but she is not able to make it inside of the time cap. But it's an event win for Kelly Friel, who should find herself all alone on top of the overall leaderboard as she picks up her 14th career win at the CrossFit Games, her first here in 2024, as we now have just 5 events remaining in the competition. This is going to be a fun division to watch
I mean,
the rest of the weekend.
this has been the story after every event or every heat for this particular event. The same narrative that we had coming in is different coming out with half the competition left to go.
The 45 to 49-year-old women are done. Coming up next, the 40 to 44-year-old women take the floor here as day number 2 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games continues from Birmingham, Alabama. Stay with us, everybody.
Women's 40 to 44 is going to be heat 1.
The chipper continues here on day number 2 of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. The 40 to 44-year-old women are up next as they take on Event 5 here in Birmingham, Alabama. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. 4 events are down. These athletes went through the snatch speed ladder earlier. That was short and heavy. This is a whole lot of yuck, to quote you.
Oh, no. What you thought you had to start the day, and now we are here. 75 wall ball shots, 14-pound ball, 9-foot target, 40 dumbbell shouldered overheads with 35 pounds, 30 step overs off a 20-inch box. Come back around. We go from dumbbell overhead to dumbbell snatches, and then, of course, we would come back to the rig for 75 more wall ball shots.
Gross. First of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old women.
I think something's wrong with me, because for me, I'm like, I accept. I would much rather do this one than the running deadlift one, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Shocker, I know.
Yeah, I think I'd probably be with you on that one.
Shocker, I know.
If you guys are looking for event number 6, that is over on the other stream that we have. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez are handling the call on that. So we got 2 channels. This is the chipper channel. And then we have the interval channel going on as well.
3.
So we got you covered today for the rest of the day here from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex in Birmingham, Alabama. We're underway, first of 2 heats here for the 40 to 44-year-old women. 75 wall balls.
I recommend not taking the intensity out to the 75 wall ball shots like you guys just did your sprint snatch ladder. It's a big set of 75 to start. It feels like a bigger set of 75 to finish.
40 snatches, they're going to finish with
Well, the
75
prior
balls.
divisions, the leaders off the first set of wall balls have managed to keep that throughout the event.
And it's been really interesting to see, because usually it's not the case. The first person off is usually the first person you say, well, that was a mistake when it comes to most CrossFit events, but that hasn't really been the case here for every heat we've had in any division, male or female.
Some big sets on this set of 75 initially.
1 minute is down. 15-minute time cap here.
This is definitely an event where it pays to watch the heats ahead of you, even if they're not in your same division. Taking time splits, realizing what a good block of time would be to get off the wall ball shots. And for these athletes in the first 75, can you get off in somewhere around 3 minutes to 3:30? All right, that's my time block. What's the best and easiest way I can do that in that time? Maybe it's 10 reps every 30 seconds, which would get you right around that time frame, which seems slow in the beginning, but at the end, 3:30 would be one of the faster splits we've seen for the last 75 wall ball shots.
And we're approaching the 2-minute mark here. After these 75 wall balls, it's the 40 shoulder to overhead with those 35-pound dumbbells.
Hang out lane 14, lane 12. Hansen. 59.
50 reps for LeClaire in lane 7.
In lane number 7, Katrina LeClaire, she's in the yellow top, black shorts. She's got the red hair there right at center of your screen. She's approaching the 60 rep mark. The judge's hand in the air in lane 11 for Autumn Spence. Also judge's hands in the air now in lanes 10 and 12. That's Elia Navarro and Chelsea Hansen. And it's going to be Kaja Ojala, who is the first woman done. She's in the all black. She's followed closely by Chelsea Hansen, Elia Navarro, and Julia Kenyon. And you have just about everybody on the other side of the floor as well getting to the shoulder to overhead. So not a very clear leader here after those 75 wall balls.
And we're just hitting the 3-minute mark, so this is the fastest 75 reps we've seen so far. In the The tough part here is that you go from those wall ball shots, which is a squat and a throw, right into the dumbbells where you're adding the weight, you're shortening the range of motion, but you're keeping the intensity and the fatigue in the same localized muscle groups with legs and shoulders.
Vicky Finn in the all black moving up, and she's through her first set at 20. Next to her in lane 11, Autumn Spence is also done. Other side of the floor, Ojala in the all black, and she's on her back half. Next to her in lane 12, Chelsea Hansen in the yellow top and the black shorts with that purple elbow brace on. She's in her second set at 20. In lane 10, Elia Navarro, so still very tight here. As we approach those 30 box step overs, the next movement here in this event, and we are at the 4-minute mark.
They are flying through the first part of this chipper, but when we get to the box can tell a different story, as we will start to see a bit more separation here in the middle portion of this chipper.
The judges' hands starting to go in the air here. In lane 11, Autumn Spence has just 5 reps remaining. And she's going to make her way to the box to start those step overs. So Spence advancing those dumbbells, getting set to work on her set at 30. And you have a handful of women on the other side of the floor as well getting started, and it's going to be Chelsea Hansen in lane 12, the first woman to knock out a rep on the box. But this one's tight.
Yeah, we got 6, 7, 8 women all within 2 box step-ups of each other.
Well, in lane 14, Kaja Ohala is using that swing technique that we've talked a lot about.
There's a bit more taxing of the grip and a bit on the shoulders when you do this. However, it makes stepping up on the box so much easier to do. And if you think of what you need at the end of this, you need your legs, you need your lungs. So the swing allows a little bit more time for you to breathe and it easier on your legs on the step up.
We got 12 reps in
The lane 13 in the all black, that's Vicky Finn.
Navarro. 15 reps in at lane 14.
Making her second appearance at the CrossFit Games. We saw her here in 2022, where she took 9th in the 35 to 39-year-old division. Just about all the athletes onto the step overs. Ojala's shaking out her arms.
20 reps in for Hansen.
She's in the all black in the middle or left of your screen. Now getting back to work on her set of 30.
And Chelsea Hansen to her left and Ojala are both getting past that 20 rep mark.
The judge's hand in the air. In lane 8, I believe that's Julia Kenyon.
Hand in the air in lane 2.
So 3 reps remaining on the clock.
Lane number 8 is Julia Kenyon. She's on to the dumbbell snatches. So she has taken the lead here. In the yellow and black going through her dumbbell snatches. 40 reps here. She's the first woman onto this portion. It looks like in lane 13, Vicky Finn is getting set to join her. Vicky Finn now, the third woman onto the dumbbell snatches is Brooke Chuatao. In lane 5 in the all yellow on the right side is onto the dumbbell snatches. So this is kind of the first time that we've seen some people come from the middle of the pack to take the lead in this portion of the event.
And you'll see that because what did we said the advantage was if you just said everything's even across the board? Being taller. Being taller on the wall ball shots for 150 reps. Being taller on the box step overs for another 30. However, when you get to a position where everyone's starting to get more fit and just being a certain size isn't going to separate you from the field, we start to see tight races.
Now Julia Kenyon in lane 8 in the yellow top, black shorts is your leader right now. She's in the back half of her set of 40. Athletes do 20 reps in one box and move forward to the next one and complete another 20 reps.
We've got Flynn down here in lane
Vicky Finn in lane 13 in the all black sits in second place, along with Brooke Tuatau on the very far side of the floor in lane number 5. Tuatau in the all yellow. The final rep now for Kenyon. She's done. She'll go back to the wall ball. 8.5 minutes gone by here. First of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old women. The judge's hand is in the air for Tuatau on the far side of the floor in lane number 5 in the all yellow. And that should be her second to last rep. That's the final rep. The Tuatau onto the wall balls. So Julia Kenyon is still your leader now in the heat. She's the only woman in the even lanes on her wall balls, but that will change here in a second as Kaja Ohala has now moved on. And also in lane 12, Chelsea Hansen has started her final set of 75. Now Vicky Finn and Brooke Tuatau are the only 2 women on the left side of the floor who are on their set to 75, but a couple more athletes are getting done with their dumbbell snatches and will join them on that set of 75. The first being Autumn Spence in lane 11 in the all black. Next to her in lane number 9, here comes Elizabeth Lane. Almost 10 minutes gone by here, and in lane 8, Julia Kenyon
just past the 30 rep mark for Julia.
She's your leader right now. The yellow and the black.
25 in lane 12.
25 for Hansen in lane number 12.
40 reps in.
Another break for Kenyon.
For Julia, hold down that top
40 for Kenyon.
30 reps in on the wall for Tuatau.
Kenyon making her 3rd appearance here at the CrossFit Games. She was last year in 2022. She took 5th in the 40 to 44-year-old division. Her best event finish in her career was a 3rd place in Mixed Mode Madness in 2021. She's in the yellow and the black in the middle of your screen in lane number 8. She is your leader right now in the heat as we approach the 11-minute mark.
20 more reps to go for Julia.
Other side of the floor
45.
in lane 13 in the all black is Vicky Finn. She was the 3rd woman to the wall balls, and in lane 5 on the far side of the floor in the all yellow is Brooke Tuatau, who is the 2nd woman to get to the wall balls.
50 reps for Tuatau.
Lane 8, Kenyon continuing to work.
47 reps in lane 14. We're going to get a hand in the air in lane 8.
Julia Kenyon is 5 reps away from picking up the heat win.
Last and final rep.
Final rep for Kenyon. She's in 11:42 to take heat number 1.
Hansen should be getting close along with Ohala.
Hand in the air for Hansen in lane 12.
Lane number 12, judges handing the air for Chelsea Hansen. Middle of your screen, yellow top, black shorts, black knee sleeves. And she is done. Other side of the floor, Tuatau is getting ready to finish up in the all yellow. This is her final rep, and she is in.
Unofficial time, 12:21.
We're looking for that next hand in the air. And there it is, lane 14.
Lane 14,
3 or more reps.
Kaja Ohala.
And she'll make her way in. Last and final rep. And she is in.
It's now done.
40 unofficial. Lane 14.
Lane number 11, Autumn Spence is in.
40 reps in lane 16 for Sarah.
We also had Meg Garrett finish up. She's taking a knee in the blue headband and white shirt. And now in lane number 9, Elizabeth Lane
Final representative.
And lane 13, Vicky Finn is in. Just edging out Lane across the finish line. 13 minutes, 20 seconds have gone by.
Making it through.
Lane 6
Last and final rep, lane
is Sarah Loxonen, and she is done.
Lane 1 is in. Lane 2 is in.
Hey, this bitch gonna be chilling with my man,
Navarro. 3 more reps.
Now in lane number 10, Elia Navarro
Less than 90 seconds.
is now done.
Last rep in lane 4. She is in.
Lane number 4, Kate Curry is across. We still have a handful of women out there on the floor working. About 5 women still going through their final set of 75 wall balls. Lane 16, that's Sarah Blunk.
64 reps.
The other side of the floor in lane 17, closest to the camera, is Carol Paiva. In the long black pants, lane 7, judge's hand in the air for Katrina LeClaire. She's on her final 2 reps. We still have 40 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. So Paiva and LeClaire are in. Down in lane 3, Joyce Rodriguez is still working. And in lane 16, Blunk looking like she's going to make it in inside that 15-minute time cap. Final rep for her. She is done.
We got 10 seconds.
So 10 seconds to go. Joyce Rodriguez is just going to try to amass as many reps as she can here now with the seconds ticking by, and we are done.
If that is any preview of what we have coming up with these other heats, it is going to be pandemonium in these last 75 wall ball shots.
11 minutes, 42 seconds. That's the top time from Julia Kenyon in the opening heat for the 40 to 44-year-old division. Second and final heat coming up next. Second and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old women is set to get underway here. And if you like chippers, you came to the right place.
But if you hate wall balls, go home. DeMonico. I got you. I'll say on the broadcast right now for you.
There we go. The athlete's passing right by our vantage point here and able to shout various things at us.
Athletes do a wonderful job
by.
telling us how to pronounce their names at all times.
They do.
And we do appreciate it, even if it's on a live broadcast. All right, Sean, 75 wall ball shots, 9-foot target, 14-pound ball. Moving to the dumbbells, 40 reps, shoulder to overhead at 35 pounds, making their way to the box. 20 inches for 30 box step overs to make your way back to the dumbbell. This time only one, 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, and then my personal favorite, to come back to the wall ball shots for 75 total reps.
Your overall leaders are on the floor, and lane number 11 in the long black pants and the yellow top and the black headband is your overall leader. That's Carly Newlands. She has 331 total points. She's coming off a 9th place finish in event number 4. She has 24 points up on Andrea Pinheiro, who is in lane number 8 on the other end of the floor. And then it's Carleen Matthews, who sits in 3rd place. Matthews will be in lane number 10. She's got the pink shoes on, white top, black shorts. Matthews with 301 points, so only 6 points back of Pinheiro for 2nd place.
I'm curious to see what we're going to get from Becca Voigt-Miller in this one.
Here we go.
Becca Voigt-Miller in lane 13 in the white top and black shorts. And yesterday we saw some just veteran pacing from her.
Right, because at the very beginning of the event, she wasn't really sitting towards the top half of the event. Then she came charging back the last, which is exactly what you need in this chipper. You don't need to come out screaming out of the gates for 75 wall ball shots. Break them up early, break them up often, take your rest here. You want to get to that box as easy as you can. Dare I say fresh, because it'd be kind of nice to start the event 30, 40, 75 to make your way back and not slog through the hardest part of this test, which is the wall ball to the shoulder overhead to the box.
Becca Voigt-Miller in lane 15 making her 16th appearance at the CrossFit Games. She's qualified for 17, didn't get to compete in 2020.
She's had more appearances than half of the teen athletes that are also competing this weekend.
She might have more games appearances than everyone else in this heat combined. The time to beat as we pass the 1 minute mark is 11 minutes 42 seconds from Julia Kenyon in heat number 1. And that heat was the first time that we saw someone kind of come from the middle to win. It wasn't the first woman off the wall.
Yes, traditionally, not traditionally, in the previous heats and age groups, the taller athletes have just been wrecking shop with this because of 150 total wall ball shots. The 30 box step overs, which can pose a problem under fatigue in the middle, but an advantage for those that have some longer limbs.
54, Redmond in lane 7.
53 in lane 8.
Long femurs are bad for about everything except for wall ball shots and box step ups.
Well, in lane 7 in the yellow top and black shorts, right center of your screen is Laura Redmond, and she is right around 60 plus reps. So she should be putting the finishing touches on this set here anytime soon, as we are past the 2 minute mark. Her judge's hand is in the air, lane number 5. That's Megan Apostolaris, who is going to be the first woman done.
I don't think she put the ball down. 2:15 after 75 wall ball shots.
Well, Apostolaris is one of the taller athletes in this division. She's 5'8", 173 centimeters, to those of you who use the metric system. And now everybody starting to come off the wall balls and get to the dumbbells with those 40 shoulder to overheads.
Shout out to those long femur athletes out there making it work.
Once again, we got 40 shoulder overhead.
And now everybody is done and on to the second portion of this chipper. 40 shoulder to overhead at 35 pounds, 20 reps in one box, and move forward, do 20 reps in the next box.
This has definitely been the closest heat we've seen with all athletes moving on to the dumbbells at nearly within 10 to 20 seconds of each other.
Well, Apostolaris, who's on the very far right side of your screen, she's the only woman in all black, was the first woman to this portion of the event. She's got a really good pace going on the second set of 20.
What's that 3.5-minute mark? Hand in the air, lane 12.
The judge's hand in the air, and now in lane number 4 is like Janine Shillington. She's in the all black as well on the far left side of your screen. She's onto the step over. So Shillington has now taken the lead from Apostolaris at the midway point of this event. 2 other athletes onto the step-ups as well in lane 16, closest to the camera. That's Rachel Green in the yellow and the black, and then in the white and the black in lane 12, Hope Cicero. So now Apostolaris is onto the step-overs.
It looks really quick over the step-overs.
Also in lane number 11, Carly Newlands, the overall leader in the black headband, yellow shirt, and long black pants onto the step-overs. Becca Voigt-Miller getting set to join them. Her judge's hand is in the air, and she's done. And she will get right to work. So once again, for the second straight heat, it is tight here in this portion of the event.
Once again, lane 16 and 12. Made it to the box first. That's Rachel Green and Hope Cicero.
Much quicker pace on these step overs than we saw in the previous heat. Very few breaks. Breaks here aren't the end of the world. You can't move slow. You can't move slow on a box step over. There's just way too much time of holding on to those dumbbells, putting your shoulders and traps and low back in a position that you're gonna need for the dumbbell snatches after anyway.
Well, Janine Shillington in lane 4 has surrendered the lead to Hope Cicero in lane 12. And Cicero is done also on the other side of the floor.
Right there with her. This is gonna be quick.
You have Carly Newlands getting set to finish up her set. Lane 16, Rachel Green. I think she was the first woman to these dumbbell snatches. So Green and Cicero in lane 12 are your 2 leaders here as we are approaching the 6-minute mark.
And we go from blowing up the legs and shoulders to the low back hamstrings and still the shoulders. The poor shoulders in this event.
Well, Apostolaris, who is the first woman off of the wall balls, far right side of your screen in the all black, now just starting her set of 40 dumbbell snatches.
And that's okay, because if you can handle the wall balls easy, unbroken, what she did on the first 75, that means you're going to be able to handle them well as she did. She looked barely phased coming to the dumbbell shouldered overhead coming off the 75 wall ball shots. Just can she get herself within striking distance after the dumbbell snatches?
So Jamie Latimer in the black top and the yellow shorts and the black knee sleeves. On the right side of your screen, going through her first set of 20, Becca Voigt-Miller in the white top and the black shorts. She's on to her set. And Janica Austin in lane 15, next to Becca Voigt-Miller. Onto her dumbbell snatches on the other side of the floor. Just about everybody done with the box step overs. And on to their set of 40 here. And in lane number 16, Rachel Green's going to be the first woman done. 7 minutes, 12 seconds have gone by, and she is right to work on her final set of 75 here.
11:42 is the time, about 4.5 minutes between the time she started, which depending on how they go for you on the last 75 is close to some of the second half splits we've seen so far.
Now Hope Cicero is also onto the wall ball. She's in the white and the black. These are the first 2 women there. Other side of the floor now, Carly Newlands, who came in with the overall lead in lane 11. She's currently 3rd place in the heat. She's onto the wall ball. Now here comes Megan Apostolaris in the all-black right side. She had a blistering time on the first set of 75. We'll see what kind of pace she has here.
She's going to need it. She's behind by about 15 or 20 reps on the two athletes that are leading her. Now, Hope Cicero, who's sitting in second, is just 5'1". She's already been jumping to get the wall ball target up there. She's taking a break in the center lane, a white shirt, black shorts, but watch, she's having to jump every single shot, and that is just so taxing and difficult for wall ball shots.
So Carlene Matthews and Andrea Pinheiro are on to the wall balls as well. 8.5 minutes gone by here. Becca Voigt-Miller in lane 13. She's onto her set of 75. Apostolaris taking a break. On the right side, Carly Newlands in the middle of your screen in the yellow shirt and the long black pants, black headband.
Just heard green over on the even lane in lane 16 past 50. Cicero past 40.
Lane 16 is Rachel Green, and the yellow top and the black shorts just let her ball hit the ground, shaking out her arms really fast, and she'll get right back to work. 9 minutes, 15 seconds gone by. 11:42 is the time to beat, and Rachel Green has a really good chance of tracking that down. Green coming in 5th place overall with 285 points, tied with Janine Shillington.
About to hit 70 for Green.
The judge's hand now in the air for Rachel Green. And Rachel Green is going to pick up the win. It's her third of her career, her first here in 2024 as she looks to crack the top 3.
I don't know who's going to be who's going to want it bad enough. Tackle those 75 wall balls. 5 minutes.
The lane 11 in the middle of your screen is Carly Newlands.
60 reps for Apostolaris.
Apostolaris just past 60.
So she's put it on a good chart. She's on the right side in the all black. Hope Cicero judge's hand is in the air, and Cicero is in. She'll take second place in the event at 10:27, and now Carly Newlands is done. Megan Apostolaris' judge's hands are in the air, so she did a good job of mitigating that damage in the middle, really making some money on those wall balls, and now Apostolaris is across at 10:44.
And as good as she did on those last 75, Hope Cicero crushed those 75 reps with how much she had to work to get those done. Great
Judge's hand
finish
in the
for
air
her.
now, pardon me, Chase, in lane number 9, Jamie Latimer is getting set to finish up.
4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes remaining.
Latimer is in at 11:07.
Carly Matthews. 2 more reps.
Now Carlene Matthews now will be the next woman to finish. Middle of your screen. She got a no rep. She's got to hurry up and get that last one in, and she is done. 11:21 for her. So every woman who's finished so far in this heat has gotten ahead of Julia Kenyon's time, 11:42, and now Becca Voigt-Miller is across at 11:34.
2 more reps. Last and final rep in lane 8. Lane 6 is in.
In lane 6, Kelly Jackson. Now Andrea Pinheiro is in.
Those 2 times behind Julia Kenyon's at 11:42.
Kelly in lane 14 is done.
And Kelly Holm closing out her event. So 7 women working through their final set of 75. In lane 18, judges hand in the air for Heidi Kirchhoff, and she closes out her final set of 75. And now in lane number 3, far into the floor, Renee Martin is in. We still have 2.5 minutes to go here.
Oscar Daughter, 48 reps. In lane 20, 48 reps in lane 20.
Judges standing there in lane number 7, Laura Redmond. In the yellow and the black. She's done. And lane 17, Carly DeMonico is in.
We got 2 minutes.
Lane 20, Yordis Oscarsdottir continues to work.
60 in lane 20 for Oscarsdottir.
And in lane 19
Finishing up underneath this 15-minute time.
is Carrie Mail, and Mail is across the finish line. Oscarsdottir will be the last woman to finish here, and she has 90 seconds to do it.
90 seconds. Oscarsdottir trying to finish it up here. 5 reps remaining and she'll be done.
The final reps for Oscarsdottir. And with that, event 5 is in the books for the 40 to 44-year-old women, and it's Rachel Green picking up the 3rd event win of her career, the first of these 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. And Rachel Green adds 100 points to her total, and she looks to put herself solidly inside the top 3 with that victory.
I feel like I was holding my breath the entire time.
They got it. 9 and some change. Ooh, wait.
Rachel Green in her 3rd appearance of the CrossFit Games, coming off a 6th place finish in this division in 2023. Prior to that, she also finished 6th place in 2021. The 40 to 44-year-old women are done. Coming up next, the 35 to 39-year-olds take the floor as action continues here on the 2nd day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
Our women's division, 35 to 39.
35 to 39-year-old women up next here at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games as we continue our extensive chipper coverage here in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. And if you've been with us, you know the event. You know what you're about to see. I don't know how else to set this up. I'm running out of ways to sort of...
Capital Y-U-C-K. That's what Sean and I have landed on. It says 24.5 on the schedule, but I feel like in the spirit of naming events, Yuck is an appropriate one for this because you're going to start with 75 wall ball shots, 14 pounds, to a 9-foot target, moving to the dumbbells for 40 shouldered overhead at 35 pounds. 30 box step overs with the same dumbbells. Then you work your way back towards the rig. 40 alternating dumbbell snatches with just one of those 35-pound dumbbells. And then, of course, the 75 wall ball shots at the end. Why not?
Fifth event that these women will face. Earlier today, they took on the snatch speed ladder, so we go from short and heavy to this just long and grueling slog.
30 seconds, athletes 30
First of two heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women.
Heat 1 of 2 heats. Women's
19 women on the floor. And they are ready to get things kicked off with 75 wall balls.
We saw in the previous heat for the 40 to 40 women's final heat that several athletes went unbroken on the first set of 75.
1, go.
See if we'll see the same thing.
Here we go.
All right, 15 minutes on the clock.
15-minute time cap here.
Now, 75 wall ball shots unbroken seems a bit crazy to maybe the common, I would say the more recreational athlete. But at the 9-foot target, if you consider yourself a competitive athlete in any nature, I don't want to see you ever use a 9-foot target when you train in your CrossFit gym. Ever. It's 10 feet. It will always be 10 feet. So then when you get to come to places like this, or do the Open, or any other event that the CrossFit Games programs, you'll get the bonus of throwing to a shorter target. So do yourself a favor. If you think you're serious, then get serious. Raise your wall ball heights to 10, keep your 14-pound ball, and get better at wall ball shots.
Thank you for joining my TED Talk.
Thank you. Yes, I honestly, Sean, I don't even know why I went that direction, but it's just been building up for so long.
It's like swinging 2 bats in the on-deck circle, all right? Just make it easy on yourself when you get into competition.
You'll thank me later.
Bronze in lane 4.
1 minute, 20 seconds have gone by here in this first of 2 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women. After these 75 wall balls, they pick up the 35-pound dumbbells and they do 40 shoulder to overhead, 20 in each box. Moving closer to the wooden box that they'll have to perform 30 dumbbell step overs on before they make the turn back.
53 reps in lane 6. That is Ware in lane 6.
So we already have some athletes who are inside 20 reps to go.
And we saw a couple athletes get off the rig at right around 215 to 220. Those that decided to go for 75 unbroken.
Oh, but I got a hand in the air with 3 reps remaining. Make that 2 in lane 10.
In lane 10, Dalila Benfica is now done. She'll be the first woman to the shoulder to overhead. Now in lane 14, Haj Bell.
Hey, Bell in lane 18. Here they come.
All right, City final rep here in lane 9.
And also in lane 18, Viviaiello is done. Lane 12, Carol Castellani, and now more women closing out their 75 wall balls to kick this things off. And now on to the 40 shoulder to overhead.
Again, they got 20 shoulder overhead, and they'll lose that next box for another 20, a total of 40 reps.
Now 3 minutes have gone by.
And once we get to here, the compounding effect from the wall ball shots start to take its toll. when you get about the halfway point of these 40 reps.
Top spot, followed by lane 18. There's your 1 and 2, lane 18 and 14.
Raj Bell in lane 14 is your leader right now. She's the first woman done with her opening set of 20 shoulder to overhead. Next to her in lane number 12 in the long black pants is Carol Castellani.
14 and 18.
Bell making her first appearance here at the CrossFit Games out of Brantford CrossFit in Brantford, Connecticut.
This middle 40, just make them as easy as you can. They don't need to be as fast as you can. You shouldn't be putting yourself into a bad spot just to get through the 40 as quickly as possible. Set to 10 is just fine. Take your break, shake your shoulders out. But when it's time to get to the box, now you really want to start putting the intensity into those 30 step overs.
Lane 18, Vivi Aiello is now your leader. She's the first woman onto the box step overs. And Bell right behind her in lane 14. And they're about to have another athlete join them here on the other side of the floor. Judge's hand in the air in lane 11 for the Katie Sherritt.
Final rep of that shoulder to overhead.
These step overs, it's important to find a rhythm. A rhythm with the dumbbells. Are you going to swing them forward? How your feet are going to move on top of the box? Are you going to stay low? How many reps you're going to do? Because you can make these faster, but a lot of times when you try to make a steady rhythmic movement faster, you just ended up making it more difficult, and it's not really worth the time you save by speeding up the pace. So finding a rhythm here where you can just settle into the event, knowing you just have the 40 dumbbell snatches on the back side of these 30 box step overs, with the 75 wall ball shots being just that movement that you have been setting yourself up for the entire part of this chipper.
Vivi Aiello in lane 18,
We're coming from that 5.5.
bottom middle of your screen, now picking up her dumbbells. Was your leader getting to this portion of the event? 30 step overs with 35-pound dumbbells. Bell in lane 14 was right behind her. Bell in the
14.
yellow and black, now setting her dumbbells down left to center of your screen. The hand in the air now for Aiello. And also Katie Sherritt's judge's hand is in the air. And as Sherritt is done, she'll be the first woman to the dumbbell snatches. So starting to see some lead changes here in these younger age groups here in the middle portion of this event.
First athlete off the box, moving on to the
Vivi Aiello is getting set to close out her set of 30. And now she's done. And she will join Sherritt
16 and 18 there, Lago.
on the dumbbell snatches.
Oh, they're all coming here.
40 reps here at 35 pounds. Next to her in lane 16, Antea Longo is moving on. And Carol Castellani in lane 12, long black pants in the yellow top middle of the screen. Other side of the floor, Katie Sherritt is the only woman on the dumbbell snatches. She is your leader right now in the heat as we are 6 minutes and 45 seconds in. Lane 19, that's Francesca Marchiori.
Looking for a first athlete to move forward to that next box for 20.
Lane number 7, Rachel Linus in the white top and black shorts. She is on to the dumbbell snatches.
lane number 11. Presses that dumbbell forward. She is halfway through the snatches.
All right, I got the
So all the women in the even number lanes are just about done with their box step overs,
Lane 12.
as Camila Murakami was the last woman to finish up. She's on the far left side of your screen in the white top, long black pants. But Vivi Aiello in lane 18, closest to the camera,
She moved on as well.
in the yellow top and the black shorts. She and Antea Longo were the first two women to the dumbbell snatches, followed closely by Carol Castellani in lane 12, the long black pants, middle of your screen. After this, 75 more wall balls.
And about 4 or 5 athletes that are very close to each other. So
Our heat leader in lane 11.
Kel Castellani, pardon me, Chase, she's just about done, and now on the other side of the floor, Katie Sherritt in lane 11 is done. She's going to be the first one back to the wall balls with Castellani.
And that's going to say it's a little bit of a disadvantage alone there on the one side of the floor, not really knowing if you are in the lead or not, where your other athletes are. And on the other side, you've got 3 or 4 all right next to each other, knowing exactly, or just about exactly, where the other athletes are.
In lane 6 in the all black left center screen is Kelsey Ware, who joined Castellani on the wall ball, second on this side of the floor. But Katie Sherritt in lane 11 is your leader, but I don't know by how much.
20
we're
reps.
approaching the 9-minute mark.
20 reps for Ware.
Sherritt gets back to work. Lane number 7 is Rachel Linus in the white top and the black shorts. A couple other athletes there also on the wall balls. Down in lane number 3 is Sonia Konoskova and Nadia Gracio in lane 1 in the all black on the far side. Closest to the camera, lane 19, that's Francesca Merchiori. And in lane 17, here comes Laura Stevenson. But it's Sherritt in the middle in lane 11 in the long black pants and black top, who is the first woman to get to the wall balls other side of the floor in lane 12. She was followed closely by Carol Castellani.
30 reps for Castellani. 35 reps for Katie Sherritt on the opposite side of the floor.
I got 40 reps in lane 6 for
40 reps for Kelly Ware. Or sorry, Kelsey Ware.
Sherritt in lane 11, taking a break.
Athletes are coming upon 10 minutes.
And we are past now the 10-minute mark. This is Sherritt's first appearance at the CrossFit Games. She's got 50 now, 52 or 3 reps done in lane 11. Other side of the floor, lane 12 in the long black pants and yellow top is Carol Castellani. Taking a break, she's through 55.
Top spot.
All right, the race is on in this final set.
So Castellani continues to work as now Sherritt just picked up the ball.
60 reps for Ware in lane 6.
Sherritt now left the center
65 for
screen.
Sherritt, 60 reps for Ware. Castellani's right there with both of them.
The Sherritt looking to be the first woman to finish here in this opening heat. The first of 2 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women. Judges' hand in the air. 5 reps remain for Sherritt. And she will take the heat at 10:56. On the other side of the floor, though, we're going to have to see, because in lane number 6, Kelsey Ware put on a late charge.
Couple seconds behind Sherritt, so Sherritt took the heat.
So 10, we'll call it 10:58 for Ware, 10:56 for Sherritt. So that was close. Couple more judges' hands in the air. Lane 18, Viviaiello is in.
And lane 10.
Benefica in lane 10 is across. In lane 12, Carol Castellani is now done.
And she is finished up right at that 11:30 mark.
And Teo Longo is across the finish line. In lane 16, in the white top and yellow shorts.
We got a handful of athletes.
Judge's hand in the air down to lane number 5.
Looks like we got a hand in the air.
That's Sherry Wilcox in the all black. And also in lane 19, Francesca Merchiori is going to be the next woman to finish left side of your screen as she is in. As Wilcox got across in lane 5. And now in lane 7, Rachel Linus is in. And Nadia Gracio in lane 1 also is done. 12 minutes, 30 seconds have gone by here.
And in the air in lane 8.
In lane 8, Melody Adriani
Reps remaining, last and final rep. And she's going to finish
is now done.
on a fifth of 12:38.
Lane number 3, Sonia Konoskova is now done.
12:49 unofficial.
Far side of the floor.
We got a hand in the air in lane 14.
Lane 14, Haj Bell.
Bell, last and final rep in 14, and
she and Amy Morton finishing up at exactly the same time as we are just past the 13-minute mark. But it's Katie Sherritt who just edged out Kelsey Ware by a couple of seconds, 10:56 unofficially for Sherritt to take this opening heat. Four more women are out on the floor, 13 and 15, Alize Adriani and Belinda Becker, and then on the other side of the floor,
5 reps remaining
in lane 4, that's Camilla Murakami.
She's going to finish it up.
And next to her in lane Juliana Braz and Camilla Murakami in lanes 2 and 4. So Braz is now done. We have about a minute remaining. Murakami getting set to finish up as well. And then on the other side of the floor, on lane 13 in the long black pants is Alize Andriani.
Here for lane 4. 45 seconds. She's going to get underneath this time.
But down in lane number 4, Camilla Murakami is done. Getting some help from her fellow athletes, and now down in lane 13 with 30 seconds to go. Alize Adriani looking to be the last woman to finish up here.
In lane 13. 15 seconds.
We're just trying to get through as many reps as she can, trying to see her judge hand is not in the air yet. So Adriani looks like she's going to get time capped here, but she's going to put on a great effort through the finish.
1, Tiapo.
But it's Katie Sherritt. Found herself in a really tight race with Kelsey Ware, and Sherritt gets the best of that. 10 minutes, 56 seconds, your top time, with now one heat remaining for the women in event number 5, and we will have it for you in just a couple of minutes. We are down to the final heat for the women here in event number 5 on the second day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram, the second and final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old women taking the floor, and all of them are chasing Katie Sherritt, who won heat number 1, 10 minutes, 56 seconds. And if you're just joining us, what do we got, Chase?
Well, first of all, where have you been?
Exactly. Shame on you. How dare you?
Here's what we got in store. 75 wall ball shots to kick things off. 14-pound ball to a 9-foot target. Move your way to the dumbbells. 40 double dumbbell shouldered overhead at 35 pounds. Move to the box for 30 box step overs at 20 inches. Back towards the dumbbell. 1 dumbbell this time. 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, and then finishing off with 75 wall ball shots.
Our overall leader is Caroline Klutz. She's in lane 10, chalking up her dumbbells there in the white top and black shorts. She had 2 wins yesterday in events 1 and 2. She has yet to finish outside of the top 10. She's got 364 points. She's 15 up on Andrea Nistler, who sits in second place right now. Nistler will be in lane number 12, so right next to Caroline Klutz. Now, Julia Holm, who sits in third place with 328 points, will be in lane number 9, just now standing on her starting mat in the white top in yellow shorts.
That 10th place finish for Caroline Klutz came in that snatch speed ladder earlier this morning.
Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1. Go.
So 75 wall balls to kick us off here. 15-minute time cap. 10 minutes, 56 seconds the time to beat.
I'm curious to see what Caroline Klutz does in this particular event, because the 2 event wins that you mentioned earlier, Sean, came in the running deadlift event and the rope climb, sandbag, handstand walk event. 2 very tough, grindy, breather style events in a very similar time domain, around that 10 to 8-minute mark. This isn't too dissimilar from that as far as a feeling, a stimulus style. Obviously different movements based off deadlifts, climbs, and sandbag cleans. However, if you're comfortable in those arenas and in that feeling, this is a good event for someone like that.
Now, Klutz is making her first individual appearance here at the CrossFit Games. Last year, she was on a team at a CrossFit CLT. They finished 29th at the CrossFit Games. So this is her first foray into the Masters competition. She's in lane number 10 in the white top and black shorts. And right next to her in the long black pants is Andrea Nistler, who sits in second place overall. Nistler coming off a third place finish in event 4, that snatch speed ladder earlier today.
40 double dumbbell shoulder overhead into 30.
And in lane number 9 is Julia Holm. White top, yellow shorts, black knee sleeves, right of center of screen.
To finish it up the top they're chasing.
What I like about this event relative to the other ones we've seen so far, the snatch ladder obviously need the skill and the strength and the speed. The overhead squat, dumbbell lunges, you just need to be able to throttle it all the way down. Hopefully your reps are good enough to get you to the finish line in a sub 2-minute event. The rope climb one, did you have the handstand walk skill? Did you have the rope climb skill? And then on the deadlift running one, are you good at that aerobic endurance? Here, there is no skill. There's nothing sexy about this. Everybody can do it. This is a testament of, do you have the fitness, do you have the work capacity, and do you have the desire to do what it takes to win an event like this?
Allison Stahl is now done with her 75 wall balls in lane 15, along with down in lane number 6, Chriselle L. Debs, and we are only 2 minutes, 20 seconds into this thing. Now more women starting to join those 2 on the dumbbell shoulder to overhead. Caroline Klutz in lane 10, our overall leader. She picks up the dumbbells. Right behind her is Andrea Nistler in the long black pants in the middle of your screen.
You know, getting off in that time frame means you did those wall ball shots unbroken, but the tough part is that even though you do that, if you take 1 break, I'm only going to be 10 seconds behind you, but probably feeling a little bit better, because that little 10-second break flushed a little of the fatigue out of my shoulders, and now we have to go where? We have to go right back to the same movement pattern with dumbbells with these shouldered overhead.
Well, M. Gooch in lane 16, she just moved her dumbbells forward on her second set of 20 here, along with Mackenzie Riley in the yellow top and long black pants, Andrea Nisler on her second set of 20 as well. And on the other side of the floor, in lane 15, Allison Stahl is on her second and final set of 20. Closest to the camera there in lane 15 in the yellow top, black shorts, and the yellow wristbands. Dumbbells are down for her. 3 minutes and now 25 seconds have gone by here. 10 minutes, 56 seconds is the time to beat from Katie Sharon in heat number 1. And Kelsey Ware was only 2 seconds behind her. So in lane number 16, it's M. Gooch who is your leader here in this heat on her set of 30 step overs. And in lane 10, overall leader Caroline Klutz on the left side of your screen. She is working on her step overs. Other side of the floor, in lane number 9, Julia Holm, who's in 3rd place overall, is now getting to her step overs. Lane 7 next to her is Tammy Giorco. She's on the far right side of your screen in the white top and yellow shorts. Now we're going to stall onto the step overs.
Now we're going to see if people pace correctly to get here for the 30 box step overs.
13 box. Going to ball rep 15 in lane 16.
It's M. Gooch in lane 16. Out of the United Kingdom, 39 years old, making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games, who is your leader right now in this heat. She's 17th place overall coming in. Her best finish with 8th place in event 3, which is the opening event yesterday. And she's taking a break.
15 reps for Georges.
We should see a hand in the air pretty soon here.
Allison Stahl, who is in lane 15 in the yellow and the black, working through her step overs. Caroline Klutz, meanwhile, her judge's hand is in the air on the left side in the white top, black shorts, putting her dumbbell on top of the box, and she will be the first woman now to the dumbbell stats. She is our overall leader with 364 points. And now Mackenzie Riley is going to join her on the dumbbell snatches. On the other side of the floor, Julia Holm in the white top and yellow shorts. She's on to her set of 40 dumbbell snatches. 5.5 minutes gone by here.
Nisler, Riley, Gooch, all on there. 40.
Andrea Nisler also on to her 40 dumbbell snatches. She's in the long black pants in the middle of your screen, and M. Gooch is on to the dumbbell snatches as well. So once again, lead changes in the middle part of this event.
It's all over the place. If there's any opportunity to settle down the mind, to just settle into the event, maybe try to breathe just a little bit more. This is your last shot before you get to what is going to be the toughest task ahead for these ladies, and it's just staying in the fight during those last 75 wall ball shots. Everybody is so close. There is so little separation, and there was very little separation in the first 75. So now, getting to the wall ball shots before is something that is going to play into their favor, even if it's just 5 to 10 seconds.
So Caroline Klutz in lane number 10, white top, black shorts. She's right next to Andrea Nisler in the long black pants. She's your leader in the heat, and she's on her final 5 reps. So Caroline Klutz looking to be the first woman to advance to the second and final set of wall balls, and she is done. Other side of the floor in lane 11 is Sammy Scorzelli. She's on her final set of 20. Next to her in lane 9, 3rd place overall coming into this event, Julia Holm. And she has now 1 rep remaining on this set of 40, and she'll be the now 3rd woman to the wall ball. As now Mackenzie Riley has started her set of 75, as has Andrea Nisler. So this is packed at the front.
Who's gonna hang on to the
7 minutes, 20 seconds have gone by. 10:56 is the time to beat.
Caroline Klutz just hit 20 reps in the center lane, white top.
Scorzelli off the snatch, moving on to
Other side of the floor in lane 15, yellow and black, that's Allison Stahl. She was one of the first women off of the first set of 75. Now she started her final set of 75, and now Jasmine Sheehan in lane 13 is done with her snatches, and down in lane number 7, Tammy Gurokos in the white and the yellow picking up her wall ball for the final time.
Klutz just broke at 30. Nistler, McKenzie, Murillo have yet to put the ball down next to her. Klutz just broke again.
Well, this could open the door for Mackenzie Riley and Andrea Nistler. And don't forget about Julia Holman, lane at number 9, third place overall coming in. She's got those black knee sleeves on with the yellow shorts and the white top, right of center of screen. Just let her ball hit the ground and now has her hands on her knees. 8 minutes, 30 seconds have gone by. Andrea Nistler continues to work. I don't know if she's put the ball down.
47 for Klutz. Nistler has not put the ball down, and neither has Mackenzie Riley, just to her right.
Well, we're used to seeing late event heroics from Andrea Nistler. You think a couple years back in that,
that
team
thruster
event.
wall walk event.
Nistler coming up on 60
with
reps.
CrossFit Mayhem.
60 reps for Nistler.
So Nistler may be your leader right now. Don't see a judge's hand in the air anywhere else. Julia Holm just took a break in lane number 9. She's back to work.
Lane 12.
9 minutes, 16 seconds and counting here. The Nistler in lane 12, long black pants. Judge's hand in the air for Andrea Nistler.
Mackenzie as well.
Mackenzie Riley's judge's hand is in the air, and that's going to do it for Andrea Nistler. 9:33 and an event win. Riley will finish right behind her in second place, and now Caroline Klutz will take third.
Nistler and Mackenzie Riley went unbroken on the last 70 reps to out-edge Klutz by just 5 seconds.
To quote Pat Sherwood, that's so offensive it should be criminal. In lane 8 now, Haley Murillo is in. And now in lane 11, Julia Holm is getting set to finish up.
Lane 15, Allison Stahl has finished before both of them.
Well, this is big for Andrea Nistler, because Nistler came in just 15 points back of Klutz for first place, so she's going to shave at least 6 points off of that. Now in lane 13, Jasmine Sheehan collapsing across the finish line. Other end, Amelia Lepinen is across. And we're approaching the 11-minute mark here.
A handful of athletes still working.
Jurkis is in.
Tammy Gurokos is in.
And in the air, lane 6.
Down in lane number 7.
And she is hitting the steps.
And lane 6, Christelle L. Debs across the finish line. Now 11 minutes and 15 seconds have gone by. Lane 20, judge's hand in the air, right side of your screen. And Dinah Swift is now done.
With that 11.5-minute mark.
Lacey Trulove down in lane number 2, far end of the floor. She's still working. And in lane number 18, in the all black, is Kelly Clark.
11.5 minutes. Almost finished up.
Left side of the floor, lane 19, that's Emily Morin
We got lane 2.
and Jana Poppy.
5 more reps remaining.
And in lane number 5, got Holly Henderson in the white and the black, and next to her in the all yellow in lane 3 is Chelsea Hughes.
Clark is in, right at that 12-minute mark.
Kelly Clark is now across the finish line. We have a little less than 3 minutes to go before we hit the 15-minute time cap, but the event win is going to go to Andrea Nistler. It's her first career event win as a master at the games.
I was curious if anybody could do it, even if they wanted to. And to get that win, she didn't have a choice, because Klutz had got there just early enough that even with 2-3 breaks from clutch, she was still only 5 to 6 seconds back of Nistler and Mackenzie Riley.
Now in lane 5, Holly Henderson is in, and in lane 17, that's Jana Poppy who is in. Was it Tommy Hackenbrook in 2012 who went unbroken on Karen in that final event?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
Yes,
took
he
one
did.
quick break.
No breaks.
No breaks, went unbroken on that.
Yeah. Threw from one target to the next, just slid over to the second 75 and got the win for Hackspack.
Lacey is in the lane.
And in lane 2, Lacey Trulove is now done. So every woman in that second and final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old women is done, but it was Andrea Nistler. 75 straight wall balls to close out the event, picking up her first career win here as an individual at the CrossFit Games, and she will creep closer to Caroline Klutz for the overall lead at the halfway point of this competition.
9:35, Riley.
Mackenzie Riley was right behind her, just 2 seconds, as Riley went unbroken as well. And that is going to do it for the women here in event number 5, as we are halfway through the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. We're going to take a break. When we return, the 50 to 54-year-old men will be up next in about 20 minutes as competition continues here at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. So stay with us, everybody. The men coming up in event 5. Competition continues here on the second day of action at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games as the 50 to 54-year-old men are taking the floor for their first of two heats in event number 5, the up and back chipper. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Thanks for being with us, everybody. If you are looking for the event 6 stream, that's going on the other stream that we have going on here from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez have that call for you as the athletes who just took on event number 5 are facing event number 6 over on that stream. But the matter at hand here, 150 wall balls divided into 2 sets with a bunch of stuff in between. It's like a Karen sandwich.
Because it makes it so much Karen sandwich. Talk about something I'd like to throw away as soon as you give it to me. 75 wall ball shots. We're filling it up all the way. 20 pounds, 10-foot target, 50-pound dumbbells for the dumbbell push press for 40 reps, 30 box step overs, raising the height to 24, weights going to 50, making our way back. 50 pounds on the alternating dumbbell snatches for 40 reps, and then back to the wall for 75 wall ball shots.
First of 2 heats here for these men in the 50 to 54-year-old division.
Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are underway. 75 wall balls to get things kicked off here. Now, if you were with us earlier, in the younger age groups, there was a lot of lead changes that happened in the middle of the event. But in these older age groups, that was rare.
It's going to be that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see less lead changes, but also slower times. We've got a heavier ball to a higher target for the men. We've got heavier dumbbells in a higher box for the men. So we're on the women's side, we saw a lot of great races from end to end with multiple lead changes. We talked earlier about this being a grinder-style chipper, a war of attrition. This is going to be much more of that for the men's division over the next 4 age groups.
This is the 5th event that these men have faced. Earlier today, they did the snatch speed ladder. And then after this, they have that nasty interval workout that's over on the other floor. That's the one that you can catch on the other stream that we have here from Birmingham.
28 reps in lane 4 for Bruce Thomas.
I was just talking to Andrea Nisler, who we just saw go unbroken on the last 75 wall ball shots to win and to take that heat. And I was asking her, like, how are the legs going to be going into the bike event? She's like, not as good if I didn't break. It's like,
coming up on 40 reps.
So a minute 40 gone by here in this opening heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men.
40 over here as well, Tony. Lane number 9, Beckwith.
39 reps for Eric in lane 10.
I think more breaking in the first 75, especially at this weight and height for these men. It's just a really good way to set you up for success for the remainder of the event. Knowing that you've got 40 dumbbells shouldered overhead with 50 pounds in each arm. Honestly, even breaking it up into 10s and 5s towards the later rounds of the later sets of 75, and the same thing on the dumbbell, because these step overs are going to be a grinder, blender, it's going to be a tough sledding for these guys in the middle portion before we get back to the dumbbell again.
55 reps for Mora in lane 17.
And we're going RX weight here for this event, so the 50-pound dumbbells are out there for this age group.
When is the last time the 35 all the way through the 55 are doing the exact same thing, which I think is awesome. But at the same time, maybe I was like, I could have handled a little bit less if you guys were okay with that.
3-minute mark.
3 minutes have gone by here, 15-minute time cap here in event number 5.
There you go, lane 8, hand in the air.
And down in lane
That is Todd.
number 8, Todd McKinnon in the all yellow. Resplendent in that color.
Todd McKinnon at lane 8, right at that
Is done with his 75 reps. And he will move on now to the 40 shoulder to overhead.
All right, Tony, we got a hand in the air for Beckwith.
McKinnon, 6'2". He might be the tallest athlete in the men's side, period. On the other side of the floor in lane number 9, Dustin Beckwith is done. And Beckwith is 5'11", so taller athletes love them some wall balls, and 2 of the taller athletes in the field were the first 2 men done with those 75 reps. Now in lane 7, Roan Lowe is moving up in lane 15. Closest to the camera, Trey McFerrin, and on the other side of the floor now, more men finishing up those 75 reps. Lane 14, Clint Paddock in the white shirt, blue knee sleeves, and no shirt with the backwards hat. In lane number 10, that's Eric Solon.
And your top 2 leaders with Todd McKinnon and Beckwith is both are opting for sets of 5 on the dumbbell shouldered overhead.
And each box totaling 40 total reps before they move that box step over.
Well, check out what Roan Lowe was doing in
5 more reps.
lane number 7. Once he picks those dumbbells back up, he's no shirt, in the black pants, black knee sleeves, now just picking up the dumbbells. The way he has those things mounted on his shoulders.
Yeah, that's a cheeky way to shorten the range of motion a little bit. It's more of a skull crusher than it is a shouldered overhead, technically, but it's going to make his triceps look very nice by the time he gets to those boxes.
J.R. Mora in lane 17 is onto the dumbbells, along with Trey McFerrin in lane 15. Chad Augustin in lane 13.
Now the standard is dumbbells must touch the shoulder, press to full extension overhead. So some athletes are trying to get cute to see if, like, well, if the dumbbells touch the shoulder, not all the way down. But hey, play to the standards of which you were given.
Todd McKinnon on the left side of your screen in the all yellow. He is on his second set of 20, also in lane 16, closest to the camera, the yellow and the black, adjusting his belt. That's Mark Levine.
Once our athletes make it to the box, they'll know who's in the lead. They'll have 30.
And then in lane number 9, middle of your screen right now, is Dustin Beckwith. He and McKinnon were the first 2 men off of the wall balls. We are getting close to the 6-minute mark. 5 minutes, 50 seconds have gone by here in this first of 2 heats. 5 reps remain for Dustin Beckwith.
Same with McKinnon, and they both got off the wall balls near the same time. They've both been doing quick sets of 5, so it's nice to see. I love when a plan comes together. Is that the old
Smith,
18 phrase?
That's appropriate for this age group. I loved that show as a kid.
I wanted a Mr. T haircut so bad when I was younger, and my dad would.
I'm sure your father loved
he
that.
He refused to let me get one of those.
I could just see your father when you go to him with that request. The look on his face,
just stone cold. It was just a stone cold no. But of course, this is the time in my life where I go back and I'm like, listen, I want to thank you for all the things you did and let me do.
Todd McKinnon, left side of your screen. He's onto the box step overs, along with Dustin Beckwith. Those are the first 2 men on this portion.
And just to see the challenge that this step over is at these weights and this height.
2 50-pound dumbbells being held here.
I think 20 inches across the board when you add weight to a step up is just fine, even though it's the same height for men and women. That's why you're adding weight to it. So when you add the height, it just compounds the difficulty of the movement.
Now, Roan Lowe in lane 7. He's on the far right side of your screen. He's there with Beckwith on the step overs. And on the other side of the floor in lane 16, that's Mark Levine in the yellow and black, just putting his dumbbells down. It was like 4 men on that step over portion of the event.
The step
7.5 minutes gone by.
The step overs are going to be the biggest pitfall of this event for all divisions for the men. So the way you navigate getting there is one thing. The way you manage that fatigue and the difficulty is going to be another.
McKinnon and Beckwith in lane 8 and 9.
Knowing there will be a little light at the end of the tunnel with the dumbbell snatches following these 30 step overs.
Well, McKinnon's taking a break. Meanwhile, Roan Lowe closest to the camera. He's taking a break, and behind him is Dustin Beckwith. And Beckwith and McKinnon have been going rep for rep here on this portion of the event. There are your 2 leaders. And
30 reps on that dumbbell box step over.
Beckwith gets back to work along with Lowe. Lane 17 is J.R. Mora closest to the camera. He's working through his set of 30. Next to him in lane 15, Trey McFerrin is there as well.
for McKinnon.
And McKinnon on the right side in the yellow, he's inside 10 reps to go.
At that 8.5-minute mark. And in the air for McKinnon and Lane.
We're approaching the 9-minute mark. It's only 15 minutes in this event, or the time cap is 15 minutes. And there's more time spent on the 30 reps here on the step boulders than there will be, or definitely for the 75, potentially, if you put the wall balls together.
Bruce Thomas finishes shoulder overhead onto his box.
See Chad Augustin using that dumbbell swing to get himself up and over the box, buckling his belt there in the white and the black. As Dustin Beckwith, his judge's hand, is in the air, and he is on his final rep. He's done. He'll head to the dumbbell snatches. Other side of the floor, Todd McKinnon is also on to the dumbbell snatches. So the two leaders off the wall balls continue to lead here in the latter part of this opening heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men. It's nearly 10 minutes have expired. 15-minute time cap here. Now 40 reps on the dumbbell snatches, 20 in one box. And then the athletes step forward, they'll do 20 in the next.
15 reps on the snatch for McKinnon. Hand in the air. He's going to finish his first.
So now 5 minutes remain. Judge's hand in the air in lane 14 for Clint Paddock.
Lane 14 on his box step over. That's Paddock. My man Clint's trying to finish up, get back to his shoulder to overhead.
McKinnon and Beckwith are the only two men on the snatches. Beckwith is still in his opening set of 20. McKinnon just moved forward to start his second set of 20. So Todd McKinnon now in the lead here. McKinnon came in 18th place overall, but he's coming off his best finish of the competition. He took 6th in the snatch speed ladder earlier today. Beckwith's got some company on his side of the floor on the dumbbell snatches as Ron Lowe has joined him, but Beckwith is through 20 of his 40 reps. And 11 minutes have gone by. 4 minutes remain here.
4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes remaining.
And they get to the wall as quickly as they can, because with the time they have remaining, they're not going to get through the 75 wall ball shots with that limited amount of time left. So now's where you start to look at the clock, start to realize, okay, now it's going to be a reps game. How many reps can I get in the time remaining? What am I going to have to do to get those reps? And you're not going to like the answer. The answer is put the ball down as few times as possible.
Well, Todd McKinnon is now on to the wall balls for the final time. 11 minutes and 40 seconds have gone by, and he gets started on that 75 reps. That's it between him and a heat win.
We got Mark onto his dumbbell snatch.
And Dustin Beckwith is getting set to finish up on the other end of the floor. He's now inside 5 reps remaining, and he will join Beckwith on the wall balls as Ron Lowe managing to pass Beckwith. Lowe is now onto the wall balls as well. So 3 men have made it into the final movement of this event, but Lowe is taking his time. Actually, he was not done. He was grabbing some water. He's going back to the dumbbell.
That's a rough sign. Water in the middle of the event. Todd McKinnon opened up with a set of 10. I think Beckwith did the same as McKinnon's back.
McKinnon and Beckwith. Looks like Beckwith hasn't put that ball down yet. At that 12.5-minute mark.
McKinnon right around 20.
Now Beckwith with another break. McKinnon's taking a break too at the other end of the floor. McKinnon and Beckwith, the only 2 men on this portion of the event. And we have about 2 minutes left here before we hit the 15-minute time cap.
All right, athletes, here we go.
There's McKinnon in the all yellow in lane number 8.
McKinnon and Beckwith.
2 minutes left. McKinnon breaks again. Same with Beckwith.
McKinnon making his second appearance here at the CrossFit Games as a master. His first came in 2017 when he finished 14th in the 45 to 49-year-old division. Has never finished higher than 7th in an event. That ended in the prior event where he has a career best 6th place finish in the snatch speed ladder. His first finish of the competition inside the top 10. Beckwith is back to work. Looks like Roan Lowe is now finally done with his dumbbell snatches, and he's working to the ball. Failed to hit the target on that rep.
We've all been there. Usually I don't pick up the ball that fast afterwards.
If I'm by myself, I usually count that. Yeah, close enough.
McKinnon's at 40 reps with 1 minute remaining. Trying to see where Beckwith is.
And he just took a look over his right shoulder to McKinnon. And he's back to work. 45 seconds remain before we hit the 15-minute time cap. So it looks like no one in this opening heat is going to finish this event. So now it's a matter of just amassing as many reps as you possibly can. And Dustin Beckwith in lane number 9, no shirt, black shorts, right next to him in the same attire, but the purple weightlifting belt is Roan Lowe. And Chad Augustin in lane 13 is getting set to close out his set of 40 dumbbell snatches. He might be able to get 1 or 2 wall balls in, but McKinnon is going to be your leader.
Right, 45 for Beckwith. And I may have got a miscount over the MCs about where McKinnon was at, but I thought he was closer to 50.
Finish up with 36 wall balls.
But now I just heard 36 for McKinnon, so Beckwith.
We'll have to see the score of Beckwith. Our MCs are checking on that. So 50 reps for Beckwith. He is your heat winner.
I'm very surprised on McKinnon because McKinnon opened with a set of 10 until he only got 26 after that in the last 2 minutes.
Dustin Beckwith, 50 reps of the final 75 to take heat 1. Take a quick break when we return the final heat, second and final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men. Coming up from Birmingham, Alabama. Second and final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men taking the floor here, and we will see if anybody can finish this event inside the 15-minute time cap. Dustin Beckwith got the closest to 50
Sean
reps.
Ramirez.
Hey, Sean Ramirez saying hi to us. I didn't even know he was here.
He was saying,
you?
I wore the bright yellow long sleeve shirt, so you know where I was.
Did you even know he was here? I didn't even know that guy was competing.
I thought he was done. I thought he had retired years ago.
There he is. Imagine that. Now, he'll be in lane number 9, and Sean Ramirez right now is in second place overall with 355 points. He's 24 back of Jamie McGarva. McGarva will be in lane number 11. He's in the white shirt, black shorts, and black knee sleeves right in the middle of your floor. He has 379 total points. He already has an event win in event number 1, and he's coming off a second place finish in event number 4. He has yet to finish lower than 5th. Now, Justin LaSala, who sits in 3rd, at one point he was your overall leader. He'll be in lane 10. He's in the white shirt and black shorts with the black wristbands on, taking his place on his starting mat. LaSala, he currently comes in with 343 points, so he is 36 back of McGarva, coming off his worst finish of the competition, the 15th in event number 4.
Now for Sean Ramirez, we were talking about the event we missed him in last night, which was that 4-rounder of rope climbs, sandbag cleans, and handstand walks. He was 2 minutes faster than the second placed finisher in an event that only took 7.5 minutes.
I mean, he got done so fast, I didn't even see him. And he was just wandering around in the middle of the floor, and then wait, is he done?
3.
And the answer was yes.
1, go.
All right, second and final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men is underway, and right off the bat, Ramirez got hit with a no rep.
We saw that one, Sean.
Dustin Beckwith had the top score in heat number 1. He was only able to get through 50 of his 75 wall balls in that final set. So if you finish this event and you're the first to do it in this heat, you're going to win.
All right, Tony, previous heat, Beckwith came in with 50 reps on that second set of wall balls. We're going to see what these gentlemen...
Justin LaSala there in lane 10, 3rd place overall. He was your overall leader coming into the day. He had 3 finishes of 4th or better on Thursday, including a win in the opening event, which was event number 3.
Reps 20 in lane 4.
28 reps, lane 7.
Now, LaSala's made it to the games every year as a master since 2017, and he has now 4 career event wins.
25 reps, lane 5.
30 reps in lane 8 for Hughes.
See a lot of athletes passing the 30 rep mark, approaching 40.
In lane 10.
LaSala just hit 35.
90 seconds have gone by. A lot of men past the halfway point here on this set of 75 to open things up. After this, it's 40 shoulder to overhead with those 50-pound dumbbells.
45 reps for Sean Ramirez, so he has just 30 reps left.
44 reps, and we're coming up on that 2-minute mark.
47 reps for McGarva, lane 11.
McGarva approaching 50.
Around that 3-minute mark.
Justin LaSala, he's continuing to work. I don't think I've seen him put the ball down once. I'm sure he's taking a break, and there it is in the middle of your screen in lane 10.
50 reps for Jason, hanging out lane 16. 50 reps in lane 14 for Davis.
Jason leaves and Robbie Davis both past 50. And I think you're right, Sean. I think LaSala might be.
Lane 12 at 60 reps.
But he got 15 reps left for Jason.
Well, Corey Daig in lane 12 is another guy who's quickly amassing reps and getting closer to that 75 mark. Now LaSala has got 10 to go here, so he might be the first man done. Looking at the judges now, starting to see some hands going in the air. Sean Ramirez in lane number 9, judges hand in the air. He's got 5 remaining. LaSala's got 4 remaining, so it looks like Ramirez will be one of the first men done. Lane 7, that's Simon Hope, who moves on to the dumbbells. Justin LaSala is now done. Sean Ramirez in lane number 9 is finished.
40 reps now. 50-pound dumbbells for these shoulder to overhead. They can pick any way they want, push, press, push, jerk. Just got to extend and come into show control at the top enough for the rep to count. We saw in the previous heat, your top 2 leaders in the event were actually doing sets of 5 and navigated the push presses fairly quickly, where others are taking big sets but bigger breaks.
Well, Jamie McGarva in lane 11 on the left side of your screen. He's joined Ramirez and Hope on this set of 40. They'll do 20 reps in one box and step forward, do their final 20 reps, and Hope's the first man to advance. Ramirez doesn't drop the dumbbells.
Well, he had been hopping forward slightly and actually ended up getting to that line between the 20 and 40 rep markers, and they had to back him out of that box.
Well, Justin LaSala is now done with his first set of 20 along with Corey Daig. Daig in the middle in lane 12, hands on his knees, no shirt, black shorts next to him in the white shirt, black shorts, and the black wristbands, white shoes is Justin LaSala. He's back to work now as he's on the back half of his set of 40. 4.5 minutes have gone by here. There is Justin LaSala now putting the dumbbells down again. His best career finish at the CrossFit Games came in 2019 when he finished second overall in the 45 to 49-year-old division. And then the next time he showed up in person, he finished third in 2021. He's only finished outside of the top 10 of the games one time. That was in 2018 when he took 13th in the 40 to 44-year-old division.
5 minutes in, it looks like you got
Well, Simon Hope
2 on your side there.
in lane number 7 out of New Zealand. On the far right side of your screen is just about done. Now he is done. He'll be the first man to his 30 box step overs, and he took no time getting to those.
They went right to it. Jamie McGarva is done with his 40, but he took a break where Hope went right into his step overs.
Now McGarva is your overall leader. He has 379 points. He's 24 up on Sean Ramirez right now, and ahead of Ramirez in this event. Approaching the 6-minute mark, 15-minute time cap here. No man in the first heat of the 50 to 54-year-old division was able to finish this event inside that 15-minute time cap. And now Justin LaSala is onto his box step overs.
Ramirez 5 reps in on the box.
LaSala getting a good, I don't want to say running start, but gaining some momentum as he gets over that box.
And whatever it takes, whatever gets you up on the box and over the box easier, and that could be swinging the dumbbells forward and letting that momentum take you up and over.
13 reps for McGarva in lane 11.
We're just over 6.5 minutes in.
See, McGarva stays a little bit low,
Hogue in lane 8.
but Simon Hope behind him stands up all the way on top of the box before he steps down. It's not necessary to do for the step over. Between the two of them, Sean Ramirez seems about as low as you could possibly get to just limit the amount of effort he can do to get over the box.
Now, Jamie McGarva, I think, is more than halfway through this set of 30. Again, your overall leader there in the middle of your screen in the white shirt, black weightlifting belt, black knee sleeves.
15 reps in lane 10.
And Simon Hope was the first man on the far right side of the screen.
I just heard Sean Ramirez and Jason LaSala both are at the 15 rep mark. LaSala now at 17.
I think McGarva is your leader right now. He might be ahead of Hope.
Reps for Hope.
We'll check back in with the even numbered lanes as every athlete is on to those 30 step overs. As we're approaching the 8-minute mark now. 7 minutes, 45 seconds have gone by here in this second and final heat for the 50 to 54-year-old men.
We're coming upon that 8-minute mark. We have seen league changes all day long.
And LaSala's taking a break. He's there with his hands on his knees.
For Hughes.
And McGarva's got his judge's hand in the air, so he looks like he has taken the lead here from Simon Hope on these 30 step overs. He's got 2 remaining. He's got to go up and back, and then he'll head to the dumbbell snatches.
He's got 2 final reps on the box.
Looks like that is going to be your heat leader in lane 11.
Overall leader, Jamie McGarva. First man to the dumbbell snatches. Hand in the air for Hope and for Ramirez. Also, Justin LaSala's judge's hand is in the air, left side of your screen.
That's right, Tony. We're coming into these final reps on the box here.
McGarva's onto his dumbbell snatches as LaSala has now 4 reps remaining on the step overs. Sean Ramirez has moved to the dumbbell snatches along with Simon Hope, but McGarva has the lead there.
That is your number 1.
He'll move forward after completing 20 reps. This is his first appearance at the CrossFit Games. He's at a Fort to Fort CrossFit in Langley, British Columbia. And one of the bigger guys in the field, 5'10", 208 pounds. Whew.
McGarva keeping his foot on the gas here.
And McGarva's through 20 of his 40 dumbbell snatches. He is your leader. Justin LaSala has moved on to the dumbbell snatches after finishing up his set of 30 box step overs. And Joel Hughes in lane 8, he's about ready to finish up his step overs.
Right at that 9.5 minute mark.
McGarva just looks so good on the left side of your screen. Set to 20 on the first set, stepped through and just went right into the second set of 20.
Sean Ramirez is close to finishing his first set of 20. He'll step forward then and perform another 20 dumbbell snatches. But McGarva has not slowed down on these reps. He's got a great pace going there on the left side of your screen. 10 minutes gone by, 5 minutes remain here.
Looks like he just sped up on the last 5 reps.
The final 2 reps for McGarva, and then he will advance to the wall ball as he tries to chase down Dustin Beckwith. Beckwith has the top score from heat number 1. He got through 50 of his final 75 wall balls.
Trying to make his way to that wall ball. Chase it down. Lane 11 for
McGarva now working through his final set of 75. Justin LaSala, meanwhile, is looking to finish up his 40 dumbbell snatches. He's left to center screen, white shirt, black shorts, black wristbands.
50 to 54. We're coming up on that 11-minute mark.
Lane number 12, that's Corey Daig, no shirt on, who's joined LaSala on that
he's trying to get that lead.
final set of 20. And then in lane at number 8 is Joel Hughes, who just advanced his his dumbbell to join LaSala and Daig.
12 reps, hand in the air for LaSala. 5 more reps remaining.
Meanwhile, Jamie McGarva continues to just rack up repetitions here on that set of 75.
That's 20 reps for McGarva.
11 and a half minutes have gone by, 3.5 minutes remain, and 50 reps on this portion of the event is the score to beat as Sean Ramirez joins McGarva on the wall balls.
Lane 11 is running away with it.
That's right, Tony.
So Justin LaSala is now getting started on his final set of wall balls.
LaSala got 5 reps in before Daig can get to his wall ball.
Now here comes Corey Daig next to LaSala in lane 12.
Ramirez for that second spot.
Jamie McGarva taking another break, hands on his hips as he picks up his ball in the middle of the screen in lane 11. And now Simon Hope down in lane number 7 with the black weight belt, white shirt. He's moving to the wall ball.
McGarva's at 35.
Coming upon 2 reps in, he says, "Here I am."
Ramirez, I think he's only at 10. He's just had a few struggles with the med ball. Just can't seem to find a good rhythm there.
He was letting that thing bounce, and then now he's got a rhythm going to Sean Ramirez. Right next to overall leader Jamie McGarva. McGarva again coming in with 379 points, 24 up on Ramirez, so looking to extend that lead here at the halfway point of the competition.
And Ramirez is at 20. Hughes on this side of the floor is also at 20.
Steve has joined the wall balls.
Jason Lees in the yellow shorts.
We got 2 minutes.
On the right side of the screen, no shirt. He's onto the wall balls as well.
For McGarva.
Well, McGarva has now tied Dustin Beckwith at 50 reps, and we have more than a minute and a half remaining.
Ramirez at 30, Tony.
30 reps for Sean Ramirez, 30 reps for Justin LaSala.
Well, Ramirez, now it's about damage control. If he can just stay next to McGarva, he's only going to surrender 3 points to him in this event. So McGarva, with these reps, is now your event leader in lane number 11. And now he takes a break. Justin LaSala in lane 10, who just picked up his ball in the middle of the screen. He's working again. He's battling with Sean Ramirez for second place in the event.
20 reps in lane 8.
McGarva just hit 60. Should be 63 for McGarva.
1 minute.
So less than a minute to go. We got 50 seconds, 50 seconds here as Jamie McGarva looks to finish inside the 15-minute time cap. He's already the event leader.
68 for McGarva. He's got 7 left.
30 reps for Dave.
So 30 seconds
LaSala
left
has
here.
45.
48
The final 5 reps here for Jamie McGarva, looking for his second win of the competition. And that is going to do it for Jamie McGarva. 100 points and now a bigger lead on top of the overall standings after 5 events.
LaSala and Ramirez are only 1 rep apart from each other.
Well, Justin LaSala now putting the ball down. He's in lane 10, middle of your screen. Final seconds here as LaSala's back to work. Ramirez dropping the ball. We'll have to figure out who won that battle, but we do know that Jamie McGarva is going to rack up another event win. He has yet to finish lower than 5th, and he will have 479 out of a possible 500 points heading into event 6.
55 for Justin LaSala.
48. Where was Ramirez?
We're checking on Sean Ramirez, the scorer. MCs are really helping us out. 56.
Oh.
So Ramirez, if he finishes second in that event, like I said, he's only going to surrender 3 points to McGarva. So still well within striking distance as we have 5 events remaining. And event 6 is going to take place on the other stream that we have going on. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez are bringing you that action.
Nice work.
But the Chippers will continue here
The competition floor.
with me and Chase. So stay with us as the 45 to 49-year-old men are coming up next.
Working our own chipper.
45 to 49-year-old men up next here in event number 5 from the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram as the Chippers continue here on day number 2 of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
75 wall ball shots to start, 20-pound ball, 10-foot target. Then you see those 50-pound dumbbells on the middle of the competition floor. 40 shouldered overhead with those, and then to the box. 30 box step overs at 24 inches and the 50 pounds. So work their way back to 1 dumbbell for 40 alternating dumbbell snatches and finishing with those final 75 wall ball shots.
20 men on the competition floor for this first of 2 heats.
1 minute.
The 5th event that these men will face, as we are doing events in order today for these younger age groups. They started the day with event 4. That was the snatch speed ladder. They'll do this event, and then they close things out later on with that interval workout that's going to take place on the floor that you can see behind the rig here. You see some athletes back there doing chest to bar pull-ups. That's because that event is now currently going on the other stream that we have.
I don't know what event would be worse to finish on.
Oh.
This one or the
Yeah, it's just pick your best, worst option on that one, I guess.
The answer is Meteor.
First of 2 heats here for the 45 to 49-year-old men.
2 heats, 10 seconds. Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1. Go. All right.
We'll settle in for 75 wall balls.
45 to 49 division, kicking it off.
20-pound ball at that 10-foot target.
One of the things you have to keep in check here, not just with your pacing, with your breathing, which, contrary to what a lot of people may do, you can actually breathe freely while you do wall ball shots. You do not need to hold your breath while you do it. But it's the need to keep your mind from wandering while you're doing them, because what a lot of people will do, and I'm guilty of this a lot, is that during these 75 in a pyramid chipper, then when I get to 15 to 20 to 35, all I'm thinking about is like, oh, I got to come back here again.
Yes.
Right? I got to come back here, but it's going to feel worse. And if it doesn't feel good now, that means it's going to feel worse later. And so being able to keep that out of your mind is a big part of just keep the little things outside of just the movement itself that competitors do need to recognize and focus on.
Past the 1 minute mark here. 15 minutes total allotted for this event.
Reps for Moody in lane 8.
Heath Moody in lane 8 is on the back half. He's in the sleeveless white shirt, black weight belt, black shorts.
Lane 10. Release.
44 reps for Garcia in lane 9.
Jim coming up on 45 reps in lane 12.
A lot of athletes at that 45 rep mark.
Brandon, 45 reps in lane 14.
So have yet to see a judge's hand go into the air here. We're past the 2 minute mark.
Marcelo coming up on 50 reps in lane 16.
So some athletes 2/3 of the way through here.
59 reps for Landon.
As you're working your way to the 75, focusing a lot on letting the legs do the majority of the heavy lifting. A lot of people will think about the opposite, where I need to push the ball harder, knowing I have push presses after this, and it's quite the opposite. You want your legs to do the heavy lifting for these wall ball shots, because it'll actually be your upper body that will benefit more if they're fresh on the dumbbell push presses.
Lane number 11, Wyatt Wardenberg is going to be the first man to the shoulder to overhead. Wardenberg coming in at 26th place overall, had his best finish in event 2 when he took 18th.
We got Landon Fawcett in lane 18, lane 8. Moody, I believe he came out the same time your guy.
And now in lane number 7, Spencer Whitley is onto the shoulder to overhead. Lane 18, other side of the floor, closest to the camera. That's Landon Fawcett taking his shirt off. In lane number 10, Luis Pessoa is on the shoulder to overhead. And in lane number 8, next to him is Heath Moody.
20 reps in each box.
The 3.5 minutes have gone by here.
Double box step overs. We're at that 3.5 minute mark.
All right, so it looks like Wardenberg and Moody.
Now with the shoulder to overhead is that you can do,
The shoulder to overhead.
usually you'll see between two different movements. You'll see a simple push press as you see from Heath Moody in lane number 8. Others will do a push jerk where
We got a hand in the air.
getting back underneath that dumbbell. And in lane 13, Jesse Williams, he'll do a few push presses, then default to that push press. He at least did in his first set of 10. We're just to help the shoulders a little bit as they start to fatigue.
Wyatt Wardenberg getting back to work. Middle of your screen, he was the first man to this portion of the event.
Hand in the air for Moody. He's got 5 reps remaining on the shoulder to overhead.
And he's got 5 remaining, does Wardenberg, before he will make his way to the box step overs.
We're just over 4.5 minutes in, gentlemen. Just over 4.5 minutes in. Royce has moved on in lane 12 to his last 20.
Wardenberg is now
On in lane 14.
on his final rep. He is done. Dumbbells go down. He's in the middle of the floor. White shirt, yellow shorts, black knee sleeves, wiping the sweat from his brow. And now he will start chipping away at those 30 step overs.
Once again, they got 30 dumbbell box step overs. This is a 45 to 49 division. 45 to 49 division is going to be heat 1 of 2 heats.
Gerard Garcia on the far right side of your screen. He is also one of the box step overs. Those are your top 2 men right now in the heat. And then on the other side of the floor, down in lane number 8, Heath Moody with the sleeveless white shirt, stepping back towards the box on the left side of your screen. He sits in 3rd place in the heat as more men are starting to begin those 30 reps on the step overs.
8 reps in for Whiteley on the box.
Landon, lane 18, 5-4 short overhead, and he'll move on. Lane 12 will be moving.
14 reps on the box.
Really like the way Wyatt Wardenberg is moving. You can see him heaving the dumbbells up towards the box to help pull himself up. The turnaround, it's a little give and take. It helps you get on the box easier. It's less on the legs. It's more on the grip. It's more on the shoulders. And if you let it pull you through, right, that cycle's a little bit slower, but bang for your buck. I still think that dumbbell swing is the way to go for these box step overs.
Heath Moody in lane 8, far left side of your screen, the white sleeveless shirt, putting his dumbbells down. He was in 3rd place in the heat coming into this portion of the event. He was behind 2 men on the left side of the floor, Wyatt Wardenberg and Gerard Garcia.
7-minute mark. 7 minutes in. This is the game changer here. The step overs, we got lead changes all day long right here.
Spencer Whitley also was towards the front in this heat. 7 minutes, 15 seconds have gone by, and Wardenberg is down to his final 3 reps on the step overs. He'll be the first man to get to the dumbbell snatches.
Wardenberg final rep on the box. He's going to drop
And now he is done.
and move on to the snatches.
And we've reached the halfway point of this event. 7 minutes, 30 seconds have elapsed.
Little sneak, well, I don't know if it's sneaky awful. It's just awful. The awful part about this is that in chippers, the nice thing about that, if you like the format, is that you do a movement, you leave the movement, and you move to a next thing. But when you do the shoulder to overhead, the dumbbell step overs, and the dumbbell snatches, that you're just stuck with the dumbbells the whole time, and there's no escape from it. So that also plays into that mind game I was talking about earlier about first 75 wall balls, knowing you have another 75 wall balls later.
Well, Heath Moody on the left side of your screen, he's onto his dumbbell snatches as he joins Wyatt Wardenberg, who is the first man in this portion of the event. 8 minutes, 24 seconds and counting now.
Looking for that third.
As Wardenberg is almost done with his first set of 20.
We're at that 8.5-minute mark.
After this, he'll step forward into the next box and complete 20 more. And he's done. And Wardenberg taking a look over his shoulder. I think he was looking for Moody. So Moody and Wardenberg, the only two men on the dumbbell snatches right now. And Moody is now done with his first set of 20 as Wardenberg has yet to start his second set. Now Wardenberg getting to work.
Wardenberg's in at 6'1", 200 pounds, using every inch of that to his advantage in this heat.
Moody also moving forward on the floor.
Here comes Marcelo and lane 16.
Moody with a good pace on those dumbbell snatches.
Heath Moody the same. Both of these athletes, 6'1", 208, 200 pounds, like battle the giants. Well, I mean, CrossFit giants. CrossFit giants.
More men have joined Wardenberg on the dumbbell snatches. Lane 15, closest to the camera in the yellow shirt and black shorts. In the middle of the floor, I should say, is Michael Cox, and then in lane 19, far left side, David Crossan. Also in lane number 7 is Spencer Whitley, but Wardenberg's going to close out his set of 40 dumbbell snatches and head back to the wall ball for 75 reps. And we have a little less than 5 minutes remaining. 10 minutes, 10 seconds have elapsed in this first of two heats for the 45 to 49-year-old men.
Onto the wall balls. You're 1 and 2 on the wall balls as we speak.
Other end of the floor, Heath Moody getting started on his final set of wall balls.
Wardenberg 5 reps in before Moody got his first.
So Wardenberg with about 5 reps in before Moody started. And Wardenberg, I don't think has put the wall ball down since he started.
10 reps in on his wall balls.
And there's a break.
Moody just hit 10. They basically broke at the same exact time.
We got 4 minutes.
Now Moody back to work for Wardenberg. And now Wardenberg trying to hold off the charge from Moody. Just got hit with a no rep.
How you looking over there, Tony?
Didn't hit depth on the squat.
18 reps over here.
Wardenberg's approaching 25 reps. Moody is about 5 reps behind him.
Moody continuing to work on his set of 75. 11 minutes, 30 seconds have gone by.
23 reps in lane 8 for Moody.
Moody through 23 reps. Wardenberg is now past the 30 rep mark.
Here comes
Lane number 7 on the right side of the screen, that's Spencer Whitley. And then in lane 15, Michael Cox is on to his set of 75. Down in lane number 4 on the other side of the floor, that's Dustin Owen in the white shirt, black shorts. And in lane number 12, in the very middle of your screen, Jim Royce starting his set of 75. Landon Fawcett is also there in lane 18.
45 reps for Wardenberg, 40 reps for Heath Moody.
40 reps and then 12.5 minute mark.
Moody chipping away at that lead right now.
5 reps separating.
Taking a break, and Moody's back to work. So Wardenberg's breaks have been a little bit longer than Moody's here.
And what Moody's doing, he's doing sets of about 6 to 7 reps at a time, which is shortening his rest, which is limiting his fatigue during the actual movement.
About 2 minutes remaining here.
55 reps, Wardenberg.
55 reps for Wardenberg, 50 for Moody, so still 5 reps separating.
Both of our gentlemen are taking a break. They got 2 minutes remaining.
Well, this is one of those disadvantages when you're at opposite ends of the floor and you're not facing each other. You got to rely on the MCs to kind of keep you appraised of the situation.
56 for Moody.
For Moody now at 56. We got 13 minutes and 25 seconds elapsed. Wardenberg's getting close. He's got 10 remaining before he finishes.
Wardenberg did a huge set on that last one.
He's shaking it out. He is now going to start.
Moody 62.
Well, Moody's taking a break. Wardenberg back on the ball. We'll see if he'll close this thing out. He's got 5 remaining. Wardenberg is going to hold off Moody, so Wardenberg's going to take the heat at 13:57. And we'll see when Moody finishes up. His judge's hand has yet to go into the air. That should be happening soon. Moody is in lane number 8. Now the judge's hand is in the air.
Underneath the time cap, we got 45 seconds remaining. One more rep, and Moody is in.
And Moody is in at 14:16.
30 seconds remaining.
Now just 30 seconds remaining before we hit the 15-minute time cap.
30 reps for Ross. 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
48 reps for Cox.
It doesn't look like anybody else is going to be able to finish here.
10 seconds.
But now it's just try to fight through the pain and get as many reps as you can before this buzzer hits. Lane 18, Landon Fawcett. Looked like my 4-year-old shooting a free throw on that one. I think that would have counted. He got below parallel and he made it, so it doesn't have to be pretty to be effective.
13 minutes, 57.
But Wyatt Wardenberg is going to win the event, or win the heat, I should say, 13:57 unofficially for him, with 1 heat remaining in the 45 to 49-year-old division, and we will have it for you here in just a couple of minutes as our coverage continues from Birmingham, Alabama. Second and final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old men set to go here as our coverage continues. Here in Birmingham, Alabama, of event number 5, the up and back chipper.
What are we doing again? 75 wall ball shots, 40 shoulder overhead, 30 dumbbell box step overs right there in the middle, then working our way back to the rig with 40 alternating dumbbell snatches. And those final 75 wall ball shots to complete. Karen just split in half with a little extra meat in the middle.
Well, your overall leaders in this division will be on the floor. Kane Hayes is in lane 10. He's your leader right now with 340 points. You see him talking to his judge in the white shirt and the black shorts. Jason Grubb is on the other side of the floor. Grubb is your defending champion. He's in lane 11. He's only 6 points back of McCord for first place. And then Kane Hayes will be in lane number 10.
30 seconds.
As he was the man I misidentified him. Robbie McCord is in lane number 12, so he's in the yellow shirt and the black shorts. Kane Hayes is now no shirt on, black shorts. He sits in third place. He has 328 points, so only 12 points separating first from third in the overall standings as we are now hitting the halfway point of the competition. And Jason Grubb has been a big topic of conversation in lane number 11. He's trying to become the first man to ever win 5 straight Masters gold medals.
And he has to do it in 2 different age divisions as well, which is a challenge in and of itself.
Followed by trophy.
Don't take the bait early. Don't need to be sprinting. 75 total here to start. Small sets, short reps. Save your energy. Save that big set, big chunks at the end. Same thing for the dumbbells.
Well, Wyatt Wardenberg has your time to beat at 13 minutes 57 seconds. Did that heat number 1. He and Heath Moody were the only 2 men in that opening heat to finish this event inside that 15-minute time cap.
And a great race between the 2 of them. Those last 75 wall ball shots, they only were really separated by 5 reps at most.
Jackie Adams, see where we're at here with these guys. 25 reps for the Salvatore.
Curious to see what we're going to get from Richard Vint in this event. He's had 2 finishes in the top 2, a first and a second, but then 2 finishes outside 20 with the rope climb event and the snatch ladder that we had earlier today.
Now Vinton is in lane 13 to the left of Jason Grubb, and as you mentioned, he got off to a fantastic start on day number 1, but since then has been going the wrong way in the overall standings. Currently sits in 10th place overall. Now he's going to take a break. I don't think Jason Grubb in lane 11 has broken yet, as we are approaching the 2-minute mark. 1 minute and 49 seconds have gone by here, and there's a break for Grubb in lane 11. Now lane 10, Kane Hayes, no shirt on, middle of your screen, black shorts. He's 2/3 of the way through here.
4 reps to lane 12, Robbie McCord.
It's like Hayes and McCord are past about 20 reps left to go.
62 reps to lane 14, Alex O'Brien.
Now Robbie McCord won the opening event yesterday. Remember, that was event 3. And since then, he's put up 2 7ths and a 9th. He's coming off a 7th place finish in event number 4, the Stack Speed Ladder. Richard Vint, meanwhile, in lane 13, he's going to be the first man through those 75 wall balls. Other side of the floor, lane 14, that's Alex O'Brien.
Mike Kern, and he goes right to the dumbbells, and here they come.
Mike Kern in lane 16 onto the dumbbell shoulder to overhead. The 40 reps they need to complete, 50 pounds in each hand. Lane 18, right side of your screen, Vlad Leah.
O'Brien and Kern
picking up the dumbbells.
got to the dumbbells.
And Jason Grubb is now onto the shoulder to overhead.
The dumbbells, 20 at a time, 40 total. We're just over the 3-minute mark.
Richard Vint is through 20 reps. He'll be the first man to advance into the back half of this set of 40.
Vint's putting a lot of effort into doing those 2 sets of 10.
Grubb just finished up. Mike Kern just put the dumbbells down in lane 16. He's moved up, as has Alex O'Brien in lane 14. And now lane 10, Kane Hayes.
That is Hayes.
And Robbie McCord
Taking a quick break.
taking a break in the middle of your screen, adjusting his knee sleeves. He's your overall leader coming in, but he's only got a 6-point cushion on Jason Grubb. And Jason Grubb chalking up his hands. He's looking to close out his set of 40 as Richard Vint is your leader right now, putting the dumbbells down, and he will move to the step overs. And Jason Grubb about to join him.
He's got 2 reps in.
Jason Grubb finishes his final rep of that shoulder to overhead, also working.
Vint and Grubb on the step overs, other side of the floor. In lane 12 is Robbie McCord, the overall leader. He's in the the yellow shirt, black shorts, and black knee sleeves.
We're coming on that 5-minute mark.
Now he and Alex O'Brien are wearing the exact same thing. McCord's shoes are white, O'Brien's are dark, and O'Brien now just put the dumbbells down. McCord's on his haunches. Mike Kern is the next man in lane number 16. He's working through his set of 30, but your leader right now on the heat is Richard Vint.
Vint is just hammering on these step overs.
And Vint in lane 15 now just putting the dumbbells down. He'll go to the chalk as Jason Grubb gets back to work. 5 minutes and 22 seconds have gone by here. 15-minute time cap. Time to beat 13:57 from Wyatt Wardenberg. He and Heath Moody, the only 2 men to finish this event inside that 15-minute time cap in heat number 1.
He's taking a quick break.
And Mike Kern continuing to work there in lane number 16. And Robbie McCord taking a break on his haunches. As Alex O'Brien in lane 14, left side of your screen. In the black shoes. Now look at McCord doing that sidestep technique and employing it very well here.
That's finding that rhythm that's comfortable for you. Some people like it straightforward where you step on the box. That lateral step is more comfortable for others.
Now this is the final rep for Richard Vint. Jason Grubb has 3 remaining. Now this is good for Jason Grubb because I know that he probably wants to chase down Richard Vint, but Vint is in 10th place overall. Grubb is ahead of Robbie McCord here in this event, and he only trails McCord by 6 points in the overall standings. So Grubb is right where he needs to be right now. For lane number 12, Robbie McCord, though, is on to the dumbbell snatches, so he has pulled even, I think, with Grubb here in this heat.
All the athletes that Grubb needs to be ahead of or hanging with, they're all within a handful of reps of each other as we're working into the dumbbell snatches.
Now Kane Hayes in the black shorts, no shirt, white wristbands. He's on to his set of 40. Richard Vint is now done with his opening set of 20, so he continues to lead here as we are halfway through the allotted time for this event. 7 minutes, 30 seconds have elapsed.
Now Vint went an unbroken set of 20. Jason Grubb took a break at 10. Now that's going to set him up to rest a little bit before we get to the wall balls. We'll see what his plan is once he gets there.
Robbie McCord in lane number 12 is on his final set of 20, so I think McCord is now ahead of Grubb.
35 reps in for Vint. He's got 4 reps now remaining.
We're about to get a hand in the air at lane 12 for McCord.
McCord now 5 reps to go. as Vint is making his way to the wall balls.
All right, Tony.
And McCord has moved into second place behind Vint here in the heat. And McCord is done. He'll join Vint on the wall balls. Vint has already started his final set of 75. And Jason Grubb there in the middle of your screen in the shorts and no shirt has 5 reps remaining, and he'll join McCord and Vint on the wall balls.
Vint only got about 3 reps in before he missed the target and got a no rep, and then decided to take a break just to reset. Got another no rep.
Well, McCord's got a big advantage here, and emphasis on big. He's 6'2", 210.
That'll help.
That is a certified rig shaker. The top 3 are Vint, McCord, and Grubb. And now Kane Hayes, who sits in 3rd place, he's onto the wall balls as well. Black shorts, no shirt. 9.5 minutes have gone by.
McCord and Vint are both right at 20 reps.
13 minutes, 57 seconds. That is the time to beat.
Jason Grubb just hit 20.
Grubb taking a break. McCord might be in the lead here. He just passed the 25 rep mark. Middle of your screen in the yellow shirt and black shorts. And now in lane 14, that's Alex O'Brien walking up to the wall ball to join McCord, Hayes, and also in lane 16, Mike Kern.
18 reps in for Dallas.
Lane 8, Chris Anderson now.
I think Kane Hayes just opened with a set of 30, so he's nearly caught up to Grubb, McCord, and Vint. 36 for Hayes.
Well, this one's going to be extremely closer. Jason Grubb is back to work. Richard Vint is working, but Vint does not look nearly as smooth as Hayes and McCord.
Kane Hayes just hit 40.
Approaching the 11-minute mark here, 10 minutes, 50 seconds have expired. So McCord is now through 45. He's got 30 remaining.
40 over here for Grubb.
Jason Grubb is through 40, so Grubb is starting to gain some ground. Now Vint's got to chase his wall ball.
As he does that, Kane Hayes just passed or just hit 50 reps.
We'll keep an eye on Kane Hayes. No shirt, black shorts, middle of the screen. He's in lane 10, right next to our overall leader, Robbie McCord. Kane Hayes, 3rd place overall, 328 points. He's only 12 points back of McCord for that top spot in the standings.
Grubb hit 50.
Yeah, Jason Grubb is working smoothly here on this final set of 75 wall balls. Vint is starting to leave his feet, as is Grubb. Kane Hayes now with 10 reps left. He may be your leader. Keep an eye on the judges. Hand will go in the air with 5 reps left. And there it is for Kane Hayes.
3 reps.
Oh, come on.
And Hayes
Is he going to make it happen? Last and final rep.
is going to do it. Event win for Kane Hayes. 12 minutes, 15 seconds unofficially. Now Robbie McCord, judge's hand is in the air. And that's going to be the 5th career event win for Hayes, as McCord is now in 2nd place. Jason Grubb's judge's hand is in the air. So Grubb looking to lock up a 3rd place finish here. So he will surrender some points to McCord and Hayes, but still very much in the mix with 5 events remaining. Great effort from Jason Grubb.
And Grubb and Hayes actually might end up being tied after this, because they were only separated by 6 points coming into this.
Richard Vint's judge's hand is in the air, and he's now done. Pardon me, that's lane 15. That's Martin Dowse. So Richard Vint is still working in lane 13. In lane 7, Robbie Perovich is across the finish line. The judge's hand in the air in lane number 5 for Cristiano Leandro, and he's done. So Richard Vint has really fallen off the lane pace in lane 13, and we have 90 seconds to go here.
The last 75 is so much more important than the first 75.
2 more reps, Chris Anderson. Anderson. And O'Brien at the same time.
In lane 8, Chris Anderson is done. Lane 14, Alex O'Brien is also finished. In lane 16, Mike Kern has closed out his event. And this seems to be the appropriate reaction to this stimulus. Collapsing on the floor when you're done. And less than a minute to go, 45 seconds left.
51 reps for Costa.
Glad coming up on 70 in lane 18. Lane 6 made his way, David Johnston.
Now hand in the air for Richard Vint.
20 seconds.
Well, he is out of gas.
Final 3 reps for Vince.
He was the first one to the rig.
And that's going to do it for Vince, so he will get in inside that time cap. Oh, another no rep. And now he's got to make this one count. He's got 5 seconds left. And he'll make it with a couple seconds to spare. But it's Kane Hayes, first event win of the competition, 5th of his career, 6'4".
That'll do it. The 30 off the bat makes a bit more sense now that you say his height. You still got to do the work, though.
Every now and then the tall guys get one in the wheelhouse, and Kane Hayes knocked that one out of the park. And he will head over to event number 6 with a win under his belt. Still more action to come here from floor number 3. More chippers as the 40 to 44-year-old men are coming up next here from Birmingham, Alabama. Forty to 44-year-old men coming up next here in event number 5. First of 2 heats for them. as our coverage continues here from Birmingham, Alabama on the second day of competition at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. What do you want to say about this one that we haven't said the prior 18 times we've done this one?
I mean, I don't know if I'm more excited about their chipper coming to an end or our chipper coming to an end. That is the 24 heats of event number 5, but this is what they're doing. As we've seen all morning long, 75 wall ball shots, 40 shoulder overhead at 50 pounds, 30 box step overs, 40 alternating dumbbell snatches, and back to the 75. We've had some pretty good races in really every heat we've seen so far when it comes down to those final 75 reps. So for the fans that are here watching in person, they've got themselves a pretty good show so far.
This is the second of 3 events that these men will face here on the second day of competition. Event 6 is coming up later. That's on the other stream, and that event is taking place now in some of the other divisions. If you want to switch over and watch that, Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez have that covered for you on the other stream that we're bringing you here from Birmingham, Alabama. But the matter at hand here for the 40 to 44-year-old men is heat number 1 as they face the 5th event, the up and back chipper that opens with those 75 wall balls.
Nothing wild and crazy here. It's just grunt work, wall balls, shoulder to overhead, the dumbbells, step overs. No one's going to get out-skilled. No one's going to get out-lifted. It's going to really just tough each other for an event.
2, 1, go.
Heat 1 for the 40 to 44-year-old men is underway.
It's going to be heat 1. We got
75 reps
followed by 40
to open things up here.
Decent chunk of wall ball shots, 20 pounds to 10 feet. Traditional weight and height we've seen in CrossFit competition. All these guys should be used to that.
They got a 15-minute time cap here. 15-minute time cap. We're 30 seconds in. We're going to run it down here in just a
One thing you don't want to do is just rush or race. A wall ball shot is one of those movements that has a pretty much of a, I don't want to say terminal velocity, but they just have a speed that everybody goes. There may be some height discrepancies that can help with that, but you can only go so fast. So when you try to race wall ball shots, you end up just working harder with no benefit.
23 reps in lane 3.
30 reps for Park in lane 4.
Or 30 reps
40 reps
for
in lane
Young J
5.
Park.
A little more than a minute in, about a minute 13 seconds have expired here.
And that's about right. You have a decent pace on your wall ball shots. You're very fluid with your movement. 2 seconds a rep is about the right pacing you'll see. There's a chance it might be a little faster, just depending on if you receive the ball at the bottom of the squat instead of catch and write it down. There are little tricks you can do to speed the pace up, but again, you're saving seconds over the course of 10 to 15 reps.
45 in lane 12 for the now.
I don't know how many actually times I've seen anybody break intentionally so far.
We're starting to see some guys take some breaks here in the latter part of these 75 reps, ripping off a big chunk to start.
And keep in mind, is those dumbbells waiting for them is nearly the same movement that they're doing. You're doing a full squat and throw with the ball. You're going to get to the dumbbells and just doing a short dip drive and press overhead again with heavier weights for just over half the repetitions. So it's not like you're moving to a movement like, say, a hang power clean with the dumbbells.
Well, lane
5 in lane 20 for Lopez, packed heat. We're at that 2.5 minute mark.
number 6
75.
is Tiago Giacomi, who's the first man onto the dumbbells, and now next to him in lane 8, here comes Kevin Jones. Tiago's struggling early with those dumbbells.
And that's what you'll see here. If you did too much on the wall ball shot, you're coming back to a movement that is harder overhead than you just did. And dumbbells, if you do not have the stability, go any which way they feel like they're going to go.
Now Paco Bravo's in lane 13. He's got a good pace going on the shoulder to overhead, middle of your screen in the white shirt and yellow shorts.
I really like how he rides those dumbbells down, but in control. You'll see some athletes not dip as much, instead of just ride it, secure it, and drive it back up over your head.
Now Rocky Gagne is next to him in lane 11, now just picking up his dumbbells in the yellow and black. And down in lane number 7 is Dustin Arth, lane 5 next to him. Farther down the floor is Romeo Morocco. So that was just about all the men working through at least their first set of 20 shoulder to overhead. In lane number 10, Anthony Baker, no shirt on. He's advanced his dumbbells into the second quadrant to finish his second set of 20. Kevin Jones is also there, as well as is Thiago Giacome.
We're going to see if we're going to keep that same
Lane 16, the white sleeveless shirt, adjusting his dumbbells. That's Michael Walsh, as we are past the 4-minute mark here.
The shoulder to overhead for Jones, lane number 8.
Guido in lane 14 has moved on to his second set of 20. Same thing in lane 16.
We already have one athlete onto the step overs. And that is
Giacome and Jones, lanes number 6.
Kevin Jones, I believe, in lane 8. He's making his second appearance at the CrossFit Games. He was 18th overall in 2018 in the 35 to 39-year-old division.
We're coming up on that 5-minute mark. Coming up on 5 minutes on the clock.
Thiago Giacome is
have a 30 double dumbbell step overs
on the step overs as well. So just now 3 men. It's on the other side of the floor. Now get 4. Lane 19 closest to the camera. That's Patrick McGinnis in the white and the yellow. And then in lane 13, now taking off his shirt, that's Paco Bravo. Next to him in lane 11, Rocky Gagne onto the step overs. 5 minutes, 10 seconds have gone by. 15-minute time cap. Opening heat for the 40 to 44-year-old men here in event number 5. The second of 3 events they face today.
I think Paco Bravo's my leader in the clubhouse for athlete names so far.
That is a solid name.
It's just a quality name.
It's right up there with Tony Tursky. Just Tony Tursky, that just sounds like a name of a guy who gets stuff done. You know?
In not the most legal ways.
Hey, you just see everyone's got a guy. Tony Tursky's that guy. I got a guy. I'll take care of it.
6 reps in lane 12.
Approaching the 6-minute mark. And as we have seen with these younger divisions, we saw this with the women as well, this is where the lead starts to shift and where we kind of figure out who's who in the zoo.
And just see, you can see the challenge that this is. You just did 75 wall ball shots. Your legs didn't get a break putting the dumbbells over your head 40 times with the dumbbell push press. Instead, now you got to get up on this 24-inch box with the weight you've just been using previously. This is where the brakes tend to slam here in these 30 middle reps on the step overs.
And there is Paco Bravo continuing to work his way up and over that 24-inch box. Kevin Jones, he's on the far left side of the screen. He's in the sleeveless white shirt and the black shorts and the red and black shoes. He was the first man to the box step overs and looks to be the first man to finish. His judge's hand is in the air. I think he has 3 reps remaining. Judge's hand in the air for Paco Bravo as well. He has 4 reps remaining. The Bravo and Jones fighting for the top spot here in the first of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old men.
5 reps remaining.
That Thiago Giacome is on his final 5 reps. And judge's hand in the air in lane 11 for Rocky Gagne. So Kevin Jones is now advanced to the dumbbell snatch. He's getting to work there on the left side of your screen. And Paco Bravo is now joining him. Bravo with his first rep of that set of 40.
And we've seen athletes race to the final 75 wall ball shots too quickly and end up blowing up during the final portion of this event. And we've been saying it since the beginning is there's one thing to get there faster than everybody. There's another thing getting there smarter than everyone.
8 minutes have elapsed. 7 remain here. And heat number 1 to the 40 to 44-year-old men. Your leader is on the left side of your screen in the sleeveless white shirt and black shorts. That is Kevin Jones. And Jones comes in 28th place overall. His best finish was in event number 1, which was the second event these men did yesterday. He took 16th place in that running deadlift event.
All right, looks like Kevin Jones over there, first athlete.
Meanwhile, in second place is Paco Bravo. He's in lane 13. He's taking a break on the dumbbells. Yellow shorts, yellow wristbands, no shirt. And also down in lane number 7, keep an eye on Dustin Harth. He's at the far end of the floor. White shirt, black shorts, and the multicolored knee sleeves. He's on his second set of 20.
Jones. Elaine Baker.
And Jones now has 5 reps remaining in his set of 40 dumbbell snatches. He'll be the first man back to that final set of 75 wall balls. And he is done.
Here we go, lane 8.
Jones taking a second to catch his breath as Paco Bravo on the other side of the floor is just about done with his dumbbell snatches. This is his final rep, and he will join Jones for the 75 wall balls.
All right, Tony Bravo.
And now in lane number 7, Dustin Harth is also moving up. The Harth solidly in 3rd place here in the heat with his hands on his knees there. Far side of the floor, lane 7.
All right, I got Baker coming in.
Kevin Jones. And next to Jones is Anthony Baker, who's onto the wall balls as well.
We got 5 minutes. Who's going to hit that 75?
Bravo, 9 reps in.
Kevin Jones back to work. Sleeveless shirt, black shorts, left side.
41 reps in for Jones in lane 8.
Past the 20 rep mark is Jones. He's got about a 6 rep lead on Baker, who's right next to him. And now in lane number 12 in the yellow shirt and black shorts, that's Lyle Borin. He's right in the middle of your screen. Lane 16, Michael Walsh also on the wall balls.
These 3 guys are pulling ahead of Paco Bravo. Paco opened up with a set of 10.
35 reps for Jones.
And now he's got another set of 10, so it should be 20 for Paco Bravo.
5 in lane 10.
And we're past the 11-minute mark, so less than 4 minutes remain here. First of 2 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old men. Dustin Harth down there in lane number 7 in the white shirt and black shorts continuing to work. We'll keep an eye on him. He could be creeping up on Bravo.
Jones in lane 8. 45 reps and he takes the break.
Kevin Jones is through 45 of his 75 reps. He's taking a break. He is your leader right now in the heat. Back to work there in lane number 8.
To his right, Baker is 10 reps behind him.
25 in lane 18 for Chuck.
Well, Chuck Brem in lane 18. He's got 45 down as well. He's on the right side of the screen with his hands on his knees now, picking that ball back up.
We're coming up on that 12-minute mark. Jones in lane 8, 55 reps.
So now 20 reps remaining for Kevin Jones. As we have 3 reps remaining, Paco Bravo in lane 13 trying to hold off lane number 7, Dustin Harth.
Baker in lane 10.
Harth at 40 reps.
60 reps in lane 10.
Bravo another break, and now Harth with a break. And Jones back to work.
65 reps, 10 more reps remaining in lane 8 for Jones.
So Jones looking to close out a heat win here. He's creeping up on the 10 reps to go mark. 12 minutes, 30 seconds have gone by. Jones with another break. We'll keep an eye on his judge. Hand in the air with 5 reps remaining. And there it is.
3 more reps remaining.
For Kevin Jones.
For Jones, last and final rep.
Now final rep for Jones. He's in 12:45. For Kevin Jones to take heat number 1.
51 in lane 16 for Walsh. 38 for Guido Trinidad. And 14.
16 reps for Harth.
Meanwhile, lane number 7,
7 reps in lane 10 for
Dustin
Baker.
Harth has 15 remaining. He's sitting back on his haunches in the white shirt and black shorts, talking to his judge. Paco Bravo in lane 13
Hand in the air,
is also
1
getting to
minute
work.
remaining for Baker. And he's
Meanwhile,
gonna come in at
in lane 10,
13:24 unofficial.
it's Anthony Baker across the finish line. 13:26 for him to take second place in the
90
heat.
seconds, 90 seconds.
90 seconds remain. And lane 7, Dustin Harth, his judge's hand should be going in the air here soon as well. And there it is for Harth. He has now 4 reps left.
4 reps remaining.
Only judge who has his hand in the air at this point.
65 in lane 16.
And Harth is across in 13:53 unofficially. And now 1 minute to go in the heat.
Walsh, 4 more reps remaining.
Michael Walsh in lane 16 has 2 reps remaining, and he's stopped, and that could open the door for Chuck Brem to finish ahead of him. Brem now a no rep, and that is going to save Michael Walsh, who gets in just ahead of Brem.
We've got about 30 seconds.
Other side of the floor looks like lane 15, David Santa Cruz Borgstrand, I think, finished up as well, so he was in the mix in that battle. Less than 30 to go before we hit the time cap.
67 reps for McGinnis. He has time on the clock to finish.
Patrick McGinnis in lane 19, very far left side of your screen, has a shot at finishing up here as well.
15 seconds.
His judge's hand will go in the air here. With 5 reps remaining for McGinnis, and now 10 seconds, and now a no rep. With 5 seconds remaining, McGinnis another no rep, so it doesn't look like it's going to happen for him. But Kevin Jones is the man who's going to win this event. Win the heat, 12 minutes 45 seconds, with 1 heat remaining in the 40 to 44-year-old division. Now we will see if anybody can chase that down. Second and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old men just ahead. Stay with us, everyone. We are set for the second and final heat. In event number 5 for the 40 to 44-year-old men
All right, here we go, gentlemen.
here in Birmingham, Alabama at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex. And we are glad you are with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram.
Bradley Alton. Lane number 5, Alexander Joe.
The chippers shall continue until morale improves.
I play for the United States of America.
Again.
75 wall ball shots, 20 pounds to 10 feet, 40 dumbbell shoulder overhead at 50 pounds. Take those 50 pounds to the 24-inch box, 30 step overs, and work your way back to the rig. We'll switch from shoulder overhead to dumbbell snatches and finish off with 75 wall ball shots.
In lane 18, Justin McWilliams. Lane 19.
Time to beat is 12 minutes, 45 seconds. Kevin Jones did that in heat number 1.
1 minute.
Julian Cerna, he's your overall leader coming into this event. He'll be in lane number 11. He has 373 points, but he's only 3 points up on Jonathan Edel, who will be in lane number 10 at the other end of the floor. He's standing there on his start mat with the black shorts and no shirt on. And then Chicho Quesada in lane number 9 sits in 3rd place. He has 334 points. The top 3 men are the only 3 men above the 300-point mark, so we're starting to see some separation from the top 3 athletes, but boy, it is close on top of the overall standings.
If I showed you a picture of Jonathan Edel and be like, hey, you see this guy? He won the running event and the handstand walk rope climb event. You're like, you're high. There's absolutely no way.
Back-to-back event wins yesterday in events 1 and 2.
And I'm just going to throw it out there, which is probably a curse to you, Jonathan Edel, as this event unfolds, because that is what we do as announcers. But this is one of those grunt work events that might surprise us with a performance from him.
When Jonathan Edel puts the mass in Masters, he is 220 pounds.
He was just manhandling that 150-pound
that thing
sandbag
looked
last
empty,
night.
like a pillow.
So I can only imagine how nice it is to hold on to this 20-pound vent ball for 75 reps.
Beat of 12 minutes, 44 seconds.
Second and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old men is underway.
75 wall balls, followed by 40 shoulder overhead, into 30 double dumbbell box of step overs, into 40 dumbbell snatches, back on that wall ball for 75. They got 15 minutes to make that happen, and it's going to be heat 2 of our 40 to 44.
They're approaching the 1-minute mark.
Now, we've seen in the previous heat just really big sets on the wall ball shots, but if you looked at the last 75, quite the opposite. Finding a blend between the two. You don't need massive sets in the beginning if you cannot hold to decent sets of 10 to 15 at the end. I would say at the end, you should be putting yourself in a position where 15 to 20 is on the table. We've seen 6s and 7s and 8s, which just means we either pushed way too hard, way too early, or we're just not managing our work the right way, getting towards the second round of 75 wall ball shots.
Keep an eye on lane 7. Yellow shorts, no shirt, black knee sleeves. That's Pierre-Luc Labbé. He's at 6'1", 228. He got some beef in this final heat.
52 reps in lane 6.
Listen, this is my age division, so I'm like, all right, just holding it down for some of the big guys in here. So probably just need to get a bit fitter, and I can increase the average height of this demographic.
Put that wall ball. We're gonna take a little break there.
Pierre-Luc Labbé continuing to work here in lane number 7.
55 in lane 14 for James.
James St. Leger in lane 14
Final rep. Looks like he's got 5 reps.
is more than 2/3 of the way through here. And judge's hand in the air for Pierre-Luc Labbé, as is the judge's hand in the air for Casper Myrup on the right side of the screen. He's done. Lane 12, Danny Burke is finished. And in lane 10, Jonathan Edel already on to those 50-pound dumbbells.
So either unbroken or maybe one break in those 75 wall ball shots for your leading 5 athletes.
All right, Tony, 40
A 40 shoulder overhead, 50 pounds in each hand here, 20 reps in that first box. They step forward, do 20 reps in the next one. So now all the athletes are through their 75 wall balls. Jonathan Edel has already moved up into his second set of 20, so I believe he might be your leader right now in the heat. He's on the left side of your screen, no shirt, black shorts. Already won 2 events here. And now lane 12, Danny Burke moving up to join him. Burke's got that backwards hat. And Pierre-Luc Labbé on the right side of your screen. He continues to work through his second set of 20.
Seen a lot of set of 10 so far, but Edel opened with a set of 20.
Lane 4 has moved to their second set.
All right, Tony, we got some movement over here too. Labbé and Quesada all moving forward into their final.
Now Jonathan Edel is now onto his 30 box step overs.
Now what Edel did on that second set of 20, which I thought was an awesome move, is that he could have done 20 shoulder overhead for the second time in a row. He opted to do 10. But what he did after his second set of 10 is he went right to the box. So instead of taking a break after the shoulder to overhead, putting the dumbbells on the ground and having to pick them up and go back to the box, he just went straight to the box after his final 40th rep.
And he's going to take a break. Pierre-Luc Labbé is on to the box step overs, and down there in lane 19, close to the camera, that's Brett Owsley.
Onto the box, followed by lane 8.
Also over in lane 20, Casper Myrup is there, and now lane 12, middle of the screen in the backwards hat and the yellow shorts, that's Danny Burke. Edel's next to him, and then Jonathan Varela, he's on to the step overs also, but it is Jonathan Edel who's already got 2 event wins here. He only trails Julian Cerna by 3 points for the overall lead. And Cerna is in lane number 11 on the other side of the floor, and he's working through his step overs there on the right side of the screen in the black shorts and the black knee sleeves and the white socks. About 5.5 minutes have gone by here.
I think Edel's going to have 5 reps left to go.
Well, Jonathan Edel's judge's hand in the air. Well, he is
5.5 minutes.
making a mockery of this right now.
So quick over the box, so strong through the midline, just able to hunch over but step through with no issues whatsoever.
This will be the final rep for Edel, and he'll move on to the dumbbell snatches.
Dumbbell snatch. A total of 40
And gets right to work on that set of 40.
And his transitions from movement to movement is so fantastic. Just no wasted time or effort.
Judge's hand in the air for Pierre-Luc Labbé. They're on the far right side of your screen. Also judge's hand in the air in lane 11 for Julian Cerna. And Cerna's got to worry about Jonathan Edel right now, because if Edel beats him in this event, the two of them will at least be tied in points for the top spot. But Edel's going to have the tie break because he will have 3 event wins. Edel getting set to close out his first set of 20. And now he steps forward, 20 more reps before returning to the wall ball, and we are not even 7 minutes into this event.
He didn't take a break. He just went right into the second set of 20.
Both off the box onto the snatch.
Well, Julian Cerna is on to the dumbbell snatches as well, as is Pierre-Luc Labbé, and next to him in lane number 9 is Chico Quesada. He's in the white shirt and yellow shorts, black weightlifting belt, taking a break. Cerna's got a good pace here on these dumbbell snatches, so he's going to take a break. Jonathan Edel continuing to work, and he has 4 reps left, and we're not even halfway through the allotted time. Final rep for Edel, and now he will head back to the wall ball.
That's at 7.5 minute mark.
75 reps for him. We are halfway through the allotted time. The time to beat is 12:45 from Kevin Jones, and that is very much in danger, as Edel has not stopped.
No, he's not even taking a break. He's just moving to the station and starting. We've seen athletes all day long set dumbbells down, hands on their hips, pace around, hunch over, drop to their knees. I mean, we had some guys actually lay on the ground to rest in between some sets, and Edel is just taking breaks within the transition and going right into it. And for this as his first appearance at the CrossFit Games at 40 years old, but that's what we've seen, that he's just maybe just been waiting for his chance to get into the stage division and now showcase what he's capable of.
Edel's going to have some company on the wall balls as Pierre-Luc Labbé has now moved on. Now, both of these guys are tall, but Labbé is one of the tallest guys in the entire competition. He's 6'1", 228.
Jonathan coming up on 30 reps.
And I believe he was faster than Edel on this portion of the event. Now lane number 9, Chicho Quesada takes the belt off. He's under the wall balls, and Julian Cerna in lane 11 is there as well.
Yeah, Edel didn't come off the
9
wall
minutes gone
balls
by.
first. And look at Edel. Edel's been competing in the game season since 2016, which was his first Open.
Rudolph on the wall balls. 43 reps in for Jonathan in lane 10.
He's through 43 reps, so more than halfway through here is Edel, and now he's got some company in the even lanes. In lane 8, Jonathan Arella is there, and also lane 6, Rudolph Berger. But Pierre-Luc Labbé in lane number 7. He's on the right side, yellow shorts, black knee sleeves, white shoes. That may be the first time he's broken.
For lane 20.
Approaching the 10-minute mark here.
Edel had his second break. He just picked up the ball again.
Athletes, we have 5 minutes.
The 12:45 again is the time to beat from Kevin Jones in heat number 1. I don't know how much longer that's going to last. Pierre-Luc Labbé's got 50 reps down, so he's 2/3 of the way in. And Jonathan Edel there in lane number 10, black shorts, no shirt, white wristbands.
He's at 65.
He's looking for his 3rd event win here. Yeah, the only thing that is keeping him out of the top spot is 2 6th-place finishes. That's the lowest he's finished. But Julian Cerna has 1 event win, but he's got 2/3 and a 6th.
Top time overall.
And now 5 reps remain for Jonathan Edel.
44. He's got 5 reps.
We're not even at 11 minutes left.
Coming up on 11 minutes, there's 4 reps remaining.
So final reps for him, and Jonathan Edel is going to pick up event win number 3, 11:02 for Edel, and Labbé also finished.
So close.
So that was close, 11:04 for Labbé, so that was a 2-second difference unofficially. We need to check that, but either way, Jonathan Edel is going to probably take over the top spot in the overall standings all by himself. Julian Cerna is the man who occupied the overall lead. He's in lane 11, middle of your screen, with that tape on his back and the black shorts. He was only 3 points up on Edel.
50 reps for Quesada.
Chicho Quesada in lane number 9, he's 2/3 of the way through. He's got 50 reps down.
Quesada is currently sitting 3rd overall.
65 reps for Cerna.
Well, Cerna's now through 65. He's got 10 remaining. So if Labbé wound up beating Edel, and Cerna could be the next man in, if he does it inside of 12:45, he'll be tied in points. But now that's going to help Edel in lane number 6. That was Rudolph Berger who just came across. So that means that regardless of where Edel finished in that race with Labbé, he is going to be your overall leader, as Cerna is done at 12:36. Make that 12:40 for Cerna, as in lane 13. I thought Bruno Militao was done, but he was just taking a break. But Cerna is now in at 12:40. So he just ekes ahead of Kevin Jones' time with 12:45.
50 reps in lane 18. 50 reps in lane 14 for James.
So now 2 minutes remaining before we hit the time cap.
Looks like he's got a few more reps. Last and final
Lane
rep,
15,
and he is in.
Nick Aranda
Unofficial.
is done. Lane number 12, Danny Berg coming across the finish line. Also Casper Myrup finished up. Lane 13, Bruno Militao is done. And lane number 9, Chicho Quesada, who came in third place overall, is now in.
Quesada had about a 39 rep lead on LeBay coming into this event. LeBay was sitting in 5th overall, 2 points behind Alexander Jolivet. So at minimum, LeBay will move up to 4th. It'll be pretty close to see if he could start cracking into that top 3 based off where Quesada finished up.
So Josh Boonstra down to lane number 1 finished up. Couple more men getting set to finish here, lane 14. James St. Leger is just about done. Lane 18, Dustin McWilliams is in.
4 reps remaining here in lane 17.
And Paul Delaney is just about done.
30 seconds.
And that'll do it. So every man in that final heat getting inside that 15-minute time cap. And it does look like Jonathan Edel's going to pick up his 3rd win in 5 events and will occupy the top spot in the overall standings heading into event number 6, the final event of day number 2.
Left, nice work, on those scorecards.
We are coming down to the close of event number 5. 2 heats remain, the 35 to 39-year-olds coming up next here as our coverage continues from Birmingham, Alabama and the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. 35 to 39-year-old men up next here for event number 5 at the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with
All right, guys, come
Chase Ingram.
35 to 39, this is heat 1 of 2 in.
Second, first, same as the first.
Like Sisyphus over here, just pushing that rock up the hill, man.
Of course, if you first joined us, here's what's on the table today. 75 wall ball shots, 20 pounds to 10 feet, into 40 dumbbell shoulder to overhead at 50 pounds, each 30 box step overs at 24 inches. Make your way back to the dumbbell. We're switching to alternating dumbbell snatches, but still finishing with those 75 wall ball shots.
First of 2 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old men. This is the second of 3 events that they will face today. They opened the day earlier with that snatch speed ladder, event number 4. Then after this, they head over to the floor that you can see in the background. They're going to do that nasty bike chest to bar double under interval.
I've got 2 heats for
I can't wait to take my headset off and watch that event unfold. We've seen the middle portion of this take a lot of the wind out of the sails for these athletes. That 24-inch box, but coming off the 75 wall ball shots and the 40 shouldered overhead. Managing the box, getting back to the dumbbell snatches, but saving some for the end. We've had a lot of tight races on the final 75 reps, and if you haven't put yourself in a position for big sets and just being having a little extra in the tank so you can keep pace with some of those athletes. So don't blow it out all here in the first 75 reps. You got to save something for the end.
1, go.
75 wall balls to kick us off. First of 2 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old men. 15-minute time cap.
15 minutes on the clock. 75 wall balls followed by 40 shoulder to overhead into 30.
And we'll see who hangs on the longest here to open things up.
We'll finish up with 75 wall balls, and again, they got 15 minutes on the
But in these younger age groups, it has not been what we have seen with the older age group. The older age groups, whoever got off the wall first, more or less tended to hang on to the lead.
And it was usually height dependent, like the tall athletes who aren't going to be as affected as on the wall ball shots have a little bit of an advantage on the box step overs. That is held true for those older divisions. However, as the youth makes its way onto the floor, that's not just going to get you from point A to point B. You got to have the fitness and you got to have the grit to just slog through this chipper.
Well, Dex Hopkins is down in lane number 3. He's got the backwards black hat on. Earlier today, in the snatch speed ladder, he had to do a mixed grip on the snatch to get through it, and he was able to get through it.
We know
and
Dex
he's still competing.
Dex is dealing with a wrist injury, took himself completely out of the event last night, as he's just gutting through it a bit right now.
48 reps for Chris, lane 13.
Jason Lucas, lane 14, 53 reps.
53 reps for Ruth.
Approaching the 2-minute mark here. Haven't seen a lot of breaks here so far.
58. Go ahead, team.
Lane 18, 54 reps.
Athletes passing the 50 rep mark, 68
17.
in lane 17.
2 minutes. We're just over that 2-minute mark.
Lane 17 is Dominic Marici.
I see that the tremor legs coming in.
Pretty quickly here.
Tells me you're getting close to the end of your 75 wall ball shots.
Well, lane number 11, that is Paul Tremblay.
There he is.
Over here in lane.
And now Dex Hopkins moving on to the dumbbells. You see how he handles this with his wrist. Looks to be just fine. Lane number 7, Adam Vincent is also moving up. And then on the other side of the floor, just about everybody finishing up or done
That's a nice
with those
thing.
75 wall balls.
That's a nice thing for the dumbbells for Dex, because originally this was programmed to be a barbell for shoulder overhead, but making it a dumbbell will allow him to manipulate the dumbbell in a position that doesn't affect his wrist as much as the bar would.
Lane 8 is there. Woodard in lane 4 is there.
So 40 reps here, 20 reps in one box, and they step forward to complete the next 20 reps. And then in lane 14, Jason Lucas, judge's hand is in the air. Lucas is in those red knee sleeves. He's moved forward. And also down at the far end of the floor in lanes 4, Jimmy Woodard, and lane 6, Blas Gonzalez.
Paul Tremblay, who was first off the wall ball shots, opened with a set of 20, did a set of 10, and it looks like he's just managing his fatigue. That's what we're hoping to see for some of these athletes.
Dex Hopkins on the far right side of the screen is on his final set of 20, and Paul Tremblay making quick work of those dumbbells. He's in the yellow shirt, black shorts, middle right of your screen. He's in lane number 11, and now he is moving to the box step overs. So Tremblay, your leader in the heat.
One more rep.
In lane 14, Jason Lucas, now he'll join Tremblay on the step overs. Taking his shirt off there on the right side. In lane 8, Michael Hernandez is getting set to start his step overs, and Jason Lucas has gotten right to work. Paul Tremblay, he's popped the top.
Now, Paul, who's outside the top 20 to start the day, got 4th in the snatch ladder earlier this morning and vaulted himself all the way up to 12th.
Adam Vinson and Dex Hopkins are also on to the step overs. Vinson's in the white shirt, black shorts, far right side of your screen. Hopkins is at the very far right of your screen. He's kind of out of view as he works his way through the step overs. And now down in lane 17, Dominic Melorici is on to the step overs as well, as most of the men have advanced to this portion of the event. But in lane number 14, no shirt, red knee sleeves and the headband, that is Jason Lucas. He and Tremblay are fighting for the lead here as we are past the 5-minute mark.
Look at the pace set by Chao Garfalo. It's just twisting and turning. I haven't seen anybody move through those step ups as fast as he just did.
He's in lane 16 in the yellow shirt and black shorts, taking a break on his haunches.
14 reps in lane 12.
And Paul Tremblay, meanwhile, continuing to work through his set of 30.
Who's going to want it bad? Who's going to work through this workout here?
And on the right side of the screen, no shirt, black shorts. Puts the dumbbells down. Tremblay's got 7 remaining. And Lucas is a couple reps ahead of him. Lucas on the left side of your screen, now black shorts, red knee sleeves, 5 reps. His judge is the only one with her hand in the air here. 6 minutes have gone by, 15-minute time cap, first of 2 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old men.
18 reps for Ruth.
Lucas, the last and final step over, and he'll move to his dumbbell snatch.
So Lucas is done. He'll ditch 1 dumbbell, keep the other, and now he's got 40 dumbbell snatches to complete. And Paul Tremblay is on his final rep, and Tremblay will move on to the dumbbell snatches. Also in lane number 7, Adam Vinson is on to the dumbbell snatches.
Let's see if Lucas can hold on in lane 14.
And Vinson gets started before Tremblay. And Lucas is also working on his first set of 20. And he will be joined in lane 12 by Mike Egan. Egan also no shirt on, black shorts, but he's got the white knee sleeves on. And Egan gets right to work.
For that 7-minute mark, Lucas, 4 more
Down in lane 8, Mark Hutchinson is also
for 20 more reps
on the dumbbell snatches. He's in the black shorts and black knee sleeves towards the left side of your screen.
on his step over the number 4.
Ruth, lane 15 off the box.
And Tremblay's got 5 remaining here in this first set of 20, so he was able to gain some ground on Adam Vinson down there in lane 7.
Vincent's moving a bit slower on the dumbbell snatch. Tremblay's cycle rate has definitely picked up.
And lane 4 is there.
And Dex Hopkins down on the far right side of your screen. He's onto the dumbbell snatches as well.
Lane 18 is there.
And Lucas has moved into his final set of 20. In the middle of your screen, lane 14, black shorts, red knee sleeves.
We got Lucas
Approaching the 8-minute mark First of two heats for the 35 to 39-year-old men. Adam Hutchinson has moved up as well into his final set of 20. As has Mike Egan. And now also in lane 18, Pavel Miljarek is on his final set of 20. He's got a good pace going, this Spider. And now Lucas is done. He'll be the first man back to the wall balls. Now Paul Tremblay now has 5 reps remaining. Lucas is just now picking up the wall balls. So Tremblay, with 2 reps left, the middle of your screen will be the next man to the wall balls.
Now Paul taking a look over his shoulder to see if anybody is over on the wall ball shots on the other side of the floor.
Now Jason Lucas is your leader right now.
Vincent here in lane 7, right with him. Vincent getting right to work on the wall ball.
Lucas in 34th place overall. Coming in, his best finish was 18th. That was in that running deadlift event.
I think Lucas just got to 17 reps on his opening set of wall ball shots.
And Tremblay and Vincent are on to the wall balls. Tremblay no shirt, black shorts. Vincent is in the white shirt and black shorts to the right of him. And Dex Hopkins in lane 3 and Brandon Pastoric in lane 5 are also on their final set of 20, along with lane 17 and 15, Dominic Marici and Kyle Carvalho.
22 reps on the
Meanwhile, Lucas has some company on the wall balls down on the even lanes on the right side of the floor. Mike Egan is there with him. Also Hutchinson and Miljarek.
Lucas approaching 30. I think Paul is 1 or 2 reps behind him on the opposite side of the floor. 32 reps for Jason Lucas.
We're coming up on that 10-minute mark.
Now Lucas is your leader.
17.
Middle right of your screen, black shorts, red knee sleeves next to him
47 reps
is Mike Egan. And Tremblay and Vincent on the left side. Tremblay no shirt, black shorts, middle of your screen in lane 11. And then Vincent is down there in lane 7. They were the first 2 men on this side of the floor to the wall balls.
Taking a quick break, that's Woodard.
Another break for Tremblay. 10.5 minutes have gone by.
41 reps for Vincent, lane 7.
Now Vincent is through 41 and counting now. That should be 44 for him. He's in lane 7. Tremblay back to work in lane 11.
54 reps in lane 14 for Lucas.
And Jason Lucas is more than 2/3 of the way through. He continues to lead. He's holding off Vincent and Tremblay for the top spot in this heat.
55 reps, Tremblay.
Paul's got 20 left.
Now Vincent, I believe, is right around that mark. I think he heard the floor announcer and picked that ball right back up because Tremblay is starting to gain some ground. So Paul Tremblay
65 reps for Lucas in lane 14.
has, I think, 15 remaining.
Lucas has 10. Just got a no rep. Uh-oh.
Now Lucas puts the ball down. And Tremblay gets back to work.
He's still going.
69 reps.
Oh, Lucas is
But
just having
Tremblay
a...
now has 5 left. Judges' hands in the air at the same time for both Lucas and Tremblay.
Last and final rep.
Tremblay is going to edge out Lucas. 11:40 for Tremblay. I think 11:42 for Lucas. And Tremblay looks across the floor and gives Lucas the thumbs up. Now Vincent is across as well. We'll call it 11:40 unofficially for Paul Tremblay. What a late charge from him.
And Lucas had it basically in the bag, but in the final 10 reps, he had about 3 no reps, a dropped ball, and just lost by, what, 1 second at most?
Coming up on 55 reps in lane 12.
Paul was able to hold on.
52 reps.
Now Peter Miljarek is also in lane 18. But 11:40 unofficially for Paul Tremblay, just a couple seconds ahead of Jason Lucas to pick up the heat win.
55 reps for Sergey.
And And as you mentioned, Chase, Paul Tremblay, 12th place overall, coming off a 4th place finish earlier today in event 4, and we still have that interval event to go over on the other competition floor later on this evening.
Lane 6 for Gonzalez.
The judge's hand in the air in lane number 12 for Mike Egan.
Hutchison, 3 more reps remaining. 2 more for Hutchison.
And Egan's in. Mark Hutchinson in lane 8 about to finish up as well, and he is done.
Final referee, he's gonna run it through.
And in lane 17, Dominic Morici is in.
64 reps in lane 4. For Jimmy.
The judge's hand in the air in lane 13 for Chris Sergey.
90 seconds, 90
And
seconds.
he is over the finish line. The judge's hand in the air down there in lane number 5. That's Brandon Pastoric, who's now done. And also lane 15, Kyle Ruth.
Kyle Ruth runs it through. Brandon Pastoric is in. Dax Hopkins is in.
Dex Hopkins just finished up. Good for Dex, working through that wrist injury.
Easy Muhammad, 10 more reps remaining. He'll be done.
Easy Muhammad is looking to be the next man to finish up as we have about a minute left here
We're good about 1
in this heat. Easy Muhammad in lane number 10, middle of your screen.
61 reps for Hernandez.
5 reps. Easy Muhammad. 3 reps remaining. 45 seconds, gentlemen. 45. Last rep for Easy, and he is in unofficial 14-17.
Easy Muhammad is finished up. We have 2 men left working on the competition floor. It's lane 16, Kyle Carvalho,
30 seconds.
and lane 6, Blas Ruiz Gonzalez.
5 reps remaining in lane 6.
And Gonzalez has got 5 reps. He's got 20 seconds left. Looks like he's going to get through it.
3 reps remaining in 15 seconds.
So Gonzalez
Final rep for Hernandez. He runs
is
it
done.
through.
We're going to count you down, so we got 10 seconds.
Carvalho now just trying to amass as many reps as he can now with 4 seconds remaining. And that will do it for the first of 2 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old men. But it's Paul Tremblay there in lane number 11, no shirt, black shorts, holding his yellow shirt in his hand, giving out some fist bumps, who will take the heat 11 minutes, 40 seconds unofficially.
And it takes the entire event all the way through. You can't let your foot off the gas for a second, and that's what happened at the end between Paul Tremblay and Jason Lucas. And Lucas had it with about 10 reps left to go. He thought if he would just be able to hold on, and a drop ball, a couple of no reps, ended up opening the door for Paul Tremblay.
1 heat remains in event 5. Second and final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old men is coming up next.
All right, we got 2 minutes.
It is time for the final heat for the 35 to 39-year-old men as we close out our coverage here on floor number 3 of event 5, the up and back chipper. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram.
Lane number 3, Craig Kenny in the floor.
And I'm so happy.
I don't know how to set this up anymore. What is this, the 24th round?
This is number 24. You guys think you're in for a big chipper? We're on the final 75 wall ball shots of our own here for this final heat of the day for this event. We're starting with 75 wall ball shots, 20-pound ball, 10-foot target, 40 dumbbell shoulder overhead with 50 pounds. 30 box step overs with the dumbbells over a 24-inch box. Back to the dumbbell for 40 alternating dumbbell snatches. And then the final 75. We've had a lot of fireworks and a lot of heats. And even with all that work, it can still come down to the last few reps to determine who's going to take event number 5.
Will Morad is your overall leader. He's in lane 10, chalking up his hands. And this is one of the divisions that right now really isn't that close. Morad has 379 points. He's a 66 up on Henry Matthews in second place, and Morad has momentum coming off a win earlier in the day in event number 4.
Not necessarily close between first and second, but between second and sixth. It is just 26 points between those 7 places.
The time to beat belongs to Paul Tremblay, 11 minutes,
And here we go.
40 seconds, as he just edged out Jason Lucas in the prior heat by 2 seconds.
1. Go.
We are underway. You got any keys to success here?
No, I'm just kidding.
You're up 4-3.
You can play to your strengths, and that's a simple key to success because there's a lot of things that can happen. If you're very good at wall ball shots, playing to your strengths in that position doesn't necessarily mean what you might think it does. Just because you're great at it doesn't mean you should go unbroken. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. What's nice is that, well, maybe if I just did 5 sets of 15 or even 3 sets of 25 with these athletes, and I make the wall ball shots the easiest part of the workout versus the fastest part of the workout. Save some energy from the dumbbells. Definitely want to save something in the legs for the step overs in the middle. So managing your workload, looking at the clock. Paul actually did this a lot. He did big sets on the wall balls, but he was always looking at the clock, managing his rest, managing his work. And so with this type of event where it's just a grindy, running through the mud style chipper, is keeping an eye on your clock and managing your rest between your breaks is a big advantage for these athletes if they want to take advantage of it.
Now, Stefanko said in lane 7 just took a break. He's 3rd place overall
35 reps
with 304 points, just 9 back of Matthews for second. Now Will Morad in lane 10, again your overall leader. I'm not sure he's taking a break yet.
Let's mention 3 sets of 25 being an option in there, maybe 5 to 10 seconds of rest just to let your arms shake out, flush out the legs a bit. Just heard from Justin Kotler, who's a coach for Bronislav Alenkowicz. He says that's exactly the plan he has set for him to start this off.
And now Morad taking a break
57 reps, Joe.
in lane 10 as we approach the 2-minute mark. 15-minute time cap here in this event. Probably not going to come into play here for these athletes.
It's just Bronislav Alenkowicz in the hat on the right side of your screen. Take a break, look back at the clock.
5 reps. Take it out here, lane 16.
4 reps
But we know Braun's not going to have a problem with those dumbbells.
This is one of those events where if I gave a major key to success, it would be to break early, not often. Meaning break early in the sets on purpose. What you don't want to have happen in the back end of this event is to make the dumbbells or the med ball break for you.
Anthony Vasquez in lane 19 was one of the first men to the dumbbells, along with Carlos Alabadeo in lane number 13. Also lane 15, Gary Jones is there. And now in the even number lanes, overall leader Will Morad there in the middle of the screen. No shirt, black shorts, purple weight belt. He is on to his set of 40 shoulder overhead. Bronislaw Olegowicz in lane 16 is there, and also lane 20, Chase Smith. He was one of the first men to the dumbbells, and he's already through 20 reps, as is Alabadeo in lane 13, and Anthony Vasquez in lane 19.
Something unique in this event is the floor setup we have here, where you have 10 athletes on one side, 10 athletes on the other side, all facing each other doing these dumbbell shoulder to overhead.
Well, Anthony Vasquez is now done. He'll be the first man to the step overs. I think Will Morad might be finished as well.
Will Morad taking a look at the clock. The clock's on the left side of the field.
And Morad still has a couple reps on the shoulder to overhead.
Bronislaw Olegowicz has already moved ahead of everyone and onto the box step-ups first.
There's Olegowicz and Vasquez, your top two men here in the heat. Also now in lane 14 next to Vasquez is Simone Paquette.
See, Olegowicz in the backwards hat, just letting his arms hang, and that's exactly what you want to see for these athletes, is not engaging your arms more than you need to, especially when you keep them bent. When you keep them bent, you keep them engaged in almost a pulling fashion, where you're going to have dumbbell snatches on the tail end of these box step overs. So keeping your arms relaxed is a good way to save yourself for the dumbbell snatches that are coming up.
Well, Anthony Vasquez now taking a break. He was the first man to the step overs, followed closely by Olegowicz, but Olegowicz I don't think has stopped.
He has not.
Will Morad, your overall leader in lane 10, left side of the screen in the headband, no shirt, black shorts. He's on to the step overs.
Olegowicz's grip strength is second to none. I've seen him do some events with heavy 70-pound kettlebells and never put him down. So this is playing into the hands of Bronislaw Olegowicz pretty well. So
now this is his final rep, and now he's done. Olegowicz will move on to the dumbbell snatches ahead of everybody else. Now Big Bron coming in at 9th place overall. His best finish was 6th in the opening event yesterday. That was event 3.
When Bronislav is in 9th place with 264 points, 5th place is 298, so about 35 points there. But the reason why Bronislav's in 9th is that in event 1, the running deadlift event, he got 29th in that event. His other finishes have all been inside the top 10, save for that one.
We are approaching the 6-minute mark, and Bronislaw Olegowicz has yet to stop on this opening set of 20 dumbbell snatches. And he's almost done with it. He'll move forward and complete 20 more after these final 2 reps. On the other side of the floor in lane 19, Anthony Vasquez currently sits in 2nd place. He and Olegowicz, the only 2 men on the dumbbell snatches.
Olegowicz finished the set at 20, walked right forward into the set, so unbroken so far for Olegowicz.
Now Gary Jones in lane 15 is onto the dumbbell snatches. LeBron Olegowicz is ripping through these 40 reps. Paul Tremblay has the time to beat at 11 minutes 40 seconds.
We're not even to the 7-minute mark yet.
Olegowicz on his final 2 reps, and he'll be the first man back to the wall ball. 6 minutes 53 seconds have elapsed. Other side of the floor in lane 19 is Anthony Vasquez. He is the leader on that side, and in 2nd place in the heat.
Olegowicz opened with 3 sets of 25 wall ball shots. It's about mid-pack coming off the first 75. So there is nobody else out here on the wall ball shots just yet.
Olegowicz is cranking away at those wall balls, and that's his first break, I think, on his opening set. The 5 reps remain now for Anthony Vasquez, now 4, so he'll be the 2nd man to the wall balls. But Bronislaw Olegowicz is leaving everyone behind him right now. Vasquez is now done. Bronislaw Olegowicz back to work on those wall balls. 8 minutes have gone by. And now next to him, Simone Paquette has started his set of 75, but he is well behind Olegowicz. Will Morad is also done. Morad there in the middle of your screen in the black shorts and headband. He's your overall leader. He doesn't really have to be concerned with any of the men right now ahead of him because they are not a threat to him in the overall standings.
Olegowicz now doing sets of 20. He's past the 40 mark, now on 50.
Vasquez on the left side of your screen, lane 19. He's onto the wall balls, and down there in lane 11, that's Nick Anapolsky. And in lane 7, Stefan Cosette, who came in third place overall. No shirt, yellow wristbands, and the black shorts. He's on his set of 75. But Bronislaw Olegowicz in the backwards hat, white shirt, yellow shorts, is 2/3 of the way through. 9 minutes have gone by. 11 minutes, 40 seconds is the time to beat from Paul Tremblay.
Bronislaw has paced this thing to perfection.
Anthony Vasquez on the far left side of your screen. You can only really see half of him. He was the second man to the wall balls.
So I told you about the text I got from his coach, Justin Kotler. He said, Big Ron's going to go 3 sets on the first 75 and then go to work. Keep an eye on him. He might win this one.
Justin Kotler is a smart man, and Bronislaw Olegowicz is now inside. 5 reps remaining and looking to pick up the event win here. Final rep for Braun. He is done, and Bronislaw Olegowicz takes it off the chest and knocks that one out of the park. 10 minutes, 10 seconds unofficially for Big Braun, his first win of the 2024 Masters CrossFit Games.
46 reps in lane 18. We're at that 10.5-minute mark.
And we'll see where Anthony Vasquez is, as he was the second man to the wall ball. Far left side of the screen. You can only see half of him. I don't see any more judges' hands in the air right now, so Vasquez, we're assuming, is still in second place. And he can finish in second place in this event if he can get inside of 11 minutes, 40 seconds. Judge's hand in the air for Vasquez. And that'll do it for him, and that'll be a second place finish in this event. 97 points for him. And in lane 8, Kevin Schutz is in. Will Morad getting set to finish up as well. And Morad's done, so he will increase his overall lead as the 2 men immediately behind him have yet to finish. That's Henry Matthews and Stefan Cosette. Lane 14, there's Simone Paquette, who came across the finish line. Nick Anapolsky is in lane 11, and in lane 17, that's Hudson Freaky. Hudson Freaky doing a good job of putting on a late charge there. Now lane 15, Gary Jones finishes up. Now Chase Smith has also finished along with Ivan Verdun. So we have less than 3 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Down there in lane number 6, Will Kane looks to be the next man to finish, and there he is in a white headband. And down in lane 2, Gary Helmick is across. The judge's hand in the air down in lane number 5, Stefano Migliorini with 1 final rep. He'll knock that out, and he is done. In lane 13, Carlos Alabadeo, who is hanging out towards the front early on in this event, now has 3 reps remaining as we approach the 13-minute mark. Final rep for him, he's in. In lane 12, Henry Matthews, who came in second place overall, is going to fall farther behind Will Morad as he is across. And that leaves, I think, one man left on the competition floor. That's lane 9, Mitch Wagner. He has 5 reps remaining.
90 seconds. 90 seconds.
And that will do it for Wagner. But it is Bronislaw Alenkowicz there in the backwards hat who picks up his first win of the competition and his first career event win at the CrossFit Games. His prior best finish was second place back in 2019 as an individual in second cut.
Just a simple start and a strong finish for Bronislaw Alenkowicz. A little bit of a buy-in from the wall ball shots and then just handling what he can handle. One more event to go for these 35 to 39 Masters men. And I was told by Justin Kotler is Bronny might not be done just yet on making a charge at the leaderboard today.
And we have a bike in event number 6. He tends to do pretty well at those things as well. So that's going to conclude our coverage here on floor number 3 of event number 5. But action is not done. Over on the other stream, we'll have event 6 for you. Lauren Khalil and Tommy Marquez will be on the call for that. That is going to do it for us here. For Chase Ingram, I'm Sean Woodland. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. We will see you tomorrow. But remember, action continues here on day number 2. Enjoy event 6. We will see you back here on Saturday.